Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday, April 6th Board of Forestry Virtual Informational Session. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting housekeeping tips. Everyone participating, please silence your cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking and disable your video when not presenting on a panel or part of the discussion. For the record, we ask all guest speakers, board members, and department staff to state their names for those listening online. If you experience online technical issues, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF hosts in Salem during this event. As we return to in-person public meetings and engagements with the board, let's try to extend grace and understanding for each other as we attempt to regain some normalcy. As many are aware, the state plans to reopen state office buildings come May 1st of this year, and the board is slowly returning to this modality by having our April events accessible through virtual means and offering opportunities to engage in person with the public. The department's goal is to provide virtual access to the public for the board's business meetings into the future. So board members recommending to consider this hybrid experience as not a sign of the times, but as another mechanism for meaningful engagement, which brings us here today. So why are we here today and what are we trying to accomplish? The Board of Forestry is about to embark on an update of the forestry program for Oregon, last updated in 2011, and it's the framework for the board's strategic planning. Updating it is our opportunity to do some deep thinking about our vision, goals, and values. A time to think about our current situation with Oregon forestry and what we are likely to face in the future. The board and the Department of Forestry is just one agency dealing with forests in Oregon. We provide a very significant amount of the firefighting. We oversee and regulate private forestry in Oregon, and we manage the state forests. We also have a small role working with the Forest Service with our Good Neighbor Authority. However, 60% of Oregon forests are owned and managed by the federal government. Nevertheless, in my 3.5 years on the board, I have come to realize how important it is that we look at the bigger picture. Policies and plans on those federal forests affect private and state forests significantly, as do regional policy and worldwide trends. So while as the Board of Forestry, our authority and influence is limited, I believe we have a duty to take a good look at the bigger picture. And that is what I want us to do today. The board's role is to represent Oregonians and to care for our precious forest resource. We all realize that with climate change and our new fire reality, we face unprecedented challenges. Our structures and system, our financing, none of which were built for this level of change and challenge. I view it as the world turned upside down in a certain way. Questions that have never been asked need today to be asked. Are we adapting well? In what ways, yes. What ways, no. What changes are needed? Further, how are our many partners doing at adapting? Forest owners, mill owners, counties, conservationists, the federal agencies. Are they adapting well? In what ways, yes. In what ways, no. What changes are needed? The intent behind today's session is to create space for dialogue. We as a board don't often have the opportunity for this type of discussion. I encourage board members to ask questions of the panels and of each other. Take advantage of the limited time available. To that point, today's agenda is full. We purposely tried to select speakers who would bring some new or different perspectives to the board. I fully recognize that the list is incomplete. Assuming the model for today's discussion proves successful, we'll look at opportunities to schedule similar dialogue in the future. Finally, I'd like to thank all of today's speakers for their time and engagement. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge the time Governor Kitzhaber and Matt Donegan have given to help make today's discussion successful. With that, any questions or board member comments? If none, I'll perform a roll call to confirm board attendance, and in doing so, reminding the board no decisions will be made today as this space was curated as time for us to listen and discuss policy issues. So the roll call, Liz, okay, Vawa, all right, Carla Chambers.
Here.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Shonda Ferrari.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And obviously myself, Jim Kelly. Okay, now that that's squared away, I want to just briefly acknowledge our EQC liaison. Thank you, Commissioner Schlesser, for joining us today for the morning portion of our session. You have big shoes to fill with replacing Wade Mosby. Okay, to keep us moving forward, Cal, would you like to offer any comments before introducing our moderator, keynote speakers, and staff involved with this effort?
Yes, I would. Oh, okay. Technical difficulties here. Yes, I would. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Cal Mukamoto, and I'm State Forester for the Oregon Department of Forestry. I won't take too much time with my comments because I know Ryan Gordon, who is moderating today's meeting, has some important information to share before we get into the heart of today's discussion. I did want to acknowledge both John Takarzak and Danny Norlander for their roles in making today's meeting happen. They put an immense amount of thought and effort into this event, and I wanted to thank them for that. I also very much appreciate Governor Kitzhaber, Matt Donegan, and all of today's panelists for joining us today. Their expertise will not only be of great value to our board members, but to the ODF employees who are watching the live stream today and learning along with us. As Chair Kelly mentioned, the Forestry Program for Oregon forms the framework for the board's strategic planning efforts. This includes articulation of the board's mission, vision, values, goals, and objectives that guide the forest policy decisions for which the board is responsible. The department looks to the board's policy decisions for direction, prioritizing, planning, and implementing our work. With that quick view of the nexus between today's discussions, the Forestry Program for Oregon and the department, I'll turn things over to today's moderator, Ryan Gordon.
Thank you, Cal. Thank you, Chair Kelly. For the record, my name is Ryan Gordon. I'm the Planning Branch Director with the Oregon Department of Forestry. And let me also try to get my technology adjusted a little bit here. It is definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge today, I think, to operate in the hybrid environment. So for folks watching online, we've got the full board here in the room. And that's where a bulk of the conversation will be occurring. But a lot of our speakers and panelists are joining us remotely. So we're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth. And there might be a few hiccups or glitches here and there, but we'll work through it. So in any case, I'm really looking forward to the conversation today. I appreciate the opportunity to serve as today's moderator. And I also want to join Chair Kelly and Cal in thanking all of our invited speakers for their time, as well as the time that staff have invested along with the board to make today's discussion possible. Looking ahead at the agenda, Matt Donegan and Governor Kitzhaber will lead off, framing today's conversation and setting the stage for the panels that follow. After that, we'll invite the guest speakers to provide their perspectives through 5 separate panels that have been organized around different themes in resource management. I really want to underscore the importance of dialogue today. The intent of this meeting is to encourage discussion among the board members and panelists. You'll see opportunities through the day to pause and reflect, with hopefully at least a full hour set aside at the end of the day for discussion. So given the full agenda, my primary task is to try to keep us on time. We have asked the speakers to limit their comments to allow for discussion and follow-up questions. And given the hybrid environment here, I'm kind of struggling, but I'll find some way of giving some polite cues if folks go a little bit long. I've got some cards. I brought my daughter's xylophone. We'll see what works. So to allow Chair Kelly the opportunity to fully participate in the conversation today, I'll be calling on board members and trying to regulate the time and ensuring that everybody has equal access to the conversation. So please wave your hand either physically or virtually. I think for the most part physically, since everybody's here today, to let me know that you have a question. And as I said, I will do my best to get around to everybody. It's an ambitious agenda. We've got a full, almost, I guess, 8-hour day here planned out. So we might not get to all the topics that we hope to explore, but we will be tracking some of the topics and the themes coming out of the conversation today. We've got a parking lot set up on the whiteboard here where we can put some things that we might not get to and try to circle back by the end of the day or potentially even flag them for another conversation later on down the line. But with that in mind, keep your questions strategic, recognizing the limited time we've got to get to everybody. Let's see. So finally, I just wanted to give a reminder that there is no public comment on the agenda today, but written comments can be submitted until April 20th, and those will be included in the record of today's meeting. So that was a lot. I've taken a lot of time already. I'm going to try to stay out of the way as much as possible as we move forward. I think that we are getting off a little bit ahead of schedule here, which is great. So I'm going to shift gears and give a brief introduction to today's first speaker, Matt Donegan. So most of us are familiar with Matt's work as chair of the Governor's Wildfire Response Council, as well as his work with the State Board of Higher Education and the Oregon Global Warming Commission. But Matt was an early innovator in conservation finance. He co-founded and co-led U.S. Forest Capital, which provided low-cost financing and advisory services to conservation groups acquiring working forests. Today, Matt provides consultant services to businesses, governments, and nonprofits in the forest, climate change, and wildfire arenas. He brings nearly 3 decades of global experience in all aspects of industrial-scale forest land investment and management. So Matt, thank you for joining us today. I'll let you lead things off and then later introduce Governor Kitzhaber.
I imagine that, does that help? Okay. Well, thank you. And I thank you for the introduction and thank you for the opportunity to be here. You mentioned an ambitious agenda. I think that's a good segue to my topic. In preparations, one of the things that we talked about, in as much as this is a kickoff to a strategic planning process, is it's good to kind of gather input from the external environment and what are some of the bigger trends and so forth. And so in preparing for today with my friend Governor Kitzhaber, we thought that it would be perhaps useful for me to talk about some of the larger trends that I think are kind of keeping me up at night. And in a form follows function kind of logic, with me perhaps addressing some of the function. Governor Kitzhaber can talk a little bit more about governance and how we might organize to address some of these issues. So I think we have 20 minutes or so for me to talk about what's keeping me up at night. And so that is very ambitious. A lot of things keep me up at night. But with that, I'll talk about some of the bigger things. And so what I did here was I took Governor Kitzhaber's paper, which I had some collaboration on, and I synthesized some of the market stuff into a market overview. Hopefully everybody had the opportunity to read through that. And then I'm going to talk about the other thing that's keeping me up at night, which is climate change, not just climate change, but climate change policy. And I think they're two separate things, but they're both very, very important, and I think will have pretty profound impacts with the Board of Forestry. So with that, again, hopefully everybody had the benefit of reading Dr. Kitzhopper's paper, but I had a chance to contribute to some of it, and so some of the things that I just wanted to distill down as some of the bigger issues that I think will be confronting Oregon and its forestry community. One is this kind of topic of disruptive technologies. Second one would be globalization, and then third is this kind of specialist model that's described with REITs and TMOs and so forth. Just kind of hit those very, very quickly. Think about the disruptive technologies affecting, the forest industry. I think this global trend towards intensive forestry is enormous. When I graduated forestry school 30 years ago, well, now more than 30 years ago, but intensive forestry was still kind of this experiment, and it wasn't even clear if the trees were going to be merchantable, that the wood qualities and so forth were very much in doubt. Fast forward, and now the bulk of the world's wood comes from these intensive plantations. It's tried, it's true, and I think the general thesis here is that it's a good thing for the environment because you're getting your wood from a smaller footprint, and it frees up the other forests for more natural ecosystem services and the like. At the same time, you've had this advent of small tree manufacturing, in some cases engineered wood products, and in some cases just solid wood products with a lot more advanced technology. But a lot of advanced systems, and you see that here in Oregon, that where because the value of fiber has increased, we're getting very, very good at processing that fiber, very economically and efficiently. And then this third disruptive technology towards automation, which certainly there's, that's just an industrial trend in just about every sector. If we go back for just a real quick, on globalization, what we're seeing here is kind of a shift towards taking advantage, capitalizing on these disruptive technologies, moving to regions where that are hot, flat, wet, cheap, and so forth, moving away from regions that are higher cost, steep, shorter growing seasons, with other considerations, labor costs, freight costs, sovereign risk, and then business climate. And I would say business climate is something relevant to this board. One of the themes that you do here as folks are either entering a region or exiting a region is what is the business climate? And I would say that, the board here has a role to play there. And then finally, the specialist model. I mean, I could talk for days about the specialist model, and this is the REITs and TMOs. It's a general, not just trend in forestry, but most sectors have moved away from the conglomerate model into more of a logic of do one thing, do it well. And you've seen that in the forest sector. And that's how I generally view the REITs and TMOs, is that tree farming is very, very different than all the other paper and lumber, and for that matter, consumer products and so forth. It used to be everybody did it all under one big umbrella. Now everybody specializes. And as a result, what you see here is that there's much greater capital discipline. And by that, I mean, all the mills have to be very, they have to earn their cost of capital. Otherwise they get shut down. When it's in a big integrated model, a lot of those economics are a little bit more hidden, they're more buried. And the second thing is that it really does facilitate mobility. If you're an integrated firm and you've got 500,000 or 1 million acres within a given region, you're going to build your mills around that wood basket. To the extent you no longer have that wood or have those timberlands, there's better economics somewhere else. That's where you're going to wind up going. And so I would say the specialist model gets talked about in a lot of ways, but in terms of what the real implications are here to a place like Oregon, is to the extent that the manufacturers are now free of their land bases, they can relocate and they can build their manufacturing elsewhere. So in terms of just overall implications of this market overview, and again, I'm distilling a lot into a very short amount of time. Huge implications around jobs, particularly with regard to automation. We're pretty much in the tail end, but still underway with this historic migration. And I mean by that, towards these high intensity regions like the US South, like Brazil and South America, like Southeast Asia, and for that matter, Oceania. and away from areas that are not conducive to that. Places like all of Canada, for the most part, places like New England, places like the Lake States, and places like the Inland West, Eastern Oregon, Eastern Washington. You've seen massive attrition in these areas. You know, the spotted owl and federal forest policy gets a lot of attention, understandably so, given the amount of land that the federal government owns in Oregon. But I would say that these market factors are just as big, if not bigger, because you're seeing these trends play out in areas that have all sorts of land ownership. Landscape impact of this, and this is covered in Governor Kitzhaber's paper, but the landscape impact here is that you're seeing this movement towards shorter and shorter and shorter rotations in this agricultural model. And it can appear as if you're actually practicing old forestry, clear cutting and non-sustainability. And it looks like, you know, oh my gosh, we're doing this. I would argue just the opposite. It's actually modern agricultural forestry. If anything, I think Oregon's probably the most benign form of this kind of modern intensive forest. You see other areas where they're growing exotic clones and things like that without any kind of, you know, notion of clear cut size or anything like that. I think Oregon's environmental restrictions and environmental benefits are much greater than most of the other areas that are practicing this. But at the same time, the landscape impact is real, and that affects the social impact of the social compact. And by that, I mean, to the extent you've got so much land now locked in this younger age class, there is a visual impact. And at the same time, because of automation and globalization, you don't have the jobs, you don't have the economic benefit. I think that does change the equation in a lot of these rural communities. It's like, you know, it's one thing to have this visually, you know, jarring, you know, results if you're getting lots of economic uplift, to the extent that you're not getting as much economic uplift because of automation and so forth. And so I think this is going to be one of these trends that this board is going to have to continue to confront. That's actually the short part of my presentation. The much the much deeper part of the presentation is climate change, and I should have said and climate change policy, because I think these are two very very important aspects. You know, and I'm going to talk again, you know, we could have, you know, a week-long retreat about each one of these items, but I'm going to hit them very, very, you know, very high. The first one is just some thoughts about forest management. Obviously, that, you know, plays out here at the board in terms of the state forest, in terms of the Forest Practices Act. But this kind of, if you will, tension or say multiple variable discussion around adaptation and mitigation. Second one are some thoughts about trends in carbon from forests and from forest products. And then finally, wildfire, which has been near and dear to my heart here recently. So with regard to climate change and forest management, you know, there is this kind of debate playing out across the globe around intensive management versus lower intensity. The arguments for intensive management is that to the extent that we've got this growing population moving to 10 billion and folks need places to live, we need structures and so forth. Wood is generally the most carbon friendly of those building materials. And if there's a lot of literature, you know, specifically looking at substitutes for concrete, but really looking to grow wood as a preferred building product because of its carbon footprint. And on the other hand, you know, the arguments for lower intensity because of the need for biodiversity, because of the need for resiliency and so forth. And you start to actually, the private forest accord language did not really point a lot to climate change specifically, but you can see this kind of tension playing out here, because in as much as salmon habitat is going, you know, if these forecasts are true, we're going to see a tremendous amount of pressure on salmon populations and salmon habitat, and that's going to come into conflict, and already is coming into conflict with these intensive forestry trends that I've already been talking about. So I think these kinds of trade-offs are going to be very, very relevant to organizations, you know, like the Board of Forestry. An emerging issue that I'm seeing some recent literature here on climate change and forest management is this question around storing carbon in the forests, which is, I think probably very, very familiar, to the board, to ODF. But what kind of wildfire liabilities might those be creating? And of course, this is going to be on a very site-specific basis, but in areas where the carrying capacity has dropped due to climate change, because of drought, because of the lower snowpack, because of the extended fire season, for areas where the carrying capacity is arguably declining because of climate change, to be stacking more wood in those areas is creating, fuel problems. And when the fire, it might not happen this year or next year, but when it finally hits, now you're creating a very, very high intensity fire that can have impacts on soil carrying capacity and the ability of that forest to sequester carbon in the decades ahead. And so this is I think kind of, there's a lot of new research that's coming out on that. I don't know that there's firm conclusions, but I would just say that this is going to be an emerging issue that I think the board will be looking at. I'm going to talk now a little bit more about carbon from forests and forest products. Let's credits and so forth, carbon credits and the like. And I guess the fundamental takeaway that I would like to leave with the board, this is a very complex topic. And I think one of the great complexities here is one of its advantages, which is forest carbon has all these co-benefits like biodiversity, like conservation impacts and so forth. And that's one of the great things about it. But because of that, it makes it much more complex. And I think the fundamental principle for the board and others to remember is that at the end of the day, these are licenses to pollute. What this is doing is this is somebody that's either polluting or using carbon and is trying to get to zero or has some carbon reduction goals. They're actually purchasing this to give them license to actually continue polluting. So to the extent this is not actually sequestering that carbon, this is very harmful to the environment. And this is a topic that's getting a lot of attention. And so in this marketplace, there are conflicts of interest. And I don't mean to suggest anything nefarious. I would just say that, in any kind of a business environment or so forth, there are conflicts. And so the polluters, and by polluters, I don't just mean, smokestacks, but folks that are using energy, they want to be able to claim that these carbon credits are actually functioning, even if they might not be functioning well, because what they're trying to do is find low-cost ways to claim that they're going neutral and meeting climate objectives and so forth. The suppliers have the same conflicts, and what you see here are lots of landowners that are not really changing their management practices. There really is questionable additionality, and yet they're getting paid for that. And this is landowners of many different stripes. Project developers obviously have interest in developing these carbon projects. And then finally, the advocates for co-benefits. By that, I mean, if what your real aim is finding conservation funding or other kind of funding, using this climate money as a venue for that. And so what you're seeing is now this whole kind of, this whole world is getting a tremendous amount of scrutiny because of these conflicts. You're seeing a lot of carbon projects that are really kind of coming into question. And it's coming mostly from the folks that are true kind of climate advocates, folks that are saying, hey, let's not forget, these are licenses to pollute. And so if you're actually giving folks a license to pollute and then you're not truly offsetting that, it's you're worsening climate change. Danny? So so again, incredibly complex topic, but I would just say some of the challenges that we face. One is the science around additionality. One is the science around project boundaries, which is another way of saying leakage, to say that you could be sequestering very much more carbon here, but if it's leaking somewhere else, then you haven't really done anything. The second one is economics, and this is a very, very big topic, because unless the carbon unless the economics are compelling, you're not going to get additionality. In other words, if you really want to change forest management practices for the better, you have to truly pay folks to do that. And if you're not doing that, if the economics are not compelling, then you're not going to actually alter any management practices. So the economics are actually incredibly important on this. And then finally, the accounting it's very, very vexing. But at the same time, there's tremendous advantages to forest carbon and carbon from accounting, and one is just the magnitude of the need. If you really read the climate literature, there's a hunt for every possible way to get to zero, to get to neutral. If you read, there's an outstanding piece that I highly recommend, which is the Getting to Neutral study down in California, and the forest carbon is actually a significant aspect of that, because for an economy the size of California, to get to neutral, they have to leave everything on the table. They can't take anything off the table. And so I think forests are going to continue to get a lot of attention. And again, these co-benefits, these are serious advantages. Danny? And so when I boil this down to the outlook, I do think we're going to continue to see a growth in the forest carbon and forest, not just in forest, but through, through the whole cycle. I also think you're going to see greater scrutiny. And again, the focus that I would just leave here is that conceptually, this is a license to pollute. And that I think is going to be kind of the ultimate metric here is, did this truly offset offset the carbon elsewhere that it was intended to. Noteworthy, some trends that I would also just leave. One is, and I'm working a lot with Yale and the Yale Carbon Containment Lab these days. We're just seeing a lot of growth in this whole life cycle analysis, and it's becoming a lot more sophisticated and a lot more useful. Second one is really looking at the impacts of wildfire, because looking at the emissions that come from wildfire, but also, as I mentioned, soil degradation and the capacity for forests to sequester carbon. Forest health is getting a lot more scrutiny, looking at mortality, looking at decay, to the extent you've got, particularly in the context of climate change, more mortality means more decay, and actually, the potential for forests to become sources of carbon. And then again, on this additionality, just something to make note of, and that is, there's a kind of perverse way that additionality, it actually rewards lower regulatory baselines, because to the extent that business as usual, that you're trying to get additionality to, business as usual is pretty low regulatory standards. So in a perverse way, if a place like Oregon that has, reforestation and all these other laws, the additionality is actually lower from on these markets. And finally, I'm just going to hit wildfire real quickly. The three major items that I see on wildfire. One is, if you read the new U.S. Forest Service climate crisis, you're talking about treating an additional 50 million acres. The question for places like Oregon, what are we going to do with all this wood waste? I mean, that's just kind of a practical question. But the other two that I'm going to hit on, very quickly, focus in on, one is funding and the other one is on implementation. Funding, we could talk about for days, but the very obvious implication to funding and availability is the volume of the treatments. But I would argue the location of the treatments is every bit as important, and I'm going to drill down on that just a little bit. Danny. So when you talk about the, where are we going to be focusing the treatments? One is the wildland-urban interface. You got the backcountry, you got the WUI, and you got this area in between. And the consensus is that treating the WUI has got to be the priority, because there's the all the human values and human life and so forth that's really concentrated in the WUI. And if you read the new U.S. Forest Service report, that is the logic, is we're going to be prioritizing these areas that have got the greatest potential around human communities. But I would say this, and the backcountry is obviously, there's general consensus that this is going to be, there's not mechanical thinning isn't even allowed in there. But the question really becomes this front country area, which is the area in between the backcountry and the WUI. There's a tremendous amount of value at risk here. And if these intensive fires, which are unnatural, are allowed to just kind of let it burn in this front country, there's a tremendous amount of value at risk here. I've already mentioned the carbon impacts, ecological damage, the economic damage, social damage. There's a tremendous body of work here that's looking at this. And so if you've got funding constraints and you're funneling all that funding into the WUI and you're not treating these areas, these are all values that are, in serious jeopardy. And if you look at the latest, U.S. Forest Service report, they estimate the total cost of these wildfires to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars per year. If you forecast that out, that's trillions of dollars, over the next decade. What is the forecast here in Oregon? And what are the impacts along vulnerable communities? Who's going to be bearing those costs? I would argue that there's a severe social justice dimension. That same U.S. Forest Service report noted that Hispanic communities have been estimated to be twice as likely as other demographic groups to live in communities that are subject to wildfire risk. And so there's again a growing body of work here. So when you look at funding, is it possible to look at funding on these wildfire treatments as an investment to avoid those costs of wildfire? And then I would just say, there's several issues that come out with that. One is actually quantifying and having reliable forecasts. Second one would be measuring the additionality from these treatments. Can you actually say, hey, these forest treatments are actually mitigating wildfire risk, mitigating those social costs, mitigating the social justice, and then finally locating buyers for those externalities. And the last thing I'll leave you with, and then I'll hand it over to Governor Kitzhaber here, and that is just on implementation. A couple of things I want to highlight. One is the strategic financial plan. Very pleased to see that in Senate Bill 762. Also very pleased to say the way that ODF has taken that on. And I've been, in consultation with ODF on that topic. Some of the key elements on that strategic financial plan are going to be defining what outcomes are we trying to achieve. And by that, I mean like forest conditions, what kind of treatments, what kind of costs, so forth, forecasting that out. Therefore, forecasting what are the funding needs, and as important, what are the organizational needs. If you kind of think about, we need to come up with an annual level of how many acres we want to treat. And what's that, how much are we treating now? What's that future intended state? How many GNA foresters and the like do we have now? What's that organizational model of the future going to be? And then finally, working out through all that with the shared stewardship agreement with the Forest Service. So there is a mechanism there. So an enormous body of work that I think will need to be in ODF's new strategic plan. And that's it. So, and I look forward to questions. I saw some interest in global issues, and I thought maybe it'd be best to handle that with Q&A, because I think that's such a big topic that I'd like to just narrow it down through Q&A.
Well, I also want to thank John and Danny for the yeoman's work and actually pulling this thing off here, and really great comments by Matt. I want to step back and take a little bit broader look to move beyond sort of admiring the problem to what we're going to actually have to do to solve it. And I think that our ability to solve it now is constrained enormously by our imagination and by the current structures that we're operating in. We're meeting today in the afterglow of the private forest accords, which was a tremendous achievement in collaboration, and hopefully can provide the foundation for a more effective way to deal with conflict across our forested landscape. But I want to challenge you to go a lot further this morning. The Board of Forestry sits, if you think about it, at the intersection of the state's one of the state's greatest natural renewable resources, our forests, and also one of the state's greatest needs, which is housing. And I want to challenge you to imagine that forest policy could be the fulcrum that could bring all that together in a way that could allow us to solve for multiple social, economic, and environmental values and help us restore our shared identity as Oregonians, which is critical to actually getting things done through the political process. So I just want to say that again, forest policy could be the fulcrum that could allow us to solve for multiple social and economic and environmental values while helping us restore some sense of shared identity as a state. My political career was based on one central belief, and that's the belief that a prosperous, hopeful, inclusive future is the product of a common mission, of a common purpose that we're all willing to engage in and work on together. And so I want to challenge you to look at forest policy through that particular lens. This is a big idea I'm going to put on the table, but I also think it's very consistent with your mission, which is to lead Oregon in implementing policies and programs that promote sustainable management of Oregon's public and private forests. My central premise, which was in the paper, is that our ability to achieve that mission is constrained by a radically fragmented landscape, a patchwork of ownership, boundaries, management practices, business models, and political jurisdictions, which limit our policy solutions to ones that can fit into this artificially and irrationally constructed landscape. So it seems to me that the question we should be asking, or one of the questions, is how would we achieve that mission if we could manage across the entire forested landscape, not just pieces of it? So I think even as you move to update the forest program for Oregon, I think it's very important for this board and the executive branch really to propose a larger vision for how we manage our forests over the next few decades, a vision that's not constrained by existing laws and regulations and not constrained by current ownership patterns and political jurisdictions. I think we need to find the courage and the capacity, if we're going to address the kinds of things Matt put on the table, to look beyond the way the world is, because quite frankly, the way the world is the problem. And I think we need to think beyond that. Some of you looking around the room are actually old enough to remember President Kennedy's challenge in 1962 that we go to the moon. And I'm going to read you just a little bit of what he said. "We shall send to the moon, 240,000 miles away, a giant rocket made of metal alloys, some of which have not yet been invented, capable of standing heat and stresses several times more than have ever been experienced on an untried mission to an unknown celestial body." I mean, what an amazing leap of imagination. And he didn't give us a roadmap. He gave us a destination. But by giving us the destination, the mission, the vision, if you will, he changed the nature of the debate from where we want to go to how we're going to get there. And that's what engaged the imagination, innovation, and passion of America in common cause. And we did it, right? We did it because we imagined it. We did it because the narrative, the story preceded the accomplishment. So what I'm asking you to do is imagine and write that story for forest policy in the state of Oregon. To set the stage for this, I want to share a couple of experiences that give you some perspective on how I came to view the world as it is. When I moved to Roseburg in 1974 to set up my ER practice, the town was booming. They were taking these huge old trees off the Umpqua National Forest. They were logs so big you could only get one on a truck. And we were harvesting about 8 billion board feet a year in Oregon in the 70s. The industry directly employed 80,000 people at wages 30% above the statewide average. And I knew these folks. I lived with them. I sewed them up in the ER. I set their broken bones. I delivered their babies. I fished with them. I drank beer with them. And I admired their work ethic and their commitment to their families and to their community. But I was also conflicted because I knew that what we were doing to the Umpqua National Forest in the 70s was not sustainable, and it was damaging the ecosystem, a place that I really loved. And I moved to Roseburg for one reason, and one reason only, and that was the North Umpqua River and the 1 million acres of forest that surrounded it. And I found, and I can still find peace and awe in those big trees and in that emerald river. And I remember lots of long summer evenings when I'd fish the golden light off that green water and then camp in the woods up above Steamboat Creek, surrounded by the smell of fir trees and the sound of running water. Pretty magical place. Then in 1981, the housing market collapsed. and along with it, the demand for timber. And unemployment hit 19% in Douglas County. And when the recession came to Roseburg, a woman named Alice came to the ER. She was in her mid-30s. She had a big ragged laceration under her left eye, big bruise starting to close the eye. It wasn't a very serious injury. It wasn't hard to close, but it looked to me like she was hit by something or somebody. And it turned out it was her husband of 15 years. And he'd been laid off from Sun Studs, which was a mill that his father had worked at before him. And after a few months, he started drinking. He became sullen and depressed and then abusive. And in the next few months, I started to see more and more of this stuff. And they were often people I knew personally. Domestic violence, substance abuse, the disintegration of families. The point is, these are the human consequences when proud, hardworking people, through no fault of their own, can no longer put food on the table or pay the rent or pay the mortgage. The loss of independence, the loss of pride, the loss of a sense of purpose. And these were, faces of despair and frustration, and I never forgot it. I'm sharing this with you because, as you know, I spent a lot of my public career fighting to protect and enhance salmon and steelhead runs from the Umpqua to the Columbia, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. But there's another side to that story, and it's a human side. And we can't afford to ignore that if we hope to achieve the sustainable management that is called for in your vision. And over the past 40 years, this conflict, which is usually framed as a zero-sum choice between the environment and the economy, has become almost a metaphor for the urban-rural divide. And that has contributed significantly to the polarization and the divisiveness that is shredding the fabric of our community here in the state of Oregon. So I've come to believe that it's very difficult to balance economic and social and environmental values in a forest policy that is isolated and stands apart from the challenges that all of us face in the non-forested parts of Oregon. So I think that we need to include in the constituency for forest policy those people who may not think they have are impacted in any way by how we manage our forests. And we need to seek more holistic solutions that reknit the fabric of our society and engage Oregonians in common cause by seeking to solve problems that are both directly and indirectly impacted by how we manage our forests. So last year, as you know, I wrote this paper for Sustainable Northwest. I think you've probably seen it. And the conclusion was that because of the fragmentation of our environment, our current management framework in many cases doesn't correlate very well with species needs or forest health or with the community and economic values and needs of local communities. And that's primarily because shouldn't be surprising. It's because problems like climate and habitat and harvest and water quality don't respect these artificial lines across the landscape. Wildfire that starts on public land burns private trees, vice versa. Smoke impacts the health and well-being of people across the state of Oregon. Salmon doesn't care who owns the water it's swimming through. It cares about the quality of the aquatic environment, and pollution on one part of a stream impacts water quality downstream, regardless of ownership, regardless of political boundary. And, it strikes me that operating within these constraints sometimes produces outcomes that seem sort of bizarre. For example, only 14% of our harvest comes from the 60% of the landscape that's owned and managed by the federal government. And we shouldn't be surprised that that led to increased pressure for harvest on state and private land, most of which now comes from the 22% of our landscape that is managed for private industrial forestry, right? In a way, the private forest accord was an effort to address the environmental damage that resulted from this policy construct. And as I said at the beginning, the accord is an amazing accomplishment. It needs to be celebrated. It needs to be duplicated. And people like Bob Van Dyke and Steve Zika and the governor's office and everyone who worked to make that happen needs to be congratulated and applauded. But we also need to recognize that it's fairly narrow in scope. It's focused primarily on aquatic habitat, right? And it's not going to be long, I think, until you hear voices from the conservation community saying that's just not enough. And they'll have a point, because there are a lot of things that were not dealt with in that: terrestrial habitat, drinking water, sediment, climate resilience, et cetera. It's also worth noting that the accord was not the result of a spontaneous decision by the conservation community and the wood products industry to get together and fix this problem in a way that mutually solved their issues, right? It was the result of a traditional conflict model, dueling ballot measures that provided the impetus for that negotiation. And I guess it's hard for me to imagine either the capacity or the appetite within a divided forest products industry to engage in another series of long, sequential, lengthy negotiations to address each one of these outstanding conflicts one at a time. At the same time, I think, as Matt referred to, we've got to move aggressively and soon on a number of fronts if we want to avoid a series of really disturbing trends that are rapidly overtaking us. And Matt listed them. I mean, obviously wildfire, climate change. I would add the housing crisis, which is sort of a sleeper. And I would also add the growing polarization and loss of stability in our public discourse, which is making it increasingly difficult for us to come together as a community and solve any of these problems, regardless of what side you happen to be on. And if we accept the notion that we have got to negotiate or litigate each area of outstanding conflict one at a time, then we have stifled our imagination and we have dramatically, I think, narrowed the solution space. So we need to be asking, how can we accelerate the process of developing a sustainable and more holistic forest policy? And secondly, how can we reframe this current debate in a way that includes other policy issues and constituencies who are related to this, but who on the surface may not appear to have anything to do with how we manage our forests? I think the answer is to make the solution space bigger. First, by looking at our forest land as a whole and imagining how we would design and harmonize our management policies in a way that moves shared values across the entire forested landscape rather than just on pieces of it. And secondly, how do we move beyond our current fragmented approach to policymaking to one that recognizes that most of our social and economic and environmental values are interrelated, and you can't solve them in isolation from one another. So by bringing multiple issues together, including forest policy, in a way that creates community, we can start to rebuild the social adhesiveness that's necessary to move with a little bit more confidence into a very uncertain future. And to do that requires the will to imagine, and it requires the will to look beyond the current lens that narrowly focuses the politics of forest policy only on conservation and environmental interests and on the wood products industry and those who depend on it. So I think that one of the central tools necessary to reframe the debate in this way would be a single data-driven interactive map of Oregon's forested landscape. So envision that map and then envision that we overlay that with our ownership boundaries, our business models, our management protocols, our political jurisdictions. And then let's add watersheds and subbasins. Let's look at sensitive species, both aquatic and terrestrial. Let's look at critical water supplies and where wildfire is at great risk. And then let's put on the location of communities, poverty patterns, other social demographics, including housing insecurity in places where there's a need for workforce housing. So take that map and we ask ourselves three questions. The first question is, if anything were possible, how would we best meet and balance social, economic, and environmental needs across that landscape? Second, how would we ensure that our management protocols continuously increase climate resiliency and reduce wildfire risk? And third, how do we engage other policy goals and constituencies, both in urban and rural Oregon, that currently view themselves as outside this debate? Let me give you one example. Suppose tomorrow morning, Oregon says, we're going to get serious about the housing crisis that is impacting every corner of the state. As most of you know, our projected housing deficit is 583,000 units over the next 40 years. Supposing the state said, okay, we're going to make this a top priority by committing to fund and build, pick a number, 10,000 new housing units each year for 20 years. And we are going to the greatest extent possible, build those houses out of Oregon restoration fiber from forest health treatments, maybe in the front country, to reduce wildfire risk, and from timber from Oregon forests that are operating under some sustainability standards. And we're going to try to use Oregon mass wood when we can, and we're going to try to build out the capacity of Oregon modular housing companies. That 20-year financing commitment would serve the same purpose as a long-term forest health stewardship agreement or a long-term timber supply contract. It would give the private sector the ability to invest in expanding mill capacity in certain parts of the state, or expanding mass wood facilities, or building out infrastructure for modular housing. It would allow us to invest seriously in job training and workforce development in the forest products industry and in the timber supply chain and in the building trades. And it could be a lever to ensure that in the process, we're diversifying the workforce and actually paying people living wage jobs. So let's assume for a moment that these particular 10,000 units are mass plywood panel homes, about 1,000 square foot each, right? So I did the calculations with the help of some people at OSU. That's about 93 million board feet we've got to find each year. We know that we have, in Matt's great report from the Wildfire Council, that we have 5.6 million acres of landscape that's at high risk for wildfire. And that to restore that landscape to resiliency requires active management, including thinning and fuel removal, right? We also know that you can get on a restoration harvest of this sort, you can get between 5 and 20 million board feet per 1,000 acres harvested, depending on the location and the condition of the stand. So if we want to build our 10,000 houses, we've got to go out and find between 4,500 and 18,000 acres that we've got to treat to reduce the wildfire risk. So what have we just done? We've linked reduction of wildfires, increased land resiliency, a market for sustainable harvest, and reducing housing. So we can take our new map, we can look across the landscape for policy solutions that allow us to do this in a way that balances economic, environmental, and social needs. So we can look at where the timber should come from. We can figure out how to ensure that this harvest is balanced across the landscape with other critical values like habitat and clean water and carbon storage and forest health. We can look at where the housing needs are the most acute. And we can also look at where we might want to site expanded mill or wood or mass wood facilities with an eye to local rural community economic stability. So this sort of multifaceted landscape level approach might give us a better way to reduce wildfire risk and increase carbon storage and forest health. It might give us a more holistic and effective way to address things like habitat and biodiversity and water quality, including drinking water, while providing more stability to the wood products industry and to those rural communities that depend on it. Most importantly, or as importantly, it puts forest policy at the center of a multifaceted strategy that engages multiple different stakeholders in common cause, which changes the whole nature of the politics. Let me add one more piece. We know in Oregon that when people start paying more than 30% of their income for housing, the rate of homelessness goes up exponentially. A third of Oregonians today are in exactly that spot. They're paying more than a 30% for their homes, and literally hundreds of thousands are living right on the cusp. The result is that there's been a dramatic increase in the number of Oregonians who face chronic housing insecurity, which is a major contributor to family stress and family instability. And family instability leads to a well-documented set of adverse childhood experiences, which include neglect and abuse, a parent with a substance abuse problem, domestic violence, and divorce. That's exactly what I was looking at 40 years ago in the ER in Roseburg. 40 years ago, still doing it. That kind of toxic stress in children then produces much worse physical, behavioral, and mental outcomes later in life, which triggers this generational cycle of poverty and despair. But by addressing housing supply and housing insecurity using Oregon restoration fiber and timber from sustainably grown Oregon forests, we not only expand the solution space for a more holistic forest policy, we engage other partners, new partners in the social service and educational sector who now become invested in sustainable forest management in Oregon. And just as importantly, now we're not just solving for forest values. We're not just solving for wildfire and habitat, harvest, and water quality. We're solving for homelessness and housing insecurity. We're solving for family instability and reducing the generational impact of the adverse childhood experiences. We're solving for a more diverse, better paid workforce and for better educational outcomes and for healthier Oregonians. Think about it. We could do that. It's a big idea, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. If we can imagine it, we can do it. Remember that the story has got to precede the accomplishment. This isn't a challenge of technology. It's a challenge of leadership. It's a challenge of will. and compassion, and it's a measure of the depth of our commitment to each other as Oregonians and as fellow human beings. And I can tell you it's a lot less difficult than going to the moon. Let me just say finally that, we're at a point more than maybe at any other time, at least in my memory, when Oregon needs something hopeful to reach for, something that can help us transcend the hyperpartisanship and the polarization that's tearing us apart and undermining our ability to act as a community to secure a shared future. And I think the story that I'm asking you to imagine and to begin to write today could provide that sense of renewed hope that could give us a path to rebuild our sense of identity as Oregonians and give us that common cause and that common purpose. A new story, a new hopeful story about Oregon and Oregonians, a story in which all of us can see ourselves, a story that's rooted in the landscape and in the forests that help define us, but a story that embraces every person in every walk of life in every corner of our state. That's what we need to do, and we should make that our future. And I can't think of a single reason why it shouldn't start here today. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. As anticipated, didn't fail to deliver on some big thoughts. And I think really valuable, I hope, for the discussion here. And right on time, I might also add 9:30. Very nice. So we have 20 minutes before our break, which is time for open discussion. So I'm going to just open it up and see if there are any questions. Joe.
Governor Kisshopper, Matt, Donegan, really appreciate you being here. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Matt knows that I live in a place that now it concerns me that I'm in the inland west and everything's going away from the inland west. So I live in LaGrande, Oregon. And so this is near and dear to me. And when you begin to talk about 1981 and what happened in Douglas County, I'm on the school board in LaGrande, and we have a 50% poverty rate of kids in LaGrande. A lot of people don't really realize that. And you want to see poverty walk into our schools every day. And you want to see impacts to school districts and how much money we have to spend for working with kids that have social emotional needs. It's tremendous. So, but I guess what I would just add, my comment I would just add is that there's a tremendous urgency. We're losing that infrastructure in Eastern Oregon. We're losing it. I have conversations with loggers, just had one recently, talking about, do I invest in this $500,000 piece of equipment? The equipment to do logging, the trucking, the milling, all of those things, tremendous amounts of investment are required. And those questions, we're losing that expertise. We're losing that expertise rapidly. And there's places like in Grant County, where Jim is from, where they've lost a tremendous amount of that. So there's just huge amounts of urgency. And I'll be very interested in seeing today what kind of solutions we come up with to try to tackle it. It's really about federal forest policy, what's happening on federal lands. And we have this industry that's dying in this sea of potential, right? And as an Oregonian that's lived here all my life, it just makes me sad. So, but thank you. I think we have to be bold and we have to think differently about it. And I think the Private Forest Accord is a wonderful example of that we can do this. We can work together as Oregonians and find these kind of solutions. So.
Carla.
I want to add my thanks to your big thinking here. And, as we think about Oregon and a natural resource state that we are, this state should always be able to feed itself and house itself. And yet we have hunger and we have, homelessness and lack of affordable housing. And so I just really appreciate your insights there. But, your chart on page 9 just screams as to what the problem is. And when only 14% of our production is coming off of 60% of our lands, I mean, that just jumped out at me in reading your paper. And I've known that to be true, but it certainly jumps out. Or the reverse is 38% of the acres provide 86% of the timber production. And yet as we think about 1982, when we went from a 42% to an 8% sustainable cut on the new growth equivalent, we drop those acres down. That's when when a substantial change occurred. But then the change in the greatest permanent value, the private forest accord, and now the state HCP, you add all of this up. And what is your set aside? What is that total set aside of acres out of production? And I think we have to have an honest, discussion on that, because it takes your natural resource base to really, achieve a business climate to where we can produce the food and fiber of the very type of production you're talking about. Because the production you talk about is greater than 1970 on 80 billion board feet. And, we're in the middle, my husband and I are in the middle of a housing project right now. And I certainly understand, firsthand what the costs of those are. So I think a question of how we free these resources up for sustainable forestry is really, and to achieve these additional externalities is really key to achieving this goal. So I appreciate you challenging us with that. My second thought, and Governor, I spent time serving under your administration and was the first female to chair the Board of Agriculture. And there's a parallel here. When it was with the elk, it was with the farmers in Eastern Oregon feeding the elk. Farmers don't love elk, especially when they're eating their hay and their winter feed, right? And we made the analogy that it's a greater good that those farmers are serving and those ranchers feeding the elk, because everybody appreciates the elk. And the analogy that's similar here is we all appreciate, healthy forests and salmon and wildlife, but a few should not pay for the benefit of the whole. And that was really the argument that we made, to subsidize the farmers. And my point is rural Oregon, if you go back to 1982, what you saw in Roseburg, rural Oregon has paid a substantial price for this forest policy. As we look to homelessness, as we look to, in one of the board meetings, I said 60% of the class in fifth grade class on one of our coastal communities is homeless. Rural Oregon has paid a disproportionate price tag for this. And as we look at, the lawsuits that we're dealing with, finding a way to bring our rural partners along so our policies don't do the damage to these smaller communities the way they have, I think is one of our greatest challenges, is resolving and I'd like your thoughts on resolving that relationship with these rural communities.
Well, I want to make it clear. I'm not suggesting that we in any way compromise our commitment to biodiversity and habitat and clean drinking water. I just don't think it's necessary. I think we've created a space where you have a series of sort of win-lose situations or lose-lose situations. Coos Bay is a community, if you've been there recently, that's a community that has experienced 3 generations of poverty. You have children who've grown up in an environment with no hope. And that's really troubling, right? And so I guess what I'm suggesting, Carl, is that you have to start by standing back and saying, can we do better? I mean, can we get beyond what appear to be sort of an untraversable divide by taking a larger landscape look? From my experience working with Western Governors Association, I can tell you that this isn't something the state of Oregon can solve by itself. You need a partnership with the feds and you need a partnership with the Western states. And you can't solve the wildfire problem or climate problem just in Oregon, right? It's a regional issue. And somehow we need to elevate the conversation to that level, and which does make the opportunities larger. And I do think the reason I put housing in here is that impacts everybody everywhere. And it's not viewed as a forest issue. But what if you could knit together some issues that are, I'll give you an example. Douglas County has a real shortage of workforce housing. That's one of the reasons they can't pull themselves out, right? And they've got a lot of land down there that's zoned, I think it's ag land, reserves ag land, but you can't grow much on it, having lived down there. So one of the issues is, do we need to rethink our land use planning program? I'm a great defender of the land use planning program, but maybe do we need to kind of rethink it in the through the lens of 2002 rather than 1970, and in the context of these other problems, right? So I'm just suggesting that you do have to imagine a little bit and get up above the fray and not be constricted by how these things have evolved.
Brenda, I think you were next. I got to look left so I don't miss folks over here.
Thank you, Ryan. And thank you both for your comments this morning. Really appreciate it. I have one comment and one question. And the comment is based upon the analogy that you drew, Governor Kitzhaber, about going to the moon. I am old enough to remember that. We got to the moon because we developed new scientific information, and we followed it almost in real time. And what I'm not seeing these days is that ability to capture that information and use it almost in real time in policymaking. And in fact, sometimes I even see people simply refusing to accept new information, right? So there's that piece that I think is a challenge. And an example in my mind are some of the comments I heard today, and I'm coming from an academic background, so it's my training to be critical, so I'm sorry. But information around the wildfire risk while storing carbon. That is absolutely true in some forest types and is definitely less of a risk in others. And so I just think we need to be careful about the nuances here with these messages. And then once fires do occur, even intense fires, most of that carbon remains on the site. So one question I would have in my mind in terms of developing policy is, how do we incorporate fire into our policies? How do we think about it as a component of the policy framework that we develop? So that was just a comment. My other question, though, is one thing I did not hear is your thoughts on how to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the full suite of activities in the forestry sector? Or do you even think that's an issue?
Question to me? So I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. What are your thoughts regarding reducing the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the full suite of activities associated with the forestry sector, from forest management, harvest, planting, spraying, the whole part of stand and landscape management, transportation, milling, distribution, building? Are there opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or is that even an issue?
I think I can actually link that question to the comment around applied science and applied research in real time. And that's to say, I'm actually very encouraged right now with what I'm seeing in terms of a lot of the interest in getting to neutral at the state level in California, at the corporate level with many particularly technology companies that are getting very, very serious about getting to neutral. This is driving a conversation at places like the Yale Carbon Containment Lab, where I'm a senior advisor, on really finding technologies, very aggressively pursuing technologies that will get to neutral. And the forest sector is right at the heart of a lot of those studies and a lot of those pursuits. And as I referenced during my comments, what I'm seeing is a greater emphasis on life cycle analysis and getting much more sophisticated with this true pursuit around seeing this as being licenses to pollute, and really starting with that academic rigor that this is, at the end of the day, the co-benefits are great, but if this is carbon policy and climate policy, it really does have to stand the test. Is this really storing carbon? And so the full life cycle analysis from the forest management practices that you mentioned, all the way through to the, harvested wood products, whether it goes to biofuels or goes to, mass timber or other building products. I think there's an extraordinarily exciting field of study underway right now in real time that I haven't seen the likes of before. You look at what's happening out of Cal Berkeley right now, specifically on their contributions to this getting to neutral study and how central forest policy was to that, and really looking at life cycle analysis at a much more sophisticated way than I've seen before. So I guess I'm very encouraged. I don't know if it's man to the moon, level yet, but it's very, very serious. And the interest in foundations is unprecedented in my experience. Interest from the academic community, again, unprecedented. A lot of the issues that I've heard talked about now since I was a charter member in the Global Warming Commission 12 years ago, we're now seeing, real serious investment in these technologies. So I think that's very encouraging.
So we have about 5 minutes before the break. I think time for one more question. Ben, you had your hand up earlier. Sorry, Liz, we'll circle back.
I'll try to be quick. Thank you so much. This has been a fascinating start to a really exciting day. And I guess I want to sort of go back. You had talked about the sort of shift to intensity that we're seeing globally and here in Oregon, and also talked about sort of carbon and wildfire risk, and wildfire is sort of this lens that sits over so much of this state. And I'm curious to hear from both of you. Governor, I really like your idea about let's restore these lands, let's build houses with it. I would love to see how we can run with that. I think of the states, there's a lot of different types of forest in the states. And a lot of the wildfire conversation is in the south and the east part of the states. And a lot of the most carbon dense forests are in the northwest corner of the states, where the wildfire risk is significantly less. It's not zero, but it's less. And I just want to sort of, as we think about restoring these landscapes and doing what we can with this woods, and have this sort of frame of intensive forestry layered over top of that. I think of Oregon as having sort of a competitive advantage over the rest of the world when it comes to growing big Douglas fir trees. The whole world can grow fiber. There's lots of places in the world that can grow fiber. Oregon can do something that most of the rest of the world can't do, specifically with our forests in the northwest corner of the state. And I'd just be curious to hear your thoughts on sort of the nuances there that we have in this state of how do we think of intensive forestry and restoration when it comes to fire, coupled with this really carbon-rich resource that we have in our northwest corner, and how do those interact? Because I feel like we worked around the edges of it in your presentation so far. I'm curious to sort of dig a little deeper in that. I don't know if just some superficial thoughts, at least in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, I might play it back to you and just say, I think that the wildfire debate, and for that matter, even perhaps the land use debate in the southern part of the state and the eastern part of the state is a lot more straightforward than, say, in the northwestern part of the state. And I think that's because the competing values in the northwest part of the state are I think are greater. If I just took a very simplistic view and purely put on my timber hat, I would say the northwestern part of the state is the best timberlands on earth. And that's basically reflected in the land values. If you look at the investment values on Northwest Oregon versus New Zealand, Australia, everywhere else, from a pure timber perspective, these are the most valuable lands, because in this intensive forestry world, there's a lot of inputs, fertilization and genetics and all these other things that you have to do in these other parts of the world. You don't have to do here because the land is so fertile, the Doug fir grows so well and so forth. So you don't have all those costs and you get these, these extraordinary growth rates. And so if you're want to just take a single view, timber values are extraordinary. And you take that hat off and you put on the carbon hat. You're like, well, that's all those are the same exact arguments make this like a carbon paradise and a biodiversity paradise and so forth. And so I think the end in the world of climate change and salmon pressure on salmon habitat, I think Northwest Oregon, and for that matter, the whole coast, it stands apart. So I think it makes the trade-offs in that discussion in Northwest Oregon understandably complex, understandably complex. And the only thing I think, perspective I could add is that with regard to wildfire, yes, the frequency of the fires are much less frequency over in the Northwest, but the intensity is considerable, and that's where the population centers reside. And so, and if you look at a lot of the climate forecasts, a lot of the pressures are forecasted to be on the west side of the Cascades. So I actually think that is going to be kind of a growing concern. You saw some of the debate kind of start after the Labor Day fires, but having fire adapted communities and fire resilient landscapes on the north in Northwest Oregon has not yet been a real focus, but I think with climate change, that's going to be increasing concern.
I could just add one more kind of a high level thing. It's something Matt said about the complexity of the trade-offs. They're hard to kind of sort out. And I do think part of the solution is, to the greatest extent possible, is making the trade-offs more explicit. So we really understand, because all of this is a choice of colliding values, if you will, right? And I guess the point I was trying to make is that some of those trade-offs are not in what you would generally consider the forest policy debate, but there are significant trade-offs that affect people in and outside of the forest policy debate. So creating that larger canvas that kind of shows the complexity of this, but makes the choices explicit, then we can decide by deciding rather than decide by not deciding, which is really what's driving a lot of our policy today.
If I could add just one thing, I think that's a fantastic point. And as I was reading all the private forest accord literature and part getting ready today, one of the things I kept looking for is where are the outputs? Because most of what you read about are all on the input side. And I kept wanting to see what is the expected uplift for water quality? What is the expected uplift in terms of aquatic habitat? And what are the metrics behind that? And then on the other side, what is going to be the impact on timber harvest, economic activity, jobs, and so forth? And that does seem like, perhaps the role of a public group like this, a public agency, is that kind of transparency, because I ultimately applaud the process, and I think, but I don't know how to applaud the outcomes because the outcomes were not transparent.
Great. Thank you all. So we are poking into our first morning break here, and I know that other board members have some questions. We'll have opportunity to circle back and continue to have this dialogue through the day. If you want to get something down on paper, find me, John, Danny, Hillary. We'll get it in the parking lot. But let's go ahead and take our first morning break and make an effort to be back still by 10 o'clock. I'm going to say that knowing that we'll probably get started a little bit late. So thank you.
Thanks for your question. Not sure that it. Not sure that it makes the
Okay, I think we're gonna try to get things restarted here. Lots of good discussion during the break, which I think is a carryover from the previous hour or so. So we're going to move into our first panel, which is focused on ecological and social benefits of forests. And I'll just give a quick overview of our panelists here in a second. But just for everybody's knowledge and background, we have prepared the panelists with kind of a framing for today's session and some questions that they might address during their presentations. We have asked them to keep their comments to about 7 minutes total. And you'll notice by looking at the agenda, that leaves us continued time for discussion and questions. I am going to attempt to politely keep our panelists on track. I'll probably hold up the yellow card when you're at around 5 minutes and the red card when you've hit 7 minutes. And if you get around 9 minutes or so, I might start to politely interrupt you. So I think that is most of the background. I guess I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I have the microphone for a minute and just pose a quick question for us to keep in the back of our minds as we go through the day too, having listened to the discussion. I put the question in the parking lot, but I'm just thinking about how we coordinate ourselves at the level necessary to achieve some of the outcomes that we've discussed so far today. I think that's a big challenge that we face just at the agency level. But then when we start thinking about doing it enterprise-wide, region-wide, et cetera, I think something important and just kind of comes to my mind as we talk through that and I look at some of the folks in this first panel. So let me jump to that. I'm going to have, so we've got Brett Brownscombe from the Wild Salmon Center, Oriana Maniera from Verde and the Oregon Global Warming Commission, and Leanne Bradenberg with the Klamath Watershed Partnership. I'm going to invite them to join us in that order and ask them to give a brief introduction to themselves, for themselves. And once they're done, we'll open it up for discussion. So Brett, I will let you take it away.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Can you hear me okay? Just a quick check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super. Great. Well, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and other esteemed members in the room there in Salem. My name is Brett Brownscombe, and I work for the Wild Salmon Center as the organization's special project director. And thank you, first off, for the invitation to engage briefly in this process. I want to stick to the assignment, which was about 10 minutes of a presentation from the habitat perspective, and then saving some time for discussion, which I really look forward to. So a bit on my background, how I come at this set of issues that we're talking about today collectively, and the big forest issues before the board, now and beyond. So I came into the work here in Oregon after law school in the nonprofit advocacy world out in Northeast Oregon, working on public lands advocacy. And then later in the NGO-led stream habitat restoration work, contracting with landowners and agencies, others statewide. And then spent time in government, both with Governor Kitzhaber, Governor Brown, and then some time with Department of Fish and Wildlife. And now currently, after that, working at National Policy Consensus Center at Portland State University on conflict resolution solution finding on tricky natural resource and human community issues. And now with the Wild Salmon Center. And I know part of the deal is we don't collectively do a pitch for our organization's deep dive, but I think coming at this, the Wild Salmon Center, I mean, we're dedicated to conserving wild salmon and steelhead, both rivers and ecosystems across the Pacific Rim. And so we're a nonprofit in doing this, and we have roots and headquarters in Oregon, founded in 1992 in Portland, but with programs, people, and impacts that range from Northern California up through Oregon, Washington, into BC and Alaska, and then also over into Russia and Japan. And, the strategies that and programs we employ are protection and sometimes aggressive protection campaigns, restoration work and moving money and partners together around habitat restoration, a science program, and then partnership, building alliances, including with a newly capitalized and really exciting Stronghold Fund. So the foundational belief at Wild Salmon Center is salmon and steelhead are key, really, to protecting a way of life that's rooted in the Pacific, the North Pacific in particular, and Pacific Northwest. And that if you do that, if you protect salmon and steelhead, you also protect forest, food, rivers, water, communities, and economies. So our kind of, as part of what I was asked to sketch out is an idealized vision for us would be Oregon's forests and their watersheds are managed to support outcomes of habitat conservation and recovery, not just for salmon, but other species too, in addition to the other values that are the more common widgets that people measure as outcomes, forest products and revenue and whatnot. The vision is cross landscape. That was touched on by Matt Donegan and Governor Kitzhaber. And then the partnership side of this is key. Just the vision of a partnership that is better than we have today and improves upon our state and federal partners, not just management agencies, but also the wildlife agencies that often, I think, are not as prominent at the table, the partnership table. Partnerships with tribes, local communities, and the private sector, including various industries, as well as the NGO sector, and then the broader public. It's Mark Webb, who at the time was a county commissioner in Grant County. He had a simple adage, and Mark was never, Mark built fences and did things a lot in Grant County with the agricultural community, and comes from an ag background. And I mean, his premise was always take care of the land and it will take care of us. And I think that's certainly easier said than done. But the notion here is put the needs of the land and water, rivers first, and recognize that human beings and communities are part of the ecosystem, both in terms of contributing to outcomes, but also benefiting or living with the consequences of outcomes. So big challenges and what keeps us up at night on habitat. So first, salmon and steelhead are they're in decline. And notably, this correlates with other terrestrial species. Their decline's most advanced along the southern portions of their range. I don't want to broad brush it too much, but California, Oregon, Washington, in these southern regions, declines have happened and are happening, and overharvest is no longer the driving factor. It's habitat loss, and habitat loss has been dramatic, and in many cases, it may be irreversible. So because of the salmon life cycle, everything from stream to ocean, it's wide ranging and it's complex. These life histories they're vulnerable to impacts from the headwater streams into the open ocean. And as a result, this death by 1,000 cuts metaphor is used a lot with salmon and other species. So this is all happening. I think the context for what keeps us up at night is we're in the midst of the sixth great mass extinction crisis of wildlife on Earth. And this is kind of the multi-million year view, step way back. And unlike other mass extinction events, this one is human caused. We're not talking about asteroids and volcanoes. This is human caused, and big questions on whether it's recoverable. And oftentimes the effects are, spoken of in places like South America, Asia, or Oceania, island states and regions. And it's, I think, important to keep in mind that we shouldn't pretend the effects of this extinction crisis aren't alive here where we are. I mean, you can look to the ivory-billed woodpecker in the Southeast US, where increased listings happening and are likely to continue to happen out here in the Pacific Northwest. Concerns over amphibians, salamanders, primary amphibian species are really at risk. Red tree vole likely listed in the future. And scientists are saying that this crisis is happening faster than anticipated. So this relates to climate change. And this crisis is happening in the context of climate change becoming more real. And the two are linked, extinction and climate crisis. We're talking about changing hydrographs, both the nature of how water moves across the landscape from forest into rivers and the timing of it. So less snowpack, more drought, more precipitation falling as rain, and at different times of the year, changing and increasing in flooding. This is all laid atop and will exacerbate already concerning issues like lacking in-stream flow in many areas, poor habitat quality in many areas. So this is a big moment. On top of this, or I should say a better way to say it is underlying all this are legacy impacts that have not been addressed or certainly haven't been undone and haven't in many cases been adequately addressed. So this includes impacts of forestry and mining from the early part of the colonization of the West. You've all probably seen it, the pictures of splash damming or read about those impacts, or placer and dredge mining impacts on aquatic habitats, overstory tree removal, wetland draining, fire suppression. So all of these are in the forest sector. We're still dealing with, if you move out of the colonialization and settlement of the West by, white Euro populations, we're still dealing with that, plus the more industrialized approach to forestry that started in the 50s and 60s and the impacts there. So I think, it's fair to say we're doing things better now. And that's the benefit of, being now in history and looking backwards. We can always cast back and compare. But forestry activity is not without significant impacts to habitat for not just salmon, but other wildlife. And we should be mindful of those. And they last for decades and sometimes centuries. So a lot of these causal, or these, I should say, legacy impacts are part of the causal factors that in many ways underlie our challenges today. So the wildfire risk issue across much of the state, or the declines and concerns around old growth dependent species. There's a direct through line there to past overstory logging and removal of that kind of habitat or resilience, and fire suppression. On the water quality end, we still have many water quality impaired listed under the Clean Water Act as non-compliant streams tied to forest practices and agricultural practices too are part of this picture. The road infrastructure that's developed over time and the legacy tied to that. We're spending costs forward tied to this. And in an era of climate change, this massive road infrastructure that we have is very concerning. Will it hold up to future floods that don't look the same as past floods? Will we see more culvert blowouts? And are we really prepared to deal with the mismatch between the infrastructure that we have in the road system and the funding that we have to address it? The last thing that keeps us up at night is the increased polarization. It's been touched on already. Politically, that polarization, the rural urbanized community polarization, which I described really as a clash in uses and culture. So, this is where the forest exists and where many of the people who use these places or politically organize around them exist. Where they come from and their desired values and uses on the forest are different. And this clash, I think, is really a breakdown of partnership, in the notion that if we see continued polarization like this is really a barrier to human beings being able to do big things together. I mean, we need one another despite differences in order to do big things together. And sadly, things are not getting better, and we'd like to see a change. So current trends, there is doom and gloom. Climate trends are not good, but I think more and more people are awake and engaged.
Can I break in for a second and just ask if you can try to wrap up in the next minute or so? Sorry to do that.
No sweat. Yeah, I want to make sure we've got room for conversation. So yeah, more people are engaged today and wanting to do something about climate change. I no longer have debates with my family in Michigan about whether to electrify the auto fleet. Ford's doing it. The social trends, more and more people are using forests for non-timber purposes, recreation, living closer, drinking water, This is attention in part, more people care, but there are more demands and impacts, whether it's wildfire, smoke, more pressure on existing uses. And there's some really good things happening on the policy front. So things that Oregon is on the right track of, and that we would hope to see kept on the right track. Senate Bill 762, the state getting serious about wildfire and forest health. The private forest accords is the landmark on the private landscape. The habitat conservation plans ongoing. And then this discussion, I think, also is a positive. So I'll wrap it up here, Ryan. Final advice to the board, I guess, as you all are thinking about this forest practices, or sorry, forest plan for Oregon reform. I think one bit of advice is control what you can control first. Make the decisions that are before you, and do that with the reality of climate change and this extinction crisis in mind. Keep the good things going that I mentioned, and address the gaps that are within ODF's reach. And do that while also trying to influence others in the bigger dials. That includes the legislature and our federal family. Also, big issues like the rural county services issue. Your leadership is needed. And it doesn't all have to be and shouldn't all be solved with trees and timber revenue. Finally, recognize not all habitats created equal. It's in part a reflection of how nature has shaped the landscape, but also how we've shaped it and divided it into different ownerships and how we've used it. This is the legacy impacts. Last is try to ensure this is not this forest plan for Oregon is not just a planning exercise. Ensure it's implementable and implemented. And please try to figure out ways to use it as a partnership tool. We really do need a lot of work in building partnerships across sectors and entities, rebuilding the notion of hope and progress and the ability of doing things together, or to do things together, and use this to not just resolve the balance that often comes up around rural communities needing to deal with wildfire also and with economies, but these longstanding issues with habitat impacts and needs really need to be part of an equal footing in the balance. And with that, I'll wrap and save time for hopeful conversation. And just thanks to the department for the invitation and for you all for engaging in a needed conversation.
Great, thank you very much, Brett. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next speaker. So I would invite Oriana to come up, and the floor is yours.
All right, thanks for the time here today. I think I've got some slides that are going to be thrown up, and I'll try to cut some content here to be a little bit shorter on time. But while things are loading, my name is Oriana Maniera. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Energy, Climate, and Transportation Manager at an organization called Verde. My organization, Verde, has the mission to build environmental wealth for communities. And you can go ahead and jump to slide 4, whomever is moving the slides, and thank you. So Verde serves communities by building environmental wealth through social enterprise, outreach or organizing, and advocacy. And an example of environmental wealth is healthy forests, clean water, renewable energy projects. It can be literal infrastructure, or it can be just the qualities of the environment that gives somebody a richness of life and better health and quality. And so what this looks like in our work, and I'll go to the next slide, is we started about 16, almost 17 years ago as a landscaping social enterprise, because there was a lot of infrastructure going up in urban areas related to urban forestry, related to rain gardens, especially in the Portland area where we started doing our work. But it was mostly going up in wealthier, wider communities. And what I'm going to talk about today is less deep kind of nitty gritty forestry policy, but talk a little bit more high level about the concept of environmental justice and what it means and why it's important to the work that we're all talking about today. So we started figuring out how to put this infrastructure into the neighborhoods like Cully, where Verde organizes, that don't typically get these investments. Cully is what's called a classic urban environmental justice community. It's the neighborhood closest to the airport. Our old office was across a diesel trucking corridor from a rail line. We have a glass recycling facility, Owens Brockway, the only one in the state, an asphalt grinding facility. There are very few sidewalks, if any, in some parts of the community. And before Verity started doing work, there weren't any parks. So we started this landscaping social enterprise to employ community members to help them stay in their communities and not have new infrastructure be a reason that people get displaced from their homes and their communities. And then worked to build parks. The middle two pictures are building Cully Park, which is on a former brownfield site, and includes the central picture is an indigenous gathering area and an herb garden that for folks to gather herbs to be used in traditional medicinal practices. We built this park in conjunction with the community, listening to what they needed in terms of the infrastructure, the ways they wanted to use the space. And that's how we very much do our work, is working with community to determine what their needs are, and then following from the solutions that help address those needs. You can go to the next slide and skip that one. Go to the next one. So I'll talk a little bit more about what environmental justice is, which is kind of the principle that underlies the work that we do. You can go to the next slide. So the first thing that I think is important is making a distinction between environmental justice and environmentalism. I've heard in a few spaces, especially folks in the natural resources world, are really concerned that environmental justice is a little bit of a front for traditional environmental organizations and a way of kind of getting more seats at the table or kind of sharing those issues, but just with a different lens. We align with traditional environmental organizations in many cases, but there are some distinctions in terms of kind of where environmental justice comes in and what it means compared to traditional environmentalism. And this slide, which comes from Sherry Pelsima at Community Energy Project and was modified a little bit on my end, contrasts what we think of when we talk about an environmentalist, which tends to be kind of more about your purchasing power. Can you put solar panels on your roof? Can you buy an electric car? Do you go backpacking on the weekends? Do you have a Patagonia fleece made from recycled materials? It also speaks to philosophy, and this is not to denigrate folks who identify as environmentalists in this or other spaces, but it really speaks to kind of a narrow idea. It associates environmentalism with more wealth and oftentimes more urban individuals. And when we actually think about who's living the most environmentally sustainable lifestyles, it's often more low income and rural or tribal communities. It's people who take the bus or public transportation. It's people who live in multifamily or more efficient, newer manufactured homes. It's people who walk places, get things secondhand. It's people who are tilling our fields, are helping to store carbon in our forests through healthy forest management. It's traditional practices like prescribed burning that have helped to maintain a healthy relationship between humans and the environment around them. And we are part of that environment. So I think that contrast is really important. And you can go to the next slide, because it gets at who is not at the table, which are often the people who are living the most sustainable lifestyles and also are the most impacted by climate change itself. Those are communities like Cully that have urban heat islands and a lack of urban forests to help take the temperature down in our communities. And it's rural communities who are incredibly fire impacted or who see downturns in their crop production or experiencing droughts, as Southern Oregon is right now, and really the entire part of the state, but most severely in Klamath and Lake counties. So when we think about how we actually make climate policy or forestry policy or any policy, the first question we have to ask is who is at the table and who gets to make decisions, and making sure that those people are well represented. It's also distributing benefits and burdens and making sure that our policies are not coming from one lens. A lot of the policy we make comes from a very Western Oregon urban corridor lens and doesn't always take into perspective the needs of coastal and rural communities, many of whom, again, are the folks who are living the most environmentally sustainable, climate-friendly lifestyles, but are most impacted by rising sea level and other climate issues. But we don't always balance the benefits and burdens of policies. It's also taking into account historical, cultural, institutional dynamics and structures, the past, the present, and the future. We talk sometimes in this space, and I know this is important for many Indigenous communities, is talking about 7 generations of impact, and that can mean different things depending on who you're talking to, but nonetheless, that you're looking to the past, to the future, to the present, and how you're doing your work. You can go to the next slide. And so environmental justice, as defined by our Environmental Justice Task Force, now Environmental Justice Council, is a fair distribution of burdens and benefits of environmental health hazards or environmental wealth, and meaningful participation in decisions that impact the environment and the people who live, work, learn, and play there. So it's preventing harm, providing benefit, and ensuring inclusive and accountable decision-making. I can go to the next slide. One framework that we use in our work is the idea of a just transition, which emerged initially as a worker idea that if folks who are in extractive industries like fossil fuels, or what didn't happen when the timber economy had its downturn in Oregon, which is that if you're going to take people out of certain industries, there has to be a place for them to go, and there has to be some agency and self-determination in what that looks like. That idea has expanded beyond that to say, what does it look like to move from an economy that has kind of an extractive purpose? And that's not just in resources, it's also in the way we treat our workers, it's in the way power is consolidated. It's kind of in the way the world works, to something that is more living and regenerative. And that means making sure that our resources are renewable in nature. It's also making sure that we're treating people in ways and balancing power in ways that are more deeply democratic, that the perspectives of the folks who are not at the table are considered and valued, and that it's not necessarily an issue of haves and have-nots, but really trying to seek balance in the work. You can go to the next slide. And I think you can skip this one, skip the next one. And then, so what that starts to look like in the practice is there is a bill passed last legislative session, House Bill 4077, the Environmental Justice for All bill. It was one of the governor's bills, and it impacts all natural resource agencies, which includes the Department of Forestry. It took an Environmental Justice Task Force, which was just kind of a consulting body related to environmental justice, and makes it a council. It's still not a decision-making body, but it has the resources now to actually do work around the state. It added rule members drawn from natural resources collaboratives to participate on the body, so that there's a mixture of urban and rural representation, and that the body was already meeting statewide to really understand what environmental justice looks like in communities, how communities can build environmental wealth, what environmental burdens they're experiencing, and how we can better balance that and meet the needs of communities by acknowledging that the people who are closest to a problem are often the ones with the best solutions, but the least ones who are likely to be able to influence that. So this body is intended to be a place to gather that feedback and create influence for those communities who are traditionally left out of tables. And then it also establishes an environmental justice mapping tool, which is not intended to explicitly in the language of the bill be used to determine permits or make projects go or fail, but really to collect data to better understand the balance of benefits and burdens and how resources can be distributed more equitably. And one of the things that is missing from a lot of other environmental justice mapping tools is forestry related data. We talk a lot about healthy air, healthy water, but not necessarily the ways those are tied to healthy forests and community interaction with nature more broadly and with forested areas of the state. So that's something that I think if there's an ask for this group, it's really figuring out how to engage with this work and what data can be made available to help communities better understand their experiences related to the environment and environmental justice. And you can skip the next slide. And then my final slide is just contact information. But I'm looking forward to the discussion and hearing maybe some hard questions about these frameworks and how they're landing with the folks in this space. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. And sorry for the rush through the material there, but I think you hit the key points, it seemed like. All right, I'm going to move on down the list and invite Leanne Bradenberg. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I believe I'm going to be able to share my screen. So one moment. Okay. All right. Is that working to show the presentation?
Yes, we've got it.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Leanne Vredenberg. I'm project manager with the Klamath Watershed Partnership. And so we are the nonprofit watershed council for the Upper Klamath Basin. Additionally, our group is a key partner in the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership, which is a cooperative network of diverse federal, state, local, and private entities who've come together to address forest land management in South Central Oregon. We basically work ridgetop to ridgetop in a holistic approach to ecosystem restoration. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. And although the Upper Klamath Basin is of particular interest due to overlapping ecological and economic disasters associated with drought, endangered species, and wildfire, I hope my points relative to the forestry program for Oregon and the Board of Forestry and ODF in general will speak to a broad plan for successful integration of sustainable forestry into ecosystem restoration across Oregon to help weather these challenges. In our area, we're entering our third year of exceptional drought. We've lost over 600,000 acres to wildfire in just the last few years. And we're facing potential extinction of 2 fish species, just as we're preparing to welcome salmon back to our area. The Klamath Basin was once defined by its wetlands and abundance of water birds, the greatest in the nation. And yet now it holds less than 1% of those numbers. However, relevant to you guys, what is underrepresented or even lost in our planning efforts, funding acquisition and restoration to deal with these challenges is the essential role of forests in ecosystem services and resiliency across the landscape. That's what keeps me up at night. So to speak first to the forestry plan for Oregon being updated, I guess I would first request a clear purpose and utilization of this plan. As an outside party, I'm not really clear how it fits into the grand scheme of things and balances with the Oregon Forest Practices Act, ongoing legislation development, and other efforts such as the Private Forest Accord. Specific to the plan, the 2011 plan, I've noted a few updates that would be valuable to address current situations and the work we're trying to accomplish. First would be greater recognition and inclusion of the characteristics, challenges, and opportunities of Eastern Oregon forests. Basically, greater provision for those nuances and diversity, like Brenda and Ben mentioned earlier. Regarding water, there was an emphasis on water quality, but I warn you, it's an oversimplification of the connections and benefits, especially where we're looking at drought and overallocation of water. We need to be expounding on the linkages between forests and water quantity and our hydrograph. In our region, these systems evolved to capture and hold snowpack later into the spring, attenuating runoff and replenishing groundwater. Likewise, our shrub steppe had a different hydrological profile prior to juniper expansion. Extreme post-settlement deviations such as overstocking, expansion, and forest loss, compounded by climate change, are altering our water budgets. Restoration and ultimately ecosystem resiliency has to start at the top with our forests and our uplands. Third point, given the mega fires we've seen since the 2011 plan, more must be said regarding wildfire recovery. Reforestation in particular is minimally addressed, but we're seeing forest loss and conversion, especially on private lands following fires, because there's not the technical or financial support to encourage landowners to reforest outside of any requirements that they would have following salvage. This message needs to be shared with our watershed partners as well, because they are undervaluing forests outside of the riparian areas. And finally, landscape treatments and fire. The previous goal F in the 2011 plan addressed landscape treatments and breaking down barriers for tools such as prescribed fire, but there doesn't seem to have been a lot of progress in the last 10 years. We are well behind the curve for landscape treatments and need to be doing whatever we can to not only treat landscapes for forest health, but to set them up to receive fire, whether it's prescribed fire or managed wildfire. Looking to what we need from the Board of Forestry and ODF, it's full buy-in to all lands, cross-boundary, forest management. We're doing this in the Klamath Basin, in Klamath and Lake counties, across Forest Service, industrial timber, state forests, and private lands, because we have the right partnerships and people working toward a common goal. Specific to the actions needed to realize this vision, the board needs to recognize the critical hub that ODF is for landscape scale collaborative work. Partnerships, first of all, are essential, and ODF can drive that collaboration with its inherent connections to federal agencies, other state agencies, private landowners, NGOs, and industrial timber. All of these partners have a role in landscape scale restoration. There are agreements in place that empower ODF to provide technical and logistical support to federal agencies and other partners, such as Good Neighbor Authority and the statewide agreement with NRCS. These efficiencies mean much more work is getting done on the ground, and there is sound forestry experience behind it. These must be continued and grown wherever possible. And funding, ODF is a nexus of funding, whether it's administering federal or state funding, providing grants to other entities, or providing necessary technical support that converts funding into acres treated. And finally, the work for all these actions occurs at all levels, but it's sufficient and qualified boots on the ground in each district that make it happen. Your stewardship foresters, FFR coordinators, and support staff must be encouraged and empowered to work in this capacity. And finally, we look to your continued engagement to provide the science to help guide our decisions and actions. I guess, as referred to earlier, getting us to the moon. Our landscapes are evolving with climate change and an increasingly complex social dynamic. The resiliency of our forests and ultimately our watersheds will be dependent on your forward-looking policies and practices regarding fuels management, riparian management, post-fire restoration, prescribed fire, and reforestation. We must deal with these at a greater pace and scale than ever before. And honestly, we can't do it in a meaningful way without you. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Leanne. It's great to see you here this morning. Appreciate your time. I'd ask all three panelists to go ahead and bring their video up and have their audio on. Really great discussion. I will probably continue today to apologize for cutting things short. I know that all three of you had to rush through your materials, but let's go ahead and open it up here. We've got just a little over 15 minutes for discussions and questions with this panel. I'm going to look first real quick to see if Liz, Jim, or Chandra have anything, because we didn't get to them last time around. I see Joe's got his hand up. Okay, go for it, Joe.
Thanks. Appreciate the presentations. That was great. I guess I have a question, and I want to, Wild Salmon Center was active in the private forest corps, and I want to thank them along with many others. And I guess this question for Brett, what are your thoughts about using really what we've learned in that process to help facilitate these questions about restoration on 60% of the forest in Oregon? I just be interested in your insights in that and thoughts, and things that we've learned and how we've collaborated together, and how we might be able to leverage that and move that forward for Oregon.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So a couple thoughts. There is this, I think that private forest accord agreement provides momentum to the notion that people who have conflicting histories can actually do some things together that are really meaningful and come together to solve some differences, even if it's not the whole shebang. Some really meaningful things came out of that and will come out of that accord. Part of the dynamics came through ballot measure threats, where both sides agreed, okay, there's a different way to do this. And so I think part of the challenge on translating some of the lessons learned into, what you mentioned there, addressing the bigger dial 60% of what's left, is how do we do this? How do we come together in a meaningful way to, like, not ready to air our talking points and positions, but to actually make decisions and compromises without the threat of a ballot measure. Oftentimes it's the threat of a hammer that motivates people to act, but this is super relevant in climate change and the reality that we're living in. Like, it's no good when you wait for the crisis to hit the windshield. So I think some thoughts are the board, honestly, and obviously leadership in the state through the governor's office, the legislature. But I mean, I think this board has a big role to play in making the asks, using the position that you all occupy as leaders and influencers to get people to not wait until the crisis is at the windshield, but drive people towards making some collaborative moves together instead of just, falling back on, okay, well, we don't want to actually spend the money and take the risk of going to the ballot box. There's a different path here. I think the board has a big role in that, but there are some lessons learned, and people have proven, thankfully, on an issue as fraught with history and conflict as private forests, that they can come to some meaningful agreements. And so I like the idea of, and I think organizationally, we like the idea of how do we build on that, even though, we all still have some areas of disagreement for sure.
Brenda.
Thank you all for your comments this morning. My question is kind of a general one and deals with developing policy based upon what we have in front of us today, the issues of today, versus creating policy for what might be coming our way 10 or 20 years from now. So think about climate change projections and the impacts of climate change on likely conditions 10 or 20 years from now. How important is it for us to be thinking about developing policies for what might likely occur in the future compared to the current crises that are in front of us today?
It's a big question. Anybody want to take a first stab?
I'll jump in unless Lee or Ariana wants to first.
You're very brave, Brett.
I'll be super brief, and then maybe just Oriana and Lee might have some things to add too. I mean, this is the question of be proactive versus reactive to a crisis. And so for somebody sitting in the cheap seats in the NGO advocacy community, it's easy, and proactive is where we should be. And we should be planning for what is not just likely to occur in 10 years, but what's already starting now and what's likely to get exacerbated as the next decade goes on with climate change. And so I think board decisions and framing and the lens around decisions should be with that in mind. And I mean, certainly other cultures have done it, 7 generations and other processes do it. So I think it's fundamental to not allowing the waters to get so high that we can't see or swim very well anymore, to kind of take that proactive approach. But those that are in the positions of leadership and decision making are on the hot seat, and so I know it's easier said than done.
I'll jump in next. I think for us, the question, and you may have picked this up from my presentation, is very much about the who you're talking to. We've done a lot of solutions-based work and problems-based work over the past number of decades with a very narrow set of folks who have been at the table and a very narrow set of perspectives that have been considered. And that has not necessarily served us in terms of making the really large-scale change we need to make in order to both mitigate and restore from the effects of climate and some of the other issues that have been coming up in our environmental landscapes around the world. So I think it's really the question of thinking about who's not at the table and how they're impacted by these particular issues, and then ensuring those folks come to the table. Because again, as I said, the people who are closest to the lines of wildfires, the folks who are baking in the sun from lack of urban forests in their communities, and also living in some of the most inefficient housing that is the hottest in the summer and are most at risk during heat waves. Like, those are the people who are going to have really good ideas about what we need to do to make change and how their communities are being impacted. And so I think really listening to the folks who don't normally come to the table. And I just want to say how appreciative I am to have been invited to this space, because Verde doesn't do a lot of forestry work. We're new to the space. I also sit on the Global Warming Commission and bring the same perspective of environmental justice. Like, having this perspective in those spaces, and not just from me, but from other organizations, other community members, is going to be your most valuable tool to being proactive. And really working together to solve the problems, and letting go of kind of the traditional tables we've held, and acknowledging that new voices, even if it's sometimes scary to let new folks in a space, are ones who may come in and create kind of really diverse and valuable solutions. So don't fear that change. Don't fear new voices. Welcome them in, and I think you will see some of the changes that you are hoping to.
I guess I'll just chime in with just another note. I think, here in our area, we're kind of in the worst case scenario with the bootleg fire and fires the previous years. We're already on the brink of ecosystem collapse with our compounding drought and water quality issues, endangered species issues. And so I'll say that I don't envy you at all and the scope of issues that you have to address. But, I think I would encourage you to just think about being adaptable. I mean, we're already facing, situations we never thought. 10 years ago, when you guys had the last revision of this plan, things have changed at an exponential rate. And so creating adaptability is going to be key for you. And to allow your organization, your agency to adapt as we keep seeing unprecedented times. And I one thing, like we're already looking at reforestation across 400,000 acres of bootleg fire, and we're addressing that with climate change. We're looking at, looking into the future as we're replanting. What sites are going to be better suited for trees? There will be some areas where trees will no longer be suitable. And so it's an adaptive management process, and that's the best way that's going to set us up for resiliency in the future.
Well, I'll go to Liz. I think you were waiting longest previous, and then we'll come back to Sean. Maybe we can fit two more in here.
All right. I think it won't be long. So my question is for Ariana. I was just really struck how you sort of boldly came out with, here's our traditional look at environmental justice. And if you are from a low income community, here are the things that you already do. You walk, you take public transportation, those things that are, part of your lifestyle already in dealing with a lower carbon footprint. So in thinking about that, I am just thinking about skill sets, that you have communities out there that have intuitively have these skill sets for addressing climate change. Any more thoughts on that, Ariana? Especially, I was hearkening back to Governor Kitzhaber, sort of that life cycle of community and housing, and how that just take just some thoughts on how that might play out to how we look at homes of the future, communities of the future that take into consideration multiple families and such.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you brought up housing and different ways of living, because I think the two things that come to mind in response to your question are both just traditional practices of like gathering and kind of the way Indigenous communities have rights to gathering and fishing and hunting, and how those traditional practices are very much in relation to the earth. And I want to just name that I am not a member of an Indigenous community in my organization. While we represent folks who are not an Indigenous serving organization. So I want to be cautious about what I can and can't speak to. But those traditional practices, I think, have been undervalued, and especially as we talk about fire and prescribed burn, are now maybe being brought into the conversation more. So really creating more space for that in terms of how we manage our forests and how we manage our other natural resources is important. In terms of housing, a lot of Indigenous, Black, and Brown communities already live in multi-generational households and live in kind of different forms of being together. And something we've seen in some of the housing work we've done, which is part of the continuum of work that Verde does and work on buildings and energy, is that people, especially younger Indigenous, Black, and Brown and lower income communities, at least in the Portland area, and I don't want to extrapolate that to other communities, want to live in kind of more communal ways. And so that leads to different planning for communities, kind of getting into the realm of the work that DLCD does and what communities look like and how they're arranged. But then it also looks like different structures. If you think about kind of the most recent architectural prize went to, for the first time, an African architect who has been using traditional forms of building. So it's not just like how we manage resources, it's not just who lives in houses, but it's also how we construct our buildings as well. And we've had this kind of one perspective about what a building is. It's literally a box that we have to figure out how to think out of, but also the materials that go into that building. They tend to be very carbon intensive. They tend not to be very well served to the environment. So how do we think about different kinds of material production? And how that is tied to communities. And like when we talk about an extractive versus a regenerative economy, extractive economies tend to be very global. They tend to be broad. They tend to be disconnected. Regenerative economies tend to be more local in nature and more connected. And so a great example of that is some of the work that's happening in Oregon related to cross-laminated timber and other restorative practices to kind of how we actually create building materials and how we keep them in cycle in Oregon. And I'm really excited by some of the efforts that are being made through different grant opportunities and through different community partnerships to really expand our sustainable materials and not just make them something that goes into like really fancy buildings that, really want to get their LEED certification or tout the other bona fides, but really figuring out how to put them into housing for communities as well. And I think where that really comes into play is how can we use cross-laminated timber and things like modular housing, which is kind of the next step after manufactured housing and is a really low cost way to keep jobs in communities if we create like a circular economy from forestry to housing production to actual housing, and a really good solution for rebuilding communities that have been impacted by wildfires, like what we're seeing in Southern Oregon, because so much manufactured housing was being lost, is that there are a lot of manufacturing because of like the supply chain issues. Those houses can't be, or those manufactured homes cannot be replaced effectively. And so we need to figure out how to like remake that supply chain in a more localized way so that when we rebuild after a fire, we can replace homes quickly and replace them in ways that are better, stronger, more resilient than they were before, and make our communities better, stronger, and more resilient than before.
Thank you. And I want to try to fit in Chandra's question here before we.
Sorry about that. This is on the similar theme, and I just want to thank the panel as well. Your testimony was very helpful. And Oriana, I don't mean to necessarily pick on you, but just some of the things you said did strike me. And this concept of having an inclusive process that where you have meaningful and sustained engagement. I think it's something that a lot of folks strive for and maybe are finding it harder to implement in practice. And so I'm just wondering if you've had experiences with particular actions or processes that have been particularly successful at being inclusive and what those look like, and if there are things that we should think about when we're laying out the process for the FPFO, but also just in general. And then the other piece you mentioned, I think, was this concept of making sure that we're getting data and information to stakeholders who traditionally haven't engaged in this space to help them better understand their experiences and connections to forests. And I've been thinking about that a little bit as well, that you do have these differing levels of engagement. And, some folks are very much into the weeds on very particular documents, and some folks have very little experience delving into certain aspects of the decisions that we make here. And so what is the best way to connect folks with information that would be useful to help them understand how to productively engage in these venues, if that makes sense?
Thank you so much for that question, Sandra. It's a wonderful and complex one, and is how I spend a lot of my time in my brain, is thinking through those issues. So to answer the last part first, which is how do you bring people into processes that sometimes feel inaccessible? The answer to that is you make those processes accessible, and that happens through a few different ways. One is asking yourself when you're holding meetings, and which seems like a very simple thing, but trying to hold things that you want community to engage with at times that work for community. A meeting at 11 o'clock on a Wednesday is not super accessible to someone who works full time unless you are paid to be as part of that meeting. So evening and weekend meetings is something that we do a lot of in our work. We also provide services like food, childcare, interpretation and translation into languages of folks who participate. Those are all really simple best practices to make a space more inclusive and welcoming. But it's not just like, do you provide people the ability to be present? And sometimes that also means resourcing people for their times with like a gift card or a stipend, which is not common practice in a lot of spaces, but is very common in community work. Because people are consultants, they're coming and sharing their perspective. We should value that, which seems transactional, but at the end of the day, is not that different than the way we do other work. It's just a matter of whose expertise we're considering is valuable. And I know we're very close to time, so I'll wrap this up quickly. The second piece of that is the language you use, figuring out when you can put things into plain language. I do a lot of really wonky energy work outside of climate and water work. And one of the big challenges of that is that that's a world like it's weedsy very fast. So figuring out how to explain something, not just to a sixth grader, which is the usual comms, realm of dialogue, but how would I explain this to a third grader? And if I can't do that, I probably don't understand what I'm talking about. And I need to spend some time really figuring out how to put it in the most simple terms possible, which is not to talk down to people, but really to kind of take away all of that language that creates distance and create language that creates more connection, makes things relatable to people's experiences, helps things feel relevant is really, really key in the work. And then also providing capacity training. This is something that the Department of Forestry could be helpful with, that they have resources for community engagement. For an energy campaign we had an Energy Justice Leadership Institute where we talked to the community about energy and energy issues and help them to engage on some policies we were working on. Having a forestry institute for community, especially for urban communities, to the first part of your question, who may feel disconnected from our world of forestry, would be an incredible opportunity. Actually getting people out in the dirt and seeing where their water that they drink from comes from is a huge opportunity to build capacity, to teach people why they're connected to parts of the state that may feel very disconnected, especially for someone who doesn't have a car and can't go hiking on the weekend for any variety of accessibility reasons. So I think that's kind of make my final comment for all of you is figuring out how can you direct the Department of Forestry to move more resources towards creating connections, towards bringing people out into the forest and seeing how it is relevant and important to their lives. And conversely, helping rural communities who manage forests understand where that watershed goes and how it impacts other parts of the state. That's kind of how we cross the urban-rural divide. And I think environmental justice, because rural communities are environmental justice communities, is one of the key ways we can do that. But it's getting people to talk to each other. It's getting people to see how their actions have impacts and how the environment, the natural world around them impacts their daily lives, even if it feels disconnected.
Great. Thank you all. I guess I should look down here. Thank you all very much for your time. Once again, lots of great discussion. We could go a lot deeper on many of those issues, but I do want to keep things moving along. I would invite this panel, of course, to stick with us through the day if you're able, but certainly if you're able to return at the end of the day for the last hour for the wrap-up conversation, would be great to have you all there to participate in that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move us along to the next panel. We do have 4 presenters in this panel, so time will be just a little bit tighter. So again, asking folks to try to keep their comments to around 7 minutes, 10 minutes maximum. This panel is focused on forest utilization and economic benefits. And our invited speakers are Jim Dudley with Swanson Group Manufacturing, Matt Krumenauer with Restoration Fuels, Ryan Temple with Sustainable Northwest Wood, and Bettina Von Hagen. I hope I pronounced your last name. I went with the straightforward pronunciation with EcoTrust Forest Management, and you'll have the opportunity to correct me when you introduce yourself. So as before, I'm just going to jump right into it and invite Jim to kick things off.
Thank you, Ryan, and thanks to the board and other guests today. My name is Jim Dudley. I'm the Vice President of Resources for the Swanson Group. I hold a degree in wildlife biology from Humboldt State University, and I'm a California registered professional forester, as well as a registered private consulting biologist. I spent the first 12 years of my career working in California and the last 18 in Oregon. I think it gives me a really good handle on West Coast forestry and wildlife issues. But the company I work for today is a small family-run company in its third generation of management. The company started with a single mill in Glendale, Oregon in 1951 and grew to a total of 6 mills in the early 2000s. Unfortunately, the lack of reliable log supply from our federal forests led to the closure of 2 of the mills. And during the housing recession, the company was forced to sell the 160,000 acres of timberland it accumulated over the previous 50 years, as well as another sawmill in Notai, Oregon, just to service the debt and try to survive. Then in 2014, as we began to see a little life in the housing market, we lost our Springfield mill to a fire. It was a total loss, and we hit the stop loss on our insurance policy. This meant we didn't have to rebuild to receive the insurance settlement, but the family decided to rebuild rather than pocket the money or abandon the employees or the community. Insurance only covered about half the cost of rebuilding, so the rest was financed from our other operations over the next 3 years. It took us to the edge financially, but it was the right thing to do. And now we have the most technologically advanced plywood plant on the West Coast. In addition to our Springfield mill, the company operates a sawmill in Roseburg, Oregon, as well as a plywood plant in Glendale, Oregon. We also have an aviation division with 3 helicopters designed to log and fight fire. We currently employ 800 people company-wide and pay an average wage of $60,000 a year. I think it's important to understand our brief history just for context as we discuss the implications of policy changes in forestry and their effect on rural communities. This business isn't easy and takes tremendous commitment and fortitude to survive for 70 years. My simple vision of forest management is non-declining even flow of wood products with equal weight given to both active management and wildlife and stream protection. Large reserves like the Northwest Forest Plan's LSRs have proven ineffective in both wildlife protection and timber production. The governor mentioned the Umpqua earlier, a 1 million acre forest, the largest LSR in the state of Oregon, and 40% of it is burned in the last 25 years. That's more acres than we would have logged at the pace we were logging in the 80s, with zero benefit. I would hate to see us make the same mistakes on our state and private lands. A regulated forest with equal acres of all age classes, well distributed across the landscape, offers our best chance at protecting sensitive resources from large fires, as well as allowing for reliable harvest from all age classes. Forests are not static. We can't grow them to an ideal vision and then walk away and expect them to freeze in time. We need active management across all acres. That management needs to be done with every tool in our toolbox. We need thinning both from above and below. We need regeneration harvests as well as fuels reductions. If you look at the trees per acre we're trying to carry on our forests, both east side and west side, we are taking drought stress stands and setting them up for insect infestations as well as stand replacing fires. Just look at the Bootleg fire last year. It's devastating. On most of the West Coast, we don't need more trees, we need less. We are loving our forests to death. Our desire to stop fire and live amongst the trees in the wildland-urban interface has put both of us at risk. We can't undo 100 years of fire suppression overnight, but by storing carbon both on the stump and in durable wood products like lumber, plywood, and mass timber, we can create a healthier planet over time. The world has fallen in love with wood again, both for its carbon storage as well as a building product that replaces concrete and steel. We need to encourage this. 16% of the lumber and 28% of the plywood produced in the US comes from Oregon. We're #1 in both. With our forest practice rules and their protections, we are the best place on the planet to grow and harvest trees. The world needs wood. The question is, do we want to protect our place on the world stage, or do we want to buy our wood products from South American plantations grown on converted rainforests? The things that keep me up at night are the fact that our infrastructure is at risk in the state. The private forest accord, through its increased buffers, will reduce the harvest land base by as much as 10%. Oregon's private forests have produced a little over 3 billion feet a year for the last 50 years. This means we will see a long-term reduction of about 300 million feet, or the equivalent of 3 large sawmills or 6 plywood plants. If you look at the impact of the 400,000 acres of private land burned in 2020 and the loss of volume for the next 40 years, this number grows up by another 200 million feet. Now we're talking about at least 5 sawmills or 10 plywood plants that would be permanently shuttered. I watched firsthand the impact of losing infrastructure in California. We lost over half of the mills in the state in the first few years of the OWL listing and the signing of the Northwest Forest Plan. These were the first few years of my career. I watched the logs from the cleanup of the Lake Arrowhead fire get landfilled because there wasn't a mill close enough to haul the logs to. When it comes to post-fire restoration, it's the saw logs that pay the freight for all the biomass and pulpwood that comes out of these stands. Without a mill to sell that material to, the restoration won't happen. And it's not just fire salvage that's affected. Loss of infrastructure greatly reduces the value of growing forests on private land. In many parts of California, the cost of regulatory compliance and the distance to market has made owning small family tree farms uneconomical. This leads to alternative uses, which usually means development. We also have seen this in Eastern Oregon. Without a mill to sell logs to, the value of timber is lost to the cost of freight of getting them to the nearest mill. What's the carbon footprint of hauling logs 6 hours one way because we didn't support the infrastructure that was already there? Our sector, and certainly the family I work for, are firmly committed to being part of the solution to climate change. We just need to be treated as a partner. If we can't increase active management across our entire land base, including our federal lands, and change the current trajectory, these facilities will be lost and their communities decimated. Instead of being part of the solution, we will simply push this opportunity/obligation off to someone else to provide the wood products the world needs to house humanity. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jim. And just so you're aware, we did get the dreaded unstable internet connection for 10 or 15 seconds. We lost you there, but I think you came back and we got the heart of your presentation. So apologies for that. But I'm sure opportunity to circle back here at the end of the panel. So next, I would like to invite Matt Krumenauer. I see you've got your video up. You've got the floor. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester, and everyone else. I'm very humbled to be here. My name is Matt Krumenauer. I'm with the U.S. Endowment for Forestry and Communities, and I also manage a subsidiary of the U.S. Endowment called Restoration Fuels. And we collaborate with public and private sector partners to advance systemic, transformative, and sustainable change for the health and vitality of the nation's working forests and forest-reliant communities. We manage a perpetual endowment and raise funds from others to make investments, provide grants, and use innovative finance to help accomplish our mission. We try to view ourselves as the sector's risk capital, and unlike those, some of our peer organizations and others who fund what we'd call random acts of kindness, we seek strategic projects and we stick with them in the long term to try to get the desired results. We embrace risk and we actually take pride in tackling big challenges. And when possible, we favor market-based approaches to drive the outcomes that we seek. While our scope is nationwide, we've invested significantly for many years in Oregon. We supported the Dry Forest Investment Zone. We've worked closely with Oregon State University to develop new products using nanocellulose, and we work with a number of private companies and nonprofits and government partners to lead an effort to fully account for the carbon and environmental impact of growing and using wood products across the value chain. As was alluded to a little bit earlier today, there is a need for more robust data on life cycle assessment and environmental product declaration for wood products. And it's only intensified as architects, engineers, developers, and others have identified wood products as one of the really promising solutions for the carbon implications of our built environment and some of the housing challenges we seek. So we're really excited to be able to work in that sector. Our most significant investment that we've made is a subsidiary called Restoration Fuels, where we've invested about $30 million in a facility in Grant County that is designed to utilize restoration wood to develop new products and new markets that help maintain the infrastructure we need to manage our forests, but also provide an economic value to help encourage additional restoration work. These new products and markets can help support decarbonization in industrial settings and can develop products that provide long-term carbon sequestration as well as other ecological benefits. Many others have asked or have noted what keeps them up at night, and what keeps me up is this is hard work. This requires significant commitment over many years and a long-term view to accomplish. But we're really excited, and Oregon's a great place to work. We're facing an incredible opportunity for the forest sector ahead. As Mr. Donegan and Governor Kitzhaber put very well this morning, we do need to focus, and we need to be able to position Oregon to be a leader in this new opportunity that we see. There is a massive movement of capital to invest in the world's most productive wood basket, and that's the US Southeast. And that's an issue for the Northwest as we see many mills at the end of their life. We see kind of a flat projection for harvest, especially on public and private land. And so we need to determine, how do we encourage investment here in Oregon? What will the mill of the future look like? What are the products and markets that we can pursue that will match the hatch of the fiber supply that we project in the future, with restoration work being the primary focus, especially on our public lands in the East? And so I'll be very brief and support some of the vision that was laid out this morning of being able to have a coordinated effort to identify those areas that are in need of work, that balance the values that we seek, and can provide the long-term policy signals to those that are making investments to help maintain the infrastructure we need to be able to manage our forests. Really look forward to being a partner with the state of Oregon, with the Department of Forestry, and a lot of the stakeholders that you've invited to this panel. So I really thank you and look forward to working with all of you as we go and pursue this future that really could be pretty exciting for the forest sector.
Great. Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate that. Gonna continue now through the panel to Ryan Temple with Sustainable Northwest Wood. Floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. Yes, my name is Ryan Temple. I'm the president at Sustainable Northwest Wood for the last 15 years. I've been running this company. We're a distribution yard focusing on both wholesale distribution and retail sales, based in Portland, but serving projects all up and down the West Coast and beyond. Prior to starting Sustainable Northwest Wood, I worked for the nonprofit organization, Sustainable Northwest, which I think many of you are familiar with, where I directed their Healthy Forest, Healthy Communities partnerships. One of the realizations while I was directing that partnership was that perhaps the best way to support healthy forests and healthy communities was to create new markets for the products that those communities and forested provided, thus the creation of Sustainable Northwest Wood. We are a business, but we're also a social enterprise. And what that means is that our success is not just based on the economic returns for the company, but also on the social and ecological benefits that we have. So while I'm on this panel, forgive me if my comments and thoughts diverge, and embrace the theme I think we're hearing today, which is a holistic approach is really going to be the most successful, that looks at all tiers and spheres of influence that our forest in Oregon create. So in order to accomplish what we do, there's sort of a few key things that we do that are different than other traditional lumber yards, but primarily it's about education, right? It's not just about selling the wood products, but it's about identifying and cultivating a customer base that recognizes and appreciates the values that the forest provides, not just the ecological values, but also the community and social values that it provides. So to try and keep with the theme or questions that were asked for me to focus on, I'm going to structure first my presentation around the trends that we're watchful of. The three that I would like to target are climate, labor force, and green markets. We've definitely touched on the climate a bit already, and I don't know that I can add too much of that, but I'll just say a couple things. One is we recognize that our consumer base is very cognizant of climate and carbon impacts, and they're asking us questions about that. So not only is it important to us personally, but also it's important to us from a business perspective that we be responsive to the community concerns and consumer concerns that our market has. It's a complex relationship, one where, yes, the climate affects forest, and forests affect climates as well. I think that we find ourselves challenged to get the community and our consumers to understand is how management of forest has carbon implications. One of the things that I do want to maybe add that I have not heard mentioned much today is while we are keenly aware and concerned about climate change and the carbon impacts and carbon sequestration that's needed to help mitigate those, I'm also concerned about anytime we focus forest management on a single source issue, whether that be commodity production, owl habitat, or carbon. Anytime we look at a single thing, I think we begin to overlook the immense diversity of values that the forest provides. So yes, let's keep our eye on the carbon ball, but let's not forget everything else that's going on in the forest at that same time. The second thing that I'm going to talk about is labor force. We did hear a little bit about that earlier today. I am hearing regularly, just on the phone yesterday with the largest plywood company in the state, wanting to get a quote on truckloads of plywood because they don't have the labor to run the mills at the capacity they want to. They're off the market on that plywood right now. It's affecting big companies, it's affecting small companies, mid-sized companies, loggers, truckers, forest managers, all through the spectrum. The labor force issue is something that does keep me up at night and that I'm watchful for. And it's a complex one. It has to do with wages for sure, but also has to do with issues like housing, which we've talked about earlier. And finally, one that I don't think we've heard yet mentioned today is substance abuse. And so while the Board of Forestry never, maybe a couple decades ago, thought about they would be in the business of addressing substance abuse, these things are all intertwined, and until we develop the partnerships to address the complex issues that are in front of us, we can never really address them fully. So labor and having an adequate labor force to do the work is critical. There's a lot of work to be done. It can't be done without the people. The next thing I'm watchful for that I wanted to mention is green markets. I consider it to be a huge opportunity. I find that those in the industry often find in two camps: those who see green market growth as an opportunity and those who see it as a threat. Unfortunately, I feel that as a result of that, there's competing and confusing messaging around the green markets and the sustainability of products, which in fact created disservice to us all, both consumers and producers. So what I'd like to mention in the realm of sustainability is, from my perspective, it's not just a single point that one tries to achieve. Sustainability exists on a spectrum. Those of us in this industry exist in many different places along that spectrum. I think that's what's important for us to consider is that we not find ourselves in a position of that we need to denigrate others for where they might need to exist in that spectrum, but recognize that regardless of where you are in that spectrum, there is always room for improvement. And so anything that we can do to embrace and encourage others ourselves and anybody else in our industry to advance themselves in that spectrum is in fact a service to us all. I think the next group of questions that I was asked to address were some of the challenges that I face. And there again, I have three that I would highlight. The first one is ownership. Then I want to talk about consolidation, and then finally volatility as three challenges that I feel are sort of most pressing for us these days. The ownership, we've already talked about that a bit, so I don't feel like I have much to add, but I do want to just reemphasize that I think that some of the ownership patterns that we're seeing occurring in forest right now are encouraging quicker returns rather, and not so much focusing on long-term health and investment in the landscape. Consolidation, I think I'm thinking more about the production side of things when I mention that. I see the small and mid-sized components of our mills disappearing. They really should and have in the past existed in a very complementary, not competitive relationship with larger industry. They can continue to still play an important role. Some examples would be is their ability to utilize the hardwoods, which many of the larger mills don't have the same level of interest in, but yet they're an incredibly important component of the forest. And if we don't have an ongoing market for those products, then there's not going to be an economic incentive for our forest to continue producing them. The other one would be larger and older logs. As forests retooled towards higher production, small log processing, which certainly has its role as we're looking at doing thinning and restoration treatments. We're no longer creating the incentive for longer rotation, larger log forestry. The mid-sized and small mills have had the capacity and interest in utilizing that larger log component. And so I think it's important that we recognize some of the implications of consolidation and how we need to make sure we maintain that diversity of scale within our industry. And the last thing is volatility. The last couple of years have seen a market volatility unlike anything that we've had in the past in terms of lumber pricing. While on the one hand, that upswing in the lumber prices is great in the short term, it certainly does not create a climate that encourages confidence. And confidence is critical when you want to talk about investment. And so ways that we can find to decommodify our industry and encourage that long-term investment and reduce volatility, I think would be critical also. So moving on to the final category, and I'll go through it quickly. Partnerships, collaborative partnerships are incredibly important. People mentioned earlier about the importance of having more acreage on the table to access. I feel like equally important, and perhaps more important, is that the acreage that we have available to us, that we're using partnerships so that that acreage is producing the wood that it can for us. So collaborative opportunities and stewardship around those critical partnerships. Partnerships sort of non-traditionally vertically integrated. So it's not just partnerships within the industry, but reaching out to partners like the architecture and design community, general contractors, even large corporations like Google and Facebook and Microsoft are doing these large projects right now. Very interested in the carbon impacts of the work, very interested in sustainable forestry, very interested in community development. I've been working a lot with the airport project right now, which I think has been a great example of how do you bring the values of the end consumer to bring positive bear on what's going on in our forested communities. The networking of mills, Juniper would be a nice example there in terms of partnerships. How do you get small businesses to collaboratively work together? We've got 15 different Juniper mills, none of them larger than 5 employees individually, while important employers in the communities, not having a huge impact on the landscape. Collectively creating a whole new industry out there in Oregon that's extremely exciting and has multiple benefits for the landscape and the community both. And then lastly, non-traditional science partnerships. Science is not just about silviculture or forestry anymore. We've already talked about the importance of carbon science and LCA science, and continuing to deepen the partnerships with folks existing in those fields, I think will strengthen the long-term competitiveness of our forest sector here in Oregon. So lastly, just wrapping up, I think that what can the plan help us with? For me, I'd like to see the new plan help us with our clarity of messaging so we can all be more on the same page. helping to bridge some of those divides and gaps that have plagued the industry here historically, but especially in the last few years. So mitigating that dissent, I think, is an important piece that the plan can do for us. And then finally, taking a holistic look at the full range of forest values that are out there for us. So I think that a forward-looking mission embraces diversity. Diversity, of course, is important, but I don't think we often ask why diversity is important. Diversity builds resilience, diversity builds strength. It's been key to the success of my business. And I think a diversity that the board could address across a variety of scales, a variety of stakeholders, and a variety of benefits is going to make the mission of the board stronger into the future. So with that, I'll conclude my part. Again, thanks for the opportunity to present and look forward to answering questions after Bettina speaks.
Great. Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate that. So we will go ahead and transition along to Bettina. Invite you to take the floor here, and I'll learn if I pronounced your last name correctly during my initial introduction.
Absolutely. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you.
Great. Well, good evening from the chestnut pine forests of Tuscany. Very happy to be here. And a little bit of background on EFM. We are a Forestland investment advisory firm. We have about 130,000 acres across Washington, Oregon, and California, and about 50,000 acres in Oregon in both coastal forests and in mixed conifer forests in central and eastern Oregon. So we have experienced the full range, almost the full range of forestry in Oregon. We also advise investors on natural climate solutions in North and South America, including REDD+ projects, reforestation, and agroforestry. And EFM was launched in 2004 by EcoTrust, and today is an independent, employee-owned, majority woman-owned company. Our forests are FSC certified, and our company consistently ranks as one of the global leading impact investment firms. And so our investment approach, just to provide a little bit of context for my comments, is to manage forests for the full range of forest values. So it'll be timber, of course, but also carbon, biodiversity, water, recreation, tribal, cultural values, recreation, and scenic values. And our approach supports the really compelling vision that Governor Kitzhaber set out, a forest industry that serves our current and future needs, addresses housing, is innovative and responsive to market and social signals, and produces essential ecosystem services and serves all Oregonians. And I love that vision. And I think we need 4 things, and perhaps more, but I only have time for 4 in the revised plan to support that vision. First, as we all know, forests are valuable for a vast array of public and private products and services. And timber, at least on the west side, is a very efficient industry that rewards the production of timber. Water, carbon, and biodiversity, also critical to our well-being, are not so lucky. Oregon has very limited sources of conservation easement and carbon funding compared to its neighbors to the north and to the south. Looking south, California's funding comes from a variety of public measures, but also very much from the sale of carbon allowances under the California cap and trade regulatory market, and Washington is following suit by the launch of a regulatory carbon market in 2023. As an example, auction proceeds from cap and trade in California generated $18 billion over 10 years. And in 2020 alone, over $3.1 billion was invested in over 51,000 projects. And an allocation of $393 million went to CAL FIRE for fire prevention, forest health, and related activities. And just to give you a sense of what that means, I like to just take a brief tale of 2 forests. In California, we have a 40,000 acre forest in Siskiyou County, Scott River headwaters. And in Oregon, we have a 13,000 acre forest, Desolation Creek, in the North John Day watershed in Eastern Oregon. Both are in high fire risk zones. Both have a legacy of removal of valuable large fire resistant species, lack of ground fires, and an inventory of overcrowded suppressed stands. In California, at our Scott River Headwaters Forest, we have received from those auction proceeds I mentioned earlier, $3.6 million for reforestation of previously burned areas, for shaded fuel breaks, and for thinning to prevent wildfires from adjacent federal wilderness reaching communities in the valley bottoms, the sort of front forest that we were talking about before. In contrast, at Desolation Creek, with great effort, we have cobbled together $200,000 over 4 years to create a single shaded fuel break. And it just gives you a sense of what the opportunities are to really address, fire risk at a landscape scale and the type of funding that can come from a real concerted program around both conservation easements, and creating a carbon program that provides funding for forests. However, the Scott River Headwaters Forest had another advantage besides just being in California in the presence of a market. It is 30 miles from a processing facility, which brings me to the second point. You cannot engage in the needed landscape scale forest health and fire risk reduction treatments that we need, that there's been a lot of conversation about, without processing facilities. When you're thinning low value forests with $50 to $100 net stumpage, if you are lucky, have to drive 30 or 60 miles or more, you are in the red with every added mile, and you're basically in a place where you cannot treat that forest without processing facilities. The combination of low value timber and long hauls is a no-go. And hence the conversation we have to have is not just about what we do with the forests, but what we do in the processing sector. And, we cannot, until this point, we've sort of left it to private industry to address, what we need in terms of processing facilities. And the response, I think, has been, increasingly sort of high volume, high throughput mills in places where it makes sense. And that is a perfectly rational decision from private industry, but we're talking about public goods. We're talking about fire risk. We're talking about jobs in local communities. And I think it's appropriate for us to think, to bring public decision-making in concert with private capital to think about appropriate processing solutions in the next forest plan. So that brings me to the next point. Strategies to restore the mixed conifer forest to a healthy investable condition with decent stocking and historic fire-resistant species and adequate spacing will be reflected not only in creating wealth in the forest, but also of great importance, creating wealth and opportunities in rural communities. The Forest Health Grant we received in California, carbon funding that's been received by Green Diamond, by ourselves in Eastern Oregon, has allowed us to engage in restoration and to create jobs and create opportunities in local communities. Finally, I think in order for us to really address all of these solutions, we need to build trust among forest participants and the public. The forest industry is one of the only ones I know of where the relevant agency, the Oregon Department of Forestry in this case, is both the regulator and also an industry participant, owning land and dependent on industry to purchase its timber for processing. Industry control, whether real or perceived in the past, of Oregon State, the ODF board, and OFRI and other institutions has been a barrier to public trust. That we've made, I think, great strides in terms of building public trust and creating a broader sense of democracy within those institutions, but to fully gain confidence and the trust that we need to take these really big steps and really invest in rural Oregon, invest in innovative industries, really be able to address not just forest health, but community health with confidence. We need to create a clear and transparent and accountable system and gain trust so that we can have these types of conversations where we put real money and real investment back into forestry and back into rural Oregon. I think only with trust and a shared vision can we fully engage in the solutions that benefit us all and are clearly within our grasp. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just trying to get my camera back on there. Again, appreciate all the panelists, a lot of really interesting perspectives represented in this panel. I would invite all of you again to come back on camera. We've got close to a little over 20 minutes actually for some question and conversation at this point. So I will open it up to Jim.
First, I would just want to do a shout out to Ryan and Sustainable Northwest Wood. as a person who's owned a ranch in Eastern Oregon with lots of juniper on it for the last 22 years, I watched them many, many years ago start this idea of what can we do about juniper. And when I was first there, juniper, everybody said juniper has no value. It's an impossible wood. It's impossible to mill. It's impossible to use, and nobody questioned that. And Sustainable Northwest, when he talks about these mills, their first mill was one person in Dayville, Oregon, a mini mill. And this thing has taken years and years of hard work to get off the ground. And just weeks ago, I got a call from my next door neighbor, a large ranch. They have just bought their own mill, and he was wanting some of the trees that I've cut down on my property. Now that is a world of difference from where we have been. And so this is just a perfect example of taking something, visioning that the world can be different when everybody is telling you it's impossible, and then sticking with it for, well, how many years, Ryan, to get where they are today. But they've really created a new market, and it's exciting to see. The question I have is for Bettina, and I should disclose that my wife and I are investors in her fund. But when you talk about trust, do you think in the institution and in the Board of Forestry and the Department of Forestry that, given the way our department and we are structured, does that need to be revamped to be able to establish trust with the public, in your view?
I don't know the answer to that. And I think, in the 20 years or so that I've been engaged in the industry, I think there's been a really significant change in the composition, of the board, in the relationship with the different parties. But I think that there is still, I think we're all still a little bit walking wounded from timber wars, and that still casts a shadow forward. And I think, my perception is that when research comes out, or conclusions come out, or there's observations, that there still is a legacy of distrust about what the source of that is and what the motivations may be. And so I think that is what needs to change, because I think that, I really liked Governor Kitzhaber's remarks. I think it's exactly right that we do know what it is that we need to do. And I also applaud the solutions that everybody on this panel has tried, but we need the confidence we need to be able to walk into a room with each other, and to put all the chips on the table, and to not have the sense that there is a hidden agenda, that either there is an agenda to get more wood out, or there's an agenda to shut down the forests, or all of the agendas that are often in the room when we have these discussions. I don't think you can be innovative, which is what we need to be, if you're also being protective. And so I don't know, to answer your question, Jim, I don't know specifically if it's the structure that needs to change, but it's certainly that sense that needs to change. And I think it's still lingering. And until we move it, we are not going to be able to do these really innovative solutions that cut across forestry into processing and housing and energy distribution and all of the different things that are touched by forestry, so that we can sort of walk into that future that was, has been so greatly described by a number of people.
Carla.
Thank you to the panel. I really appreciate, many of the comments, and I'll leave this to any of you that want to comment on this, but market competitiveness of any industry is really essential to keep that industry, viable and really helping solve the really vast problems we have ahead of us. And, we see this movement to the south. We see big players in the Northwest that have moved to the south, discussing moving headquarters to the south. A lot of that wood hasn't come back, to the potential it's going to, to compete with us. So I'm interested in what are the one or two most important policies that this board should think about to really encourage reinvestment and further investment in the Pacific Northwest. You know, one or two public policies that would be beneficial there. My second question is, there is, you know, this ongoing discussion of active versus inactive management. And, you know, as we look at over 50% or almost 50% of this agency's budget goes toward fighting fire. And we look at burning almost 4 million acres in 5+ years. Our ability to mitigate and have fire resilient forests is just essential. And so I'd just like any comments or thoughts on how we increase pace and scale to where we really get to the point where we have these forests in better shape, where we can use more traditional fire methods versus we can't get these fires out of control because we can't get them out.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take that on. That the investment in the South is purely a factor of log supply. There's 2 to 3 billion board feet more volume being grown in the South than what is being consumed by the mills. If you look at the average stumpage values in the South, they're half of what we deal with on the West Coast. And it's a global market. We compete not only across the United States for market share, but also, with importers from South America, from Europe. That's what's driving it. If you want to shift directions there, you've got to support the industry that's here first and foremost, and then, create a feeling of reliable, dependable supply that makes you want to invest. When I talk about rebuilding our Springfield plywood plant, that's $100 million investment. It was $100 million we didn't have. And we fought our way through it with our own engineers and construction guys to save cost. But, our industry is investing hundreds of millions of dollars to stay competitive with one another. You could prop any one of these mills down anywhere else in the US and we would blow everybody out of the water. This is by far the most competitive wood basket in all the world, with the highest log costs anywhere you're going to find. And so, the transition we've all made, we were told to give up on big logs, and everybody retooled to small log facilities. But the fact of the matter is, Oregon still has more big log consumers out there than anyone else. Whether it's the Herbert Lumbers, Zippo, our Glendale plywood plant can still peel a 60-inch log. So we're still out there, but without support, they're going to go away. And so, I'm all for even harvest of all age classes. It takes a little bit of everything to make this all work. There's hew saws that have been installed that can take 3, 4, and 5-inch logs and produce a finished product that the market wants. I just think we need to focus on that piece of it and take advantage of our good neighbor authority. No one should be doing that better than Oregon. Idaho has kind of shown the way, and we're still not doing even a small percentage of what they're doing. So those are things I think we can do to support. The fire side of things is purely a lack of management. You mentioned inactive and active management. Active management is taking advantage of the income you receive from your higher value products and applying some of that back to the fuels reduction projects and other things that can help make these forests more resilient. The stems per acre is a huge deal. I was all over the area where the Bootleg fire occurred, and some of those stands were 2,000 stems per acre. There's no way possible you're gonna continue to handle that kind of stocking level in what's becoming a more and more obvious drought of I won't say biblical proportions, but boy, it feels like it's been forever since it rained. And you look at California, that's what they changed to. They went from calling themselves a Department of Forestry and Fire Protection to Cal Fire. That's all they do is fight fire. You know, they went from thousands of timber harvest plans per year when I first got my license to, you know, 50 or 60 a year. The cost of that regulatory climate has taken the fun out of owning small family tree farms that you can't get the efficiencies of scale on. And so, you know, we got to take care of the forest first. And I think the fire piece comes along for the ride.
I would just add that I think that there's different solutions in different places. I mean, there really are two Oregons, or maybe more than two, in terms of how the forest industry operates. And so I think that in central and eastern Oregon, you know, where you don't have the mill density, where you don't have the type of volume per area, you need different types of solutions. And you know, large scale, high throughput mills are probably not the answer for that geography. So we need to think about sort of more flexible, integrated, you know, small diameter wood processing facilities. You know, a lot of those species can be used as cores for CLT and other products. I think we just need to rethink how we approach processing there. And it's going to be a different economic model than it is in Western Oregon. Just the fundamentals are different. But those communities need to be served, and those forests need to be served, and that's where a lot of the fire risk is. So I think, you know, it is going to require probably some public-private partnerships. You know, those forests were hit hard. They don't grow the way Western forests do. They don't have the type of volume to sustain the types of mills that are being built in Western Oregon. So I think different solutions. I think, you know, Jim Solutions, you know, spoke to sort of that Western Oregon landscape, and we need a different set, you know, for where you have lower densities and you have mixed conifer forests. And I think those are potentially really exciting solutions of integrated, you know, small diameter mills. You know, so a lot of the things that Ryan's been trying, but at scale in those geographies, I think can, you know, bring you to active management. The irony is that there's a lot of fiber. And it can either atrophy or go up in smoke, or we can create valuable products out of it. And it's going to require, unfortunately, a public investment and creativity and innovation to use that resource well. And I think there's not a lack of technologies. I think there is a lack of will, and there's a lack of alignment of the type of capital that needs to be implemented there, which is different than the way that capital is approached for sourcing, processing in Western Oregon.
I'll just add quickly on the supply side. I think stability and price both have more to do than sheer volume. And so, you know, investments that we can make, whether it be in NEPA work or just investments to do the work on the ground, because sometimes this restoration work costs more than the material you get out of it, will help move that forward. And ditto on the fire side of things. I think we have to recognize that you know, there will be new products, some of them non-saw timber based products that we're going to need to further explore in order to start creating a little bit more economic return for the wildfire risk reduction activities, and to recognize that, you know, let Oregon do what Oregon does well, which is probably not going toe to toe with forests down south trying to do short rotation, low value commodity production. If we can grow high quality fiber that's serving new developing CLT and lamb stock markets, then let's focus on that, because that might be where our strong suits are.
Great. Anybody else want to weigh in on those two easy questions, right? People are pointing around. Oh, I don't see anybody else weighing in, so Ben, go for it.
I just want to thank everybody on the panel for sharing here. This has been a fascinating trip through Oregon. I have a question, I think particularly for Matt, but probably for anybody, to learn more about the fuel side of things and the markets. And I'd be curious to hear sort of examples of some of the things you've been working on in specific, and also just, if you can talk at all about the carbon accounting, the life cycle analysis when it comes to the fuels markets and how the accounting works on that. Because I think, yeah, I'd be really curious to hear some more examples.
Thank you. And I will try, but I don't think I have a good answer for you. I think this is something that's still very much in development and needs to continue to be focused on. So we set out, 5 years ago, really focused on a large scale, low margin market that would match the sort of the needs we see in the Western US with the massive amount of acres that are in need of restoration treatment. Recently, especially with the development of the carbon markets, we are starting to see very large businesses that are well capitalized with strong balance sheets move into areas that can support more wood utilization, like biocarbon. We're seeing a lot of interest in decarbonizing the steel and concrete industries. And so what we're kind of switching our business model to focus on is some of those higher value opportunities that could be a better fit for an inland west location where we have significant challenges with bringing material to market. And so that's kind of where our focus is going to be moving forward, is looking for these opportunities that not only achieve some of the carbon goals that some of the larger buyers are seeking, but also can provide a sort of processing infrastructure that matches with the restoration treatments that are happening, particularly on some of the national forests and private lands like the Desolation Creek area. And so that's kind of where we're focused on. I think that what we see in the carbon markets is really fascinating. You're seeing carbon credits for biocarbon sell for $120+ a ton, where you're seeing the market price for forest management carbon credits at maybe $10 a ton. And so there's a significant difference in the various carbon markets and products that are out there. And I think the forest product sector actually stands in a really good position to help advance the transparency around the standards and around the way that we're accounting for carbon in long-lived wood products and other types of products. So I'm sorry I don't have a good answer for you. Others may have a better take on it. But I think this is still a area that is very much in development, and we'll see continued growth, but also perhaps some significant adjustments over the next few years.
Yeah, I would just add that, I think that's exactly right, Matt, that right now the carbon accounting, which I think was part of the question, is about, burning piles versus biochar or pellets or post and poles or whatever the product is that you're doing. I do know, in talking with some of the registries like Vera, that there is a methodology is being developed in various different registries for fire risk reduction, which is, I think, what we've all been waiting for, so that if you perform certain actions and reduce fire risk, that there is actually a carbon methodology that provides a path forward for getting credits around that. It's very tricky because, as we all know, that just reduction of fire risk doesn't necessarily translate into reduced fire. So there's, it's a challenging methodology, but it is under development, and I think that will be hugely helpful to our efforts to fund the type of fire risk reduction that we want to see, thinning, shaded fuel breaks, and all the rest of it coming down the pike fairly soon.
I'll just add, I think one of the trends that I see is an evolution from thinking around just the lines of carbon sequestration to more of a life cycle analysis, which is that cradle to grave approach. So it's no longer just about how many tons of carbon do you happen to have in that piece of wood, but the questions are really about how was that tree grown, how was it harvested, how was it transported, what happened to it after its life cycle, and all of those things. And my instincts tell me that that evolution is going to continue, which unfortunately just makes a complex situation even more complex. But on the bright side, I think that gives us answers and information with a higher level of integrity at the end of the day.
Great, thank you. Brenda, did you want to?
Try to make this quick because I know you're running out of this time, but several of you mentioned the opportunities for growing large trees, having large logs. And Jim, I think you mentioned having trees representing all age classes. And of course, that begs the question as to what's the oldest age class that your company is growing. But maybe if you could speak as some of you who are growing old trees for timber production, how you're managing to make that work economically.
Yeah, the tough part is getting past that mean annual increment where the tree is no longer growing fast enough to overcome the value that you're foregoing. And I think it's diversity of markets that pays that back. Being able to go to multiple different mills with your product in a down market. In an up market, you can sell anything. So that's one of the ways folks justify it. I look at it more on our public lands. There are special and unique places out there that I think should be set aside and appreciated and protected the best we can. But for the rest of the land base, looking at something on a longer rotation just gives us the ability to protect that segment of the habitat that's out there. And as long as we're continuing to rotate it, because all these trees do have a life cycle of their own, and I think you've got to figure out which one of those or which age class you feel comfortable with. Is it 100 years? Is it 150? Is it 200 years? I think trying to do a 200-year rotation on across the landscape is probably not going to happen without some sort of other economic offset.
And I would just say, I think the economic offset is here. I mean, we manage our forests for, the full range of products and services, and that's timber, but it's also carbon and water protection and biodiversity. And so within a single, forest property, you can be managing for both, and you can analyze different stands, for which will give you the best sort of ecological and economic mix. We have developed voluntary carbon projects. We have sold credits to Nike and other companies. And on those, we protect trees where we think they provide a lot of ecological and social value, along stream sides, for example, and other, sort of high conservation value zones. And there you can, sort of sell or monetize the value of that for carbon. And I think I like Ben, I think it was Ben's comment about, what's really unique about Oregon forests is that, relative to the South, is that people are coming here to buy forest carbon and invest in it, and we can co-produce timber alongside carbon. And let's not forget water and how many coastal communities and communities across Oregon are dependent upon forests for water and biodiversity, and monetize those. And especially if we develop appropriate markets, we can have incredible forests that manage for all of those things. So that's what, is our unique competitive advantage relative to the South or other plantation zones.
All right, thank you. My question is for Matt. Matt, you've had a look and some experience across the nation, and we had a discussion about where we are in the Northwest, and then there was a comparison with the Southwest. But are there lessons learned that we can learn on making a successful shift for us from other parts of the country, including the Southwest, that you would offer? What don't we know that maybe we should know?
Well, thank you. I will try to answer that. I think Jim, described it pretty well. I mean, the investment is moving into the Southeast in the forest manufacturing sector strictly because of the volume of saw logs and the projections for those growth rates. And I think one way, and Bettina touched on this a little bit as Ryan did, is there is an opportunity to look at new diverse product lines and innovations that are going to, may not be the traditional high efficiency, large scale model, but will more match with what the supply profile from, our region looks like. And that may not be a, southern yellow pine that's a very consistent log size that you can, allocate the, investment to match with that in a very predictable way. This may be a more diverse set of products that are manufactured in smaller, more diverse locations and focus on, being able to serve multiple markets so that you can kind of match the value streams with the economic cycles and the types of materials that are going to match with the long-term forest management that we want to see in this area. So I don't know if there's any, magic recipe for how we can position the Northwest significantly better than anywhere else. But if I look at some of the challenges we've seen in the last few years, it harkens back to comments made in the first session, which is we have significant housing issues that are going to continue to be a challenge for anyone making investments in some of these areas. And that is coupled with a workforce issue. I think providing a understanding and predictability for contracting mechanisms and the types of fiber that will be available based on, those long-term investments, where that will happen, is part of that long-term solution that will be able to encourage investment and encourage that innovation. And that in turn can help lead to, more stable long-term outlook for those employers and those seeking jobs in these areas that are, really a challenge. And that's just one thing that we've seen in Grant County is we've had a very, very difficult time recruiting a workforce, and a lot of that is driven by housing.
Thank you. And I want to thank the entire panel for your time this morning, and would offer the same invitation that I offered the first panel. If you're able to stick with us through the day, by all means, please do. If you need to peel off, but you're able to come back and join us the closeout, the last hour of the day, there'll be an opportunity for more broad discussion there. So again, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right, so we're about 25 minutes or so away from the lunch hour here. And we set up the agenda to allow Governor Kitzhaber and Matt Donegan to offer some reflections and help close out some of the discussion this morning. I've seen them both writing away over there, so I'm expecting good things, that they're prepared. And if there remains some time in the next 25 minutes or so for additional questions or discussion, we can certainly get there. So Governor Kitzhaber, looks like you're looking at me, looks like you're ready to go. So
I think Matt's still writing his memoirs over here. So I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm not going to touch on the climate. I mean, Matt's got much more depth on that issue, but there are a couple things that struck me on the first panel. This notion that I talked about earlier of expanding the solution space. I think Oriana talked about the importance of actually expanding the people at the table in that solution space, and also making the space more accessible. It's like, doctor's office hours are 8 to 5. It doesn't work if you're working all day and have to take time off from work to go to the office. So I think that's a really, really cogent point. And also this issue of language, making sure that if we're going to have more diverse players and stakeholders whose voices are engaged in this, that aren't well versed in the language of forest policy, that we talk about it in a way that's understandable and meaningful. The comment on cross-boundary management, I think Brett made that. And the idea or the notion that the Board of Forestry could actually be an integrator or a hub, because it potentially has connections to not only state and federal agencies, but a wide range of constituencies. And as I mentioned this morning, I think you could broaden that range of constituencies who maybe indirectly have an interest in how we manage our forests. the issue of polarization, I think, is really important. That we're in the process of developing policy, but that policy ultimately has to be implemented through a political process. And to the extent that that political process is just utterly polarized, and people view the world through a win-lose war metaphor, we can't get the job done. So I do think we have to, as we develop the policy, try to engage people in a broader conversation about where we all want to go together and how we get there, rather than reasons why we can't move forward. The last point on the first panel is this notion of focusing on acting to prevent future problems, a generational approach versus acute crisis management. You know, and the problem is today, I call it the front end, back end problem, which we've gotten ourselves into. We pay to suppress wildfires, but we don't pay to prevent wildfires. You know, if a legislature is faced with the choice of funding prenatal care for thousands of women or resuscitating a neonatal infant in the neonatal intensive care unit, the emotional and political imperative always goes into the hospital and out of the community. There's not an easy way to address that except to acknowledge it very explicitly. Right. And so I think you're in the policy sphere. This is really a political issue at the end of the day, but the ability to address that political issue and to make, you know, those kinds of long-term investments really depends on a problem-solving space that's not as polarized and not as partisan as the one we have today. So I think that's something to kind of bear in mind as you go forward. Just a couple of points on the second panel that I thought were very interesting. I think it was Jim made the case for more active management over a larger part of the landscape to improve forest health. And the cycle that he described was really as more of the land base is taken out of production, whether that's through measures like the private forest accord, or whether that's through a fire, you begin to put your actual infrastructure at risk. And then you lose the capacity to be able to do the landscape scale treatments that you want. So that's something I think is really important, the importance of maintaining that infrastructure as we go forward. I think it was Brian, I'm not sure who talked about this, but the need for clearly a long-term vision, which I spoke to this morning, knowing where you want our forest policy to be, not tomorrow, not 5 years from now, but 20 years from now, so that you can have policy signals that allow for the investments and the development of new markets and new products over that period of time without fear that suddenly the landscape is going to change and those investments are stranded and you have a lot of sort of stranded infrastructure. And I think that's really going to be a key to figuring out how we increase investments here in the state of Oregon. So that long-term goal, I think, is absolutely critical, something to measure your policy framework against. I just want to just take a moment on this one. The labor force issue, the reason I had housing in my comments this morning is it is absolutely critical, not only for successful children and families, but also for workforce. It's a huge area. If you go to Bend, no one can afford to live in Bend, which is a service economy. So you've created this huge carbon problem, people living in Redmond or Lapine and transferring in. So we have to come to terms with that. The other one is the substance abuse issue. Right? Why should school teachers care about forest policy? Well, if we do it right, we can actually address some of these issues up front. And the number one issue for kids being taken out of a home is a parent with a substance abuse problem. Right? So the people who are engaged in the forest policy debate need to care about that issue. Oregon's the number one opiate addicted state in the nation, number two in overall addiction, and dead last in treatment options. So if we want to deal with workforce, we have to deal with things like housing. We have to deal with things like substance abuse. And I think that voices around the forest table need to be just as loud in that space as well, because ultimately, as I said, these are very intertwined issues, and we have to view them as a suite of issues, not as sort of isolated policy points. And I guess the last point I'll make is I think Bettina mentioned this, the reality that, how did she put it, low cost, long haul forest treatment efforts just don't pencil out. And we have to make those forest restoration interventions pay. We have to make them pencil out. And I would argue that to the extent that we add other policy goals, whether that be housing, whether that be reducing some of the impact of adverse childhood experiences, you open up new revenue sources that could actually be leveraged into that space. Because I would argue that, if you can solve the housing problem, there's going to be a revenue stream there. some of those resources could be also used to help with the, the origin of the fiber in those restoration treatments. So I'll just pass it over to Matt, but I just think that this morning was fascinating, and it opens up to me a whole constellation of possibilities and opportunities and creative problem solving that that you find yourselves in the position of being able to capitalize on in the next few years. So I'll just stop there. Very optimistic, however.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I guess just synthesizing some of the key themes. I guess the first and perhaps most obvious one is in so many ways forestry is a broader societal issue, and wildfire being a great example, carbon being a great example. And ecosystem services and so forth. And so there's a bit of this kind of age-old question around how do you actually drive that value, those broader values? How do you make those connections to the broader society, including urban areas? Governor Kitzhaber has talked about linking it to housing. There's also, obviously linking to carbon, linking to avoided wildfire smoke and things like that. So I think part of how do you actually derive these broader societal values is making connections. And then, we also talked today about making some new connections around, particularly around environmental justice, and, which I completely agree with. A new set of stakeholders, actually a long-standing set of stakeholders, but that how do you invite them to be more active participants, and so forth. But I think I think there's general agreement, if you want to use the economics term of externalities, that there's extraordinary externalities when it comes to forestry, and that's only going to grow in the future with climate change and wildfire and things of that nature. The question is, how do you measure those externalities? And then measurement's one thing, monetizing them is a totally different one. How do you actually find the buyers for those externalities? That, I would say, by the way, I'm going to guess would actually tsunami the freight problems that Bettina was talking about. If you got things right on the revenue side, a lot of these forest treatments would pencil out, abundantly. If you were actually, able to monetize those externalities. I said this is kind of an age-old question. It is. I mean, this has been around forever. This is the whole, thesis around certification and so forth. Will people pay a premium for certain types of products? And I would say, the track record on that has been very mixed. But I would say that the urgency around monetizing those externalities is going to grow in the future. And I think information is going to be key. Transparency is going to be key. And I think ODF can play a very, very critical role there. Just for the record, by the way, the Southeast is extremely active in the carbon markets, as is the Northeast, as are, Appalachia and Lake States and so forth. So I don't know that would be a differentiation here. Because these are certainly national, if not global markets. So that's kind of one theme, is how do you kind of monetize these externalities? A second point that wasn't really, discussed overtly, but definitely comes to mind here, is how do you achieve pace and scale of these treatments? There's a common thread of urgency. And I think if you look at the literature, I mean, the sense of urgency is really strong. I mean, read all the Forest Service, anything related to climate change. I mean, the time is now. We're no longer worrying about the future. It's upon us. And so this need to increase the pace and scale. I mean, you look at what the Forest Service has recently said, that they want to basically increase the pace and scale fourfold, like immediately. And yet everything that you hear in the conversation here is extraordinarily labor intensive. I mean, it is really labor intensive. And I would say that is the trick, is how do you take this, we heard of the word trust over and over and over. And I think that's exactly right. There's no denying it. But as you start to look at, greater inclusivity and greater values and so forth, how do you balance that with the need for increased pace and scale? And I think one of the themes that you hear in the whole kind of climate adaptation, climate mitigation, is the need for increased risk tolerance, which is to say we just don't have time to get things right to the 10th decimal place on every project. We're going to have to experiment. We're going to have to accept the risk of mistakes. That doesn't mean you plunge in thoughtlessly, but we're going to have to not just embrace, the need for trust, but embrace the need for risk. And so in order to increase pace and scale, and I think just, the obvious place where ODF fits into this is within the shared stewardship agreement. I mean, that was a big part of that, was to help sort out priorities between the federal partners and the local partners. How do you best allocate resources? And as I think about shared stewardship agreement, I mean, I mentioned this, my opening comments, a big part of that is going to be the organization model for ODF. I mean, how do you build this public-private partnership to achieve this pace and scale? What does the org chart look like 5 years from now? This integrated, org chart between the Nature Conservancy, Sustainable Northwest, a lot of these key partners, and ODF and the feds and so forth. I mean, I think a big body of work here has got to be, and Nate and I have been talking about this in the 20-year strategic financial plan. That has got to be an outcome. And I'll just call it out. I think ODF, needs to really examine, do you build out a fourth major kind of programmatic area, which would be shared stewardship, in addition to fire, private forest, state forests? I mean, do you say, listen, this time has arrived, and we've got to dedicate the resources to get this done. Talked a lot about private investment. How do you attract private investment? We heard a lot about signals, and we need to, increase supply and so forth. And these are all very, very familiar themes. We also heard Bettina talk about public-private partnerships, different. I totally agree with that. I think the state is diverse enough that it's not going to be one size fits all in terms of the manufacturing. You're going to have to be very, very tailored. I think the public sector is going to have to play, and call that the concessionary capital sector, because it could include foundations, going to have to play a pretty active role in certain regions, far more active than the passive approach of just hoping that private investment is going to come. And I guess just the two anecdotes that I would share on that front, one is personal, and then one is more kind of benchmarking. If because I've been working in the bioenergy space to try to deal with all this wood waste. And you look across the border at British Columbia, they've got a lot of the exact same issues that we've got, and they are attracting investment. The provincial chief forester announced yesterday that she is leaving, the provincial government, is actually joining a bioenergy firm in order to try to really accelerate, the development of the public-private partnerships. There are no ideas there, Cal, by the way. I'm not, you can't leave, you just got here. But when I talk to the folks that are in the bioenergy space, and I gave a lecture on this at Yale yesterday, they had a global webinar. And, when you talk to folks, there's broad recognition that the public value uplift here in the Northwest is probably the greatest of any of the wood waste, area regions. In other words, wood waste is an issue just about everywhere. The specific uplift from dealing with wood waste here in the West is probably the greatest that you'll find, certainly in the country. And yet nobody's investing here. And that's because of operating uncertainty, investment uncertainty, not being able to monetize these these values. And so the theoretical case is the strongest right here. And yet operationally, nobody's willing to come step a foot out here because of the business climate. And because in this public-private partnership, when you're looking at so much of the fire, prone areas are publicly owned, you've got to have partnerships where you can actually attract private investment with a great deal of public ownership. So anyway, I think that is going to be a major theme. And then the last thing I would say is there's a lot of talk about innovative wood products and so forth. Bain did a great study down in California on this on behalf of the Nature Conservancy and a bunch of other conservation groups. And what they concluded was that really innovation is not needed. Technology is here. I think Bettina might have said that. And I think that is true. I mean, there's some nuance to that I'll come to here in a second. The main issue is certainty of supply so that you can attract that private investment. That's the real killer. And so what I would just say is de-risking the value chain, as arcane as that sounds, is a big part of realizing this vision that's being talked about. It's one thing to send market signals through policies to say, hey, we might be doing more and more of this. It's another thing to really solidify that, such as Governor Kitzhaber was talking about, which is if you had a vision that was tied to housing or whatever that vision might be, that was more than a market signal, was actually, more of a guarantee of performance. That is what's going to attract private investment. So whether it's long-term supply contracts or whatever else, I think that's that's absolutely essential. The one place where the innovative wood products does potentially come into play, and this does get to the questions that we had earlier this morning, which is when you look at the full life cycle analysis, if what you're trying to do is truly capture those externalities, then that full life cycle analysis really does matter, because it's very different according to the respective products. The life cycle analysis for bioenergy products, very different from mass timber and other products. And so that might be where new innovative products actually come into play, because the life cycle analysis is so different, and therefore the value of capturing those externalities is going to be very different. It's going to drive different economics. If that makes sense. Anyway, that's a synthesis of what I heard, plus I think some of the other observations that I'm kind of seeing here in Oregon and elsewhere.
And one thing that what Matt said about the certainty, it's not just the certainty of supply. I mean, I think one of the things that I emphasize in the paper is uncertainty about the legal framework, uncertainty about supply is really a driver. And one of the great contributions you can make, again, is that clarity of where we want to be long-term, because unfortunately what's happened in the Oregon legislature, I think, is that we tend to operate in a 2-year event horizon. And there's none of the problems that face us that you can solve in 2 years. But what happens in the only thing that connects one session to the next is the intervening political cycle, which is increasingly toxic. So you have to have some way to link a budget and policy decisions over the course of 4 or 5 biennia to actually get where you want to go. And that's a real problem. And with the turnover in Salem, a lot of the senior leadership being gone, I think there's a vacuum. And I think you're in a unique position to provide the context and sort of that goal for managing forest policy writ large, with all the other ancillary benefits and interests that could be involved in that. So it's a vacuum. Hopefully you'll step up and Jim will fill it for us.
Well, again, thank you both very much. Really good insights, I think, into not just the panels, but the overall discussion here. So appreciate that. I'm sure there are questions. Jim's got his hand up.
Sure. Boy, reactions to lots of things. So it can barely get started on that, but it looks like maybe first I'll just say, I keep bringing this back to the Board of Forestry and looking at it a very day-to-day way. And so perhaps we're going to be looking at Saturday meetings in our future. So that's one thing. And And I guess I want to react, Matt was just talking about, expansion of shared stewardship. And, in my original comments, I said, that we've got this little thing that we do here at the department and it, relative to our bigger responsibilities. And I really agree, if you talk about what where we can put our energy, where it's really leveraged, taking that to a much higher level makes a whole lot of sense to me. Also, just another thing, one of the things that was said by Ryan Temple that you kind of go, oh my God, he talked about drug abuse. And that connection is really direct. I see that, in Eastern Oregon and in John Day. And the interesting thing is, when we're talking about trying to make this resiliency restoration work pencil out and recognizing that much of it is not going to pencil out, the thing to recognize is in those communities where we have, the drug abuse as a symptom of larger dysfunction, we have these families that are living on disability payments, on welfare, there's crime, and most of that is, where those people are able to survive. Those are originating federal dollars and federal programs, of all kinds of federal programs that are, focused on poverty. We're already paying for that. And when we move some of those people into jobs in the woods, even if the federal government is directly paying for that, not only are we reducing all that other costs, we're changing lives, so here we are, we're a resource agency, but it goes right there to people's lives and what you, Governor, were describing what you dealt with directly as an emergency room doctor. So that's just the other thing that I reacted strongly to. So, but many other things I could go on about, but I'll stop and give a minute to others.
Any other short comments before we break for lunch? Carla.
Just a really short comment. I went on the World Forestry Tour last year to New Zealand, and we're going this year to Finland. And on these forestry tours, one of the predominant messages is genetics and silviculture. And it's just interesting to me, we don't hear a lot about that. That's kind of a rare topic in the interactions here. And I just want to continue to really invite more conversation in that area in light of all the challenges that we do face.
Liz, you raised your hand too.
I think just, I think about 30 years ago, my job as a biologist was to set up these spotted-owl set-asides, and I did a lot of them. And we did it through a lens of thresholds, that there were minimum requirements we had to meet. And if you didn't meet them, then you were sort of relegated back to the monopoly board of go to jail. And that's kind of, that's how we kind of looked at stuff. But I think the word that keeps resonating for me today and these last couple months as I've learned more about climate change is life cycle. And I think it's just a different lens to look through, and it's so much more, it's like when you negotiate and you cast a wide net, because it's a bigger description, a more diverse description of how you identify a problem, and even a more robust way of how you identify solutions. So I love when I hear that. It's like the word resiliency when we talk about life cycle. And I feel really good when people start talking that way, because it gives us an opening, a way to merge, a way to solve problems.
Brenda.
I'll make it quick, promise. So the future is very uncertain, which means that we need to be adaptable and take advantage of opportunities as we go forward, because our predictions into the future will always be uncertain. But policies oftentimes limit us in terms of how adaptable and nimble we can be. So my question maybe toward the end of the day is, how do we go about crafting policies that can be adaptable and nimble to changing circumstances that we didn't foresee when we created those policies?
Well, I would say that, remember that scene from Apollo 13 when they're, I don't know what failed, but they had all the pieces laid out, duct tape, little pieces of tube, and they figured out how to put it together. And I think public policy is sort of like that, or it should be like that. They knew where they were going. They were going to get home, right? And so they had to change their trajectory, their policies and everything to get there. But I just think, there's a Seneca, the Roman senator, said, no wind's the right wind if you don't know what port you're sailing for. And I think what's missing largely today is a clear policy, a clear vision for the future. And then we have to have exactly, as you say, adaptive management to get there. But unless we have buy-in of sort of where we as Oregonians want to end up a decade from now, we're probably not going to get there. But we can get there.
All right, I think I'll make that the last word before lunch. Really appreciate everybody's time this morning. We're going to break for a little less than an hour and reconvene at 1:30. In the afternoon, panels will focus on land ownership. Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone was able to take advantage of the break and actually get some lunch and have some good conversation. So welcome back to the Board of Forestry virtual information session. Once again, for the record, my name is Ryan Gordon. I'm the Planning Branch Director with the Oregon Department of Forestry, and I'm also serving as the moderator of today's discussion. A reminder for members of the public that if you would like to submit written comment on today's session, please be sure to get those sent in by April 20th so that they can be included in the board meeting's record. I also wanted to just make a note for the board members here and folks in the panels and following online that we have a number of note takers in the room today. And we are trying to track both conversation and questions, particularly those questions for which we maybe don't get into deep answers. We're going to try to pull some key themes out of the notes and also follow up with some of the panel members to get some additional thoughts and reflections on those questions that we don't get to. So we're going to shift gears this afternoon and focus on land ownership across the state with three separate panels. And I just kind of want to set a little bit of context for that discussion. It was challenging to fill out these panels because it really is difficult, as you can imagine, to provide adequate representation in light of the time constraints that we have here today. So we're going to start with a tribal panel, and it's really important, I think, to note that there are 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, and we couldn't, with our time constraints, invite all of them here today. So we made an effort to provide perspectives from the east and west sides of the state. And while we recognize that's not representative of all the tribes, we hope the discussion will capture some of the most important elements of managing tribal lands in Oregon. From there, we move on to a panel that focuses on public lands, and you'll see that that panel is primarily focused on federal land management. Clearly, state-owned forest lands and counties play an important role in the discussion of public lands management, but those topics are routinely before this board and likely fresh on your minds. So we tried to focus on that federal ownership component that maybe you don't hear quite as much about here in board meetings. And then finally, we tried to offer a few different perspectives in the private lands domain, both in scale and in terms of representation from both the east and west sides of the state. And that one is perhaps one of the most challenging given the spectrum of management strategies that are pursued on private lands across the state. But again, as with lands in the public domain, I think the board has a fair amount of familiarity with that spectrum. A lot of folks come before the board to talk about their management goals and perspectives. So I'll just pause actually before we start the first panel and see, we've got just a little bit of flex in the schedule. Any questions, comments before we launch into the second half of the day? All right. So seeing none, then I would like to invite our first panel. Let me get my notes squared away here. So our first panel focuses on tribal forest land management. And we have with us today Bobby Bruno from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs and Jason Robeson with the Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians. So I would invite Bobby, if you're here, or well, why don't we start? Oh, there we go. You're both here. Perfect. So I'll invite Bobby to kick us off. We've got 30 minutes set aside for this session. So again, just ask if you can try to keep your comments in that 7 to 10 minute range. And you've got the floor. Thank you. So I think you're muted or we're not able to hear you.
Okay, how about now?
We got you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm Bobby Bruno, General Manager of Natural Resources for the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs. I'm also the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the tribes here. I enjoyed listening to the opening session here and to Governor Kitzhaber and to Matt and what they had to say this morning. So that was interesting to listen to. And I know I only have 7s, and I apologize. I haven't been with you all day because I've been bouncing around to meetings. There's also a Region 6 critical wildland fire meeting going on at the same time right now. And so I've been bouncing back and forth and have dedicated probably a little bit more time to them because they're our trustee government to government with the Forest Service and listening to what they have, and have had to speak at that forum also. So my apologies for not being able to listen to the whole session here. And when I'm done with this, I'll be bouncing back over there. But I wanted to talk about Warm Springs and our forest. I know there's a lot of folks probably don't know that they probably realize Warm Springs has a forest. We do here on the reservation. It's 444,000 acres in size. It's a very diverse forest. Goes from 110 inches of rain at the crest on the reservation in our forest, all the way down to 9 inches of rain. So we have ponderosa pine, hemlock, noble fir, lodgepole, you name it, we have it. So that's just real quick about our forest. The reservation itself is 640,000 acres in size. But we also own lands away from the reservation. We own about 55,700 plus acres away from the reservation, and 613 acres of that is in the Willamette Valley, which is all forested lands in the Willamette Valley that we own, 3 different parcels. And these are fee lands, they're not trust lands, so they fall under the jurisdiction of the state and forest practices. But not only those lands, we also own lands around Hood River, Cascade Locks, on the John Day River. We own the largest piece we own over there is 34,000 acres in size. We own lands on the middle fork of the Deschutes, or the middle fork of the John Day, sorry. And so we have a couple thousand acres there. We own lands on the upper John Day around Prairie City. So we have lands on the lower Deschutes. We have lands on the lower John Day. And we have lands at 15 Mile Creek. And of course, in the Hood River Basin. So we have some lands scattered all around the state here. And most of them have forest lands on there. So it's good to listen to the comments that were said this morning. So that's a little bit about some of the forests that we have. I'm going to talk a little bit about the relationship the tribes have with our forest here in Oregon and in Washington. The tribes, we've had this symbiotic relationship with the forest for thousands of years. We've managed these forests for thousands of years, generations, maintaining huckleberry fields with prescribed fire, gathering medicinal plants, looking out for the plants that are important to us, the watersheds. So there's been a major shift, at least for the tribe's perspective, about how management has changed over time with these forests that are all, special to us and to everyone in the state. So just a little bit about the tribes and our connection to the forest, very important to us. Some of the challenges that we have with our climate change, that is something that everyone's talking about, and there's a concern for us in the wildland fire events that are happening with climate change. We're seeing a conversion of forest from good, healthy forest down to brush fields. We're getting so many fires, multiple fires, that we're getting a change in the forest type we have, and we're getting snow brush, manzanita, replacing that, and it's a challenge that we have. The other challenges that we have are of course, the fuel loading, but also the rigid policies that are in place and laws that are in place. And when I talk about that, I'm giving you a similar talk that I gave to the Forest Service yesterday. And some of these are some of the challenges that we run across, and trying to understand and work through those. There's policies that Forest Service has that we need to work on. There's looking at your management plan, the Forest Service's management plan, and looking at our own management plan. We have our own management plan here called the Integrated Resource Management Plan. And a lot of times we ask the Forest Service and the state to meet and exceed what we do on our own lands. Example is Class 1 streams. We have 200-foot buffer zones on our Class 1 streams. We have an A zone and a B zone. The A zone is a no cut, no entry into that area. The other 100-foot onto that is a limited entry to do work that may need to be done for health reasons or fire reduction, other things. So that's just one example of our standard that we have in place on our riparian zones on our Class 1 streams compared to what the state has for your Class 1 streams, which are a lot smaller than ours. I have talked to this board over the years from time to time, and I've talked about our integrated resource management plan, and I'm willing to do that again so you can look at and understand what we have and how we manage our forests. I know you're in a different situation, but this integrated resource management plan that we have here on the reservation is we're actually going through our 10-year update on it. Every 10 years we update it, and we're actually going through that process right now, which means we're looking at what's working from a science perspective, what's a best management practice, and what's a standard. Are they still acting like a standard best management practice? Is the science telling us something different that we need to do? If it is, then what is that, and do we need to make changes? Probably the other real important part of that is the tribal member input into that management plan. That plan gets a lot of input from the tribal members. There's numerous meetings with them to understand what they would like to see and how their forests are managed. So the cultural resource aspect of it. Are we taking care of the huckleberries? Are we taking care of the bear grass? What about the root fields? That's the type of comments we get back and to asking us to manage those things. Do we have a huckleberry management plan in place? Yes or no? We do, and we're working on that some more. What are we doing for old growth? What are we doing for our watersheds and good clean water and our fisheries? We have the healthiest population of bull trout in the lower 48s on our reservation. So we have really good, healthy, clean water for those fish. We have spring chinook, wild spring chinook on the reservation. We have summer steelhead on the reservation. We have sockeye. We have coho. So we have all these species. Spotted owls, we manage core area by core area. So we get this input from our tribal members and how they'd like to see their forest managed. And right now for volume, at one time the tribes were cutting as high as 110 million board feet a year back in the 80s and early 90s. But since then, our sustainable cut is 25 million board feet. So that's what we're currently cut. In our 10-year management plan, we'll be looking at what's that going to look at like for the next 10 years. Is that still a sustainable cut or not? Is that going to go down? Probably. Reason being Lion's Head fire. One of the largest fires we've ever had here on the reservation is for a forest fire. Over 90-something thousand acres as on Labor Day, one of the Labor Day fires. And so we are definitely will be seeing a reduction in our cut because of just of that one fire. Matt had talked about carbon this morning somewhat, and we have been in a carbon project here on the reservation, 24,000 acres in carbon sequestration in the California market. Because of the Lion's Head fire, it looks like we may be getting out of the carbon business because a lot of that area that was in carbon is now burnt. So we're doing a bunch of assessment work on that, and I'd really like to talk to Matt more about carbon. In fact, we have Yale showing up over here next week, Matt. We'll be talking more about carbon. So a little bit about the tribes. I need to mention the gifts of the Creator that are always told to me by our elders here and our tribal councils, and that help guide us in our management plans in whatever we're working on in natural resources. And that is first gift being water, very important to us. The second gift being fish. The third being the wildlife, the deer, the elk, the rabbits, all the animals. And the fourth gift being our cultural plants, our roots, our berries, our medicinals. So these are the four things that have been given to us by the Creator, and it's something that's we take seriously here. It's something that we incorporate into our developing of our management plans and taking care of those gifts that the Creator gave to us. So I wanted to leave that with you. And we still have a lot of challenges. I think there's great opportunities to be working together and collaborate, especially over boundary issues, other than just always doing wildland fire, which is usually most of the time I engage the state of Oregon with Oregon Department of Forestry during fire season, but rather meet them and work with them more before fire season on other projects and that. But we do see each other regularly during fire season, and it has been very challenging for all of us. And to get through all of these challenges right now, we all need to be working together and collaborating with each other. So I don't know if I'm up to my 7 minutes or went over, but that's what I had for you today. Some similar remarks that I gave to the Forest Service just yesterday. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. So Jason, I will turn it over to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. My name is Jason Robinson. I'm the Lands and Resources Officer here for the Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians located in Roseburg, Oregon. I want to start off by thanking Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Cal Mukamoto for the opportunity to participate today. Cal's knowledge and experience in working with tribes is going to be invaluable as the board moves forward with creating and paving the way for relationships with tribes. So thank you once again for the opportunity. I'm going to talk a little bit about tribal history just to get familiar with who Cow Creek is. Then I'm going to talk about tribal forest management and the vision that the tribe has for its forest land within the ancestral territories, and then bring that back around to some of the challenges that face our vision and our mission for management, and some of the strategic partnerships and ideas that we think would be helpful as the board considers opportunities in their strategic planning process for moving forward. So for those that aren't familiar with Cow Creek, they're one of 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon. They have a membership base of just about 1,900 tribal members. They have a rich cultural history rooted in the Umpqua and Rogue River watersheds of Southern Oregon. And they are unique in that in September 19th, 1853, they were one of the first 2 tribes to have a treaty ratified that was ratified in April 12th, 1854. And that really started establishing the true government-to-government relationship between the tribes and the federal government. But as a result of that treaty, Cow Creek also became a landless tribe. And they ceded more than 800 square miles of southwestern Oregon to the United States in that one single act. And so the tribe has been a landless tribe for quite some time. It was terminated in the 50s, restored later in the 80s. And I do want to announce that we'll be celebrating the 40th anniversary of the tribe's restoration this year. So a very big deal for the tribe. But after decades of work with and advocacy at the federal level, we were able to restore 17,500 acres of forest land through the Western Oregon Tribal Forest Act and allow the tribe to regain a portion of that area that they lost so long ago. The tribe has also continued to purchase and acquire forest lands using fee ownership and now manages approximately 33,000 acres of forest land, primarily in Douglas County, Oregon. But once again, that's a fraction of the 6.2 million acre ancestral area that Cow Creek calls home. It's really important to understand this because it's really important to understand tribal sovereignty and how it's rooted in land restoration and the right to govern as a nation of the people who are first in Oregon and people that care deeply about preserving this land and place that has been in their care since time immemorial. It's also important to set the standard for how many generations are going to manage to come. So as we talk about vision for tribal lands, and I think Bobby did a very good job of explaining it, the tribes are deeply rooted and connected to their land base. These natural resources are their cultural resources. It's part of their culture. It's really important to consider that as we think about any land management that occurs on or near tribal lands. So from the Cow Creek's perspective, Cow Creek envisions a healthy and resilient forest landscape that expands across all ownerships. The landscape is diverse with multiple age classes and habitat types where water resources are clean, plentiful, and where fish and wildlife are abundant and diverse. The tribe envisions a landscape that provides for multiple sustained uses, including resource production, recreation, and cultural and spiritual activities. The tribe envisions a forest that provides resources for local community, including supporting local economics and local family wage jobs. The tribe envisions a working forest that is healthy, resilient, and well managed. And the tribe envisions that it will always provide for future generations, and that it is managed for the resource rather than against it. Cow Creek uses a site-specific management condition to manage lands under a continuous management approach. So we look at the specific conditions of each site and we manage for those conditions across the landscape. The challenge is that we've seen so many management entities look at using lack of management as a tool rather than management as a tool to manage for what is most important to us. And I think as you look at tribes, they oftentimes use management as a tool for what's important. When we try to protect something and maintain it, we have to manage for it. We can't continue to take a hands-off approach to our forests. And since time immemorial, tribes have been managing forests using traditional practice such as burning to reduce insects, disease, and fuels, and to manage for significant cultural resources, promote diversity across the landscape. Now, these traditional practices have been tried and tested, and for many generations, and they should continue to be part of any management tool across the landscape. Unfortunately, as good as this vision may sound, there are obstacles and challenges and threats to achieving it. Past management regimes and harmful fads have resulted in landscapes that are dense, stagnant, and unhealthy. Changing climate continues to add to the declining health of these stands with far-reaching impacts to cultural resources and values. And furthermore, we are now faced with unprecedented drought, and we've seen a dramatic increase in catastrophic wildfire throughout the state. And I know Bobby alluded to that as well. So speaking on wildfire for just a moment, just 1 year after the tribe received a portion of its reservation lands through the West Oregon Tribal Fairness Act, nearly 1/3 of it burnt as a result of the Milepost 97 fire. Now, every year since then, that fire started in July of 2019. Every year since then, large portions of surrounding forests have been impacted by catastrophic wildfire. Just last year, the Devil's Knob complex located in the Umpqua National Forest threatened to impact a significant portion of the remaining tribal reservation lands. These fires are getting more frequent and more intense, yet our strategies for fighting them and preventing them don't seem to be improving. This is something that needs to be addressed at the highest level and something that I hope the board considers as they look at strategic planning moving forward. We need to look at our initial attack capacity, the ability to reduce the amount of time that the wildfire remains on the landscape. We need to look at our policies and procedures for how we actively engage fire. And we need to look at specific projects that help remove fuels and continue to apply traditional ecological knowledge on the landscape to prevent fires. The wildland urban interface is a good place to start. However, this may not address those watershed scale impacts that occur following a catastrophic wildfire. I think we've all seen that across the state of Oregon in the last couple of years. But perhaps one of the biggest threats that faces this vision is social division. There's a lack of alignment around how our forests are best managed to provide for mutual benefits to all beneficial users. And unfortunately, we cannot benefit from a forest that is no longer a forest. I think Bobby mentioned this. As we see 1, 2, 3 reburns on these forest lands, the site-specific conditions are changing, and those forest lands are changing with them, which means cultural resource values are being lost. As was stated previously, the tribe supports an active management across the landscape for managing values that are important to all beneficial users. One thing to mention is Cow Creek, like other tribes, cannot simply move their culture somewhere else. They are deeply tied to a sense of place. And when a resource is lost or dying, as part of that culture is lost or dying. So far too often, what we see is that forest resources that are important to the tribe are the subject of conversations of organizations, agencies, and individuals that have no tie to these sacred places and no specific site knowledge. Too often, the tribe is left out of these conversations, yet left to live with the outcomes of these discussions. This may be one of the biggest fears that tribes face. Tribes must be included in the conversation. So as I look forward to partnerships, we have to be proactive in developing more local strategic partnerships with a collective goal of managing forest lands at a landscape scale in order to manage the resources that are important. And we have many examples of these in Southwestern Oregon, across Oregon, where we have good collaborative partnerships working together with tribal components to do good work on the landscape. We need to continue this effort and continue to support local knowledge, local support, and local workers in these areas. We also need to continue to make sure that these collaborations are diverse and take into account all aspects of forest management and focusing on what's right for the land and the resources. And I do believe tribes can continue to be extremely instrumental and involved in these partnerships. The challenge is oftentimes tribes are merely considered stakeholders, but not sovereigns. And that's where I started with the conversation about what Cow Creek is. It's a sovereign government. And so they should be on par with the state and federal government when it comes to conversation of managing resources. And that's why I appreciate the opportunity to be on the panel today. So as a board of forestry considers strategic revisions, looking out in the future of the next 10 years, I think there's a good start with the private forestry core legislation that just passed. It's one that allows for an MOA with the state of Oregon to really respect tribes as sovereigns and we do look forward to developing a really good agreement with the state to memorialize this new relationship. So just kind of wrapping up, items for consideration moving forward for the Board of Forestry is that we are definitely in line with the board's mission to lead Oregon in implementing policies and programs that promote sustainable management of Oregon's public and private forests. But there are many things that are still needed to consider to move and manage these forests. There's a need for adequate tribal consultation prior to any policy decision-making that's paramount to respecting the government-to-government relationship. There's a need to continue to carry out large-scale landscape demonstration projects using traditional ecological knowledge and other tribal feedback. There's a need to create more robust fire protection networks and strategic partnerships to suppress fires rather than managing them for long periods of time on the landscape. There's a need to use the Good Neighbor Authority to allow shared resources to combat complex management issues with limited resources. There's a need to look at providing funding opportunities to allow tribal partners to conduct forest management activities on adjacent state forest lands. There's a need to formalize an integrated planning team process to bring tribes into the engagement process early and often so that we can develop excellent opportunities for the tribe using those traditional values. There's a need to expand the scope and scale of current forest management activities, making them larger. We know that small scale projects are good, but small scale projects don't address large scale needs. There's a need to identify new legal mechanisms and agreements to create mutually beneficial opportunities on lands managed by the state. And perhaps there's a need to create additional regional initiatives and communicate the importance that generates support over shared stewardship across the landscape, and to build upon current actions to partner with tribes to better utilize tribal cultural resource knowledge and expertise to better protect cultural and historic resources. So once again, I wanted to thank Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Cal for the opportunity to participate on the panel today. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. Appreciate that. So we have about 10 minutes available for questions and discussion. Joe.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. I was curious, Lions Head Fire, and what your thoughts are, what your strategies are regarding salvage logging and restoration of falling fire. Are you able to find seedlings and et cetera? And I guess what are you doing following these large fires?
For Warm Springs, like the Lions Head Fire, I mentioned earlier that we cut 25 million board feet a year, and that's green timber. when it comes to salvage, when we have fire events like we had with Lion's Head, which was over 90,000 acres, we had to do a salvage sale. We felt forced to do a salvage sale because of the fire made us do that. So we usually get after it. And then we actually put together our largest timber sale we'd ever put together was on the Lion's Head, which was 120, 130 million board feet. And we're still logging it. In fact, this spring, we should be wrapping that up as you know, when wood starts getting older, especially pine, it starts to blue on you and check on you. And so when it comes to salvage after a fire, we try to get on it as soon as we can so we don't lose all the value in that wood. And we're going to lose some value on this because we're not going to get it all, because we still have a lot of wood that's just starting to check and starting to turn blue on us. So we have a very robust, active fire salvage program. We always have here in Warmer Springs, and we'll continue doing that into the future. So that is what we're doing with our salvage program here. And you had a second part of your question there too. Can you repeat that?
Availability of seedlings and seeds to reforest, or
we actually lucked out. We've done okay because we already had the nurseries queued up for our forest program. So this year, the year before, we planted 2 million seedlings. Last year we was 1.7 million, and this year we'll be planting 1.7 million again this season. In fact, we've started planting right now. But we are getting noticed by the nurseries saying, hey, we're starting to get limited.
Yeah, and much like Bobby said, we are also taking a very proactive approach to fire salvage with Milepost 97 fire, which we just wrapped up last month. A little over 3,600 acres there have been harvested and processed here locally. We're also in good shape when it comes to reforestation due to really good planning for forest management operations. However, as Bobby mentioned, we are looking at that as a constraint moving forward in the future with all of the active fire on the landscape.
Oh, just got distracted. Liz.
Thank you, Ryan. There's a lot of thinking going around between WUI versus larger landscape, upstream treatments. Does that weigh into your thinking for tribal lands, or is it more what you talked about, the cultural values sort of lead you to the different areas, or is it a combination of both? I'm just really curious how you weigh things. Everyone has limited resources in which to do treatments. What drives, guides the tribe?
Go ahead, Jason, if you're ready.
You want me to take that one, Ron? Okay.
I got my thoughts on it too, so I'll let you go first.
Actually, well, thanks for the question, Liz. So, really, when it comes to the wildland urban interface, obviously life safety is extremely important to the tribe. So when we look at that, where we can reduce the potential for impacts from wildfire within that wildland urban interface, that is definitely a high priority. But beyond that, we are looking at a combined approach, and that is looking at how do we best protect tribal resources and watersheds at a much broader scale. And really, it comes down to how do we prevent fire, right? How do we manage to prevent fire? We know that fire is going to be here, it's going to be on the landscape, but if we can reduce the impacts at a much larger scale, that's going to have a much better, it's going to add much more value to tribal lands and resources than focusing specifically on the WUI to try to, get at the infrastructure impacts and forget about all of the resources that make the tribe, and that is those cultural values that are out on that much broader landscape.
And for Warm Springs, similar with the WUI projects, looking at our, can you hear me? Okay. looking at the community areas is priority, protecting our communities here in Warm Springs, but also looking at a landscape scale. And what does that look like out under our forests and beyond our borders? And as part of the discussion we've had with the Forest Service and having right now is, what's happening on the borders. There's the Tribal Forest Protection Act that we haven't been able to implement for various reasons. One, we have 3 forests that border our boundary of our reservation, and most of the boundary is wilderness, which is very challenging when you have a fire in wilderness that no one's taking care of, and that most of the time the winds are blowing from the west to the east and they blow onto our lands. That's been a huge challenge for us. So how do you deal with that? And so we're been talking with folks, and how do we work on solving that problem? But it's, for us here, it's also landscape, community, but then how do you implement that? Do you have the capacity to do it? Do you have the funding to do it? Do you have the crews to be able to do it? Are you able to have contractors that are going to get geared up to be able to do the fuels work that needs to be done? Can they afford doing it? What's the local workforce do? Do they have the proper training? Do they have from logging equipment, masticators, $500,000 to $1 million for equipment, to people on the ground with chainsaws, to people on the ground with lopping tools? So there's that whole piece of that. And can you do it in a timely manner, given the amount of time you have for funding, whether that's federal, state funding, or other funding, or even your own funding? Can you achieve what you want to achieve with these framed pieces that you're boxed in with timelines for the amount of funding that you get also? So there's still some work that needs to be done on that.
And if I can just add to what Bobby just said, absolutely agree. And that's where I think these strategic partnerships really start coming in to play, and how we maximize the use of resources across the landscape, because that is definitely a challenge. We may want to manage these larger watershed scale projects, but we are limited in resources, both staffing and funding. So those broad scale partnerships become extremely key in those larger scale projects.
We have just a couple minutes left. Brendan.
Thank you, Ryan. I apologize if I don't understand the philosophy that you shared completely, so please bear with me. But I think I heard Bobby say that the culture views, your culture views forests as gifting things important to your culture. And Jason, I think I heard you say that these values would be maintained over multiple generations. And so I'm curious what your perspective is from your 2 cultures, how we can incorporate that idea of gifting into our management of forests in our culture.
Good question. I think I know what you're asking here. So I had talked about the gifts the Creator gave us. Okay. So that's our base. So as we're developing our management plan, those gifts are always in the back of our mind, that these are what we got to take care of. So as we're developing the forest plan, as we're doing a fish management plan, as we're doing a water management plan, those gifts, and I remind staff here, not all our staff here are tribal members. It's a mix of tribal members and non-tribal members that work with us, and that those are important, and to never forget those. So as you're doing the science and thinking about that, and also thinking about what our local community has said, that what those gifts mean to them and what they think is important that they want to see done. So the best example for the forest is huckleberries. So as we're developing our management, updating our management plan right now, we're getting a lot of feedback about we need to do more acres of huckleberries, because that's one of the gifts that the Creator gave us, was those huckleberries. So we need to be taking care of those. Those are important to us. So we want to expand how many acres you're doing for huckleberry management on the reservation. So right now we do 2,500 acres. And in this next management plan, it'll probably be larger than that for huckleberry management on the reservation. So that's just one example of how we incorporate that thinking of gifts to the creator as we practice it out on the ground in land management.
Yeah,
Is that helpful?
and in a very similar manner, as I talked about managing for something, Cow Creek looks at those resources very similarly in that when something is special and important to the tribe and its culture, we manage for it. So as Bobby was alluding to with the management of huckleberries, it's a very key element. It's important spiritually to the tribe as well as traditional food source for the tribe. There's a lot of culture around that. So when there's something that's important, we manage for it. So we make decisions on the landscape that are going to make sure that it's there in perpetuity for multiple generations. And so that's how we would look at that. It might be fisheries, it might be other things. For Cow Creek, elk is extremely important. So, managing open areas and areas where we have opportunities to harvest elk is a really important resource. So how we bring those values and manage for them is part of our strategy.
Both.
We have unfortunately run out of time for this panel, but again, thank you both for joining us. Thank goodness for Zoom technology, Bobby, so you can get right back to the other meeting that you're in. If you're able to get out of that meeting, certainly you're both welcome to hang around and participate in the discussion at the end of the day. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It's been an honor.
Okay. We will go ahead and shift gears to the next panel, which is focused on forests in the public domain. And we have joining us today Mike Spizak from the U.S. Forest Service and Kevin Ford with the Bureau of Land Management. And I see they're both here and bringing their video up. Mike, I will hand it over to you. Thank you.
All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we got you. It's a little quiet, but I think we got you.
Okay, yeah, it just was, I'm used to using Teams, so every time I'm in Zoom, I've got to reacquaint myself. So I'll speak loudly. Mike Spizak, I work for the U.S. Forest Service here in Portland at the regional headquarters. The region, which is Region 6 here, covers both the state of Washington and Oregon. A career, just a little bit of background about myself. I'm a career-long Forest Service employee. I've had the opportunity to work across the country, but about split evenly between the East Coast and the West side of the United States. My background's been, I started as a forester and have worked my way up through the organization, including being a district ranger was my previous position before moving here to the Pacific Northwest. I'm an assistant director for natural resources out of the headquarters. And so the main focus of our directorate area is, as the name implies, natural resources management. And we cover a full suite of natural resource program areas, including everything from range to aquatics, watershed improvement, timber management, ecology, and a few other areas. So I appreciate the ability to present here to members of the board, and thank you again, Chair Kelly, for having me. In preparing for this, I corresponded a little bit with some members of that were planning this event, and was asked to talk a little bit about what is our vision for the agency, some challenges and opportunities. So I'm gonna just spend a few minutes talking about those. Probably could fill up a whole 30 minutes talking about it, but I know we're really working on a short time frame. So just as a reminder, our motto is to care for the land and serve the people. Our mission is about achieving quality land management under sustained multiple use management concept to meet the diverse needs of people. If any of you have visited a national forest, you know that there's a lot happening on any national forest. And that national motto really does come down to the local level. Here in Region 6, we have 25 million acres of Forest Service land across 15 national forests. And then in addition, we have the Columbia River Gorge. That's a scenic area, not technically a forest. We have 59 district offices where, like I said, you can find an abundance of opportunities to recreate, to enjoy the wilderness, to participate in work associated with natural resource management, and the list goes on. Within Oregon, we have 11 national forests covering almost 16 million acres. So certainly no shortage of places to go visit here in Oregon. Truly, we're truly blessed to have such an abundant amount of public lands to visit. In terms, I'm going to shift hard to challenges, and wasn't able to participate on all the calls today, but the previous presentation I heard, the remarks around our impacts from wildfire, and the same holds true for the U.S. Forest Service. Over the past 20 years, wildfires have grown in size. That's beyond anything that we've seen in the past in our time. The accumulation of fuels over time, or warmer climate, and expansion of WUI has complicated things. In 2020, just some more stats, in 2020, we had 1.9 million acres burned in Washington and Oregon. And of course, we track a lot by both states. About 700,000 acres was on national forests in 2020. In 2021, the numbers increased. We had about 1 million acres on Forest Service land in 2021, with, as all of you are aware, 400,000 of those acres were on the Boot Lake Fire alone in Eastern Oregon. So suppression of fires and years of recovery are a significant challenge for us, in particular on those forests that we all know about that were hit really hard in the last few years, including the Mount Hood, the Willamette, the Rogue River Siskiyou, the Umpqua, and the Fremont Wainema. Those are all the forests that have really been impacted by wildfire and spending a lot of time doing recovery efforts. In addition to impacting our communities, wildfire impacts our road systems, our trails, our favorite recreation areas, our landscapes are also that are under management are impacted as well. That impacts future management, as you can imagine. Just to dive in a little bit on, we were talking about planting. I think the previous presenter, for reforestation alone, we have 600,000 acres in reforestation needs here in Region 6, and that's including Oregon and Washington. But as you know, a lot of the acres impacted were in Oregon. That's a historic level not seen since the 1990s. We typically plant around 20,000 acres a year, about a third of what's planted nationally. That's a little other unknown fact within the Forest Service region. Our region plants the most acres annually. There's some things that are coming through the infrastructure bill that are going to allow us to increase the number of acres planted annually up to around 60,000 acres. Funds that have been released through disaster relief have been really helpful at us tackling the work that needs to be done to help our systems recover from wildfire. But I'm going to shift again now to the focus on opportunities to work together, because this is a great pivot. So I sized up what kind of the challenges are. Now I'm going to share kind of, what's ahead of us. And really the biggest announcement that I want to share with you all, and that we're sharing more broadly, is the announcement that was made by our Secretary of Agriculture and our Chief, Randy Moore, back in January, related to our strategy to deal with our wildfire crisis. The wildfire crisis, as I said, is real. We've been facing it for decades, and we're going to, the agency is looking to really scale up our efforts through a multiple approach to truly addressing this issue. We're looking at treating an additional 20 million acres on national forest lands over the next 10 years. We're going to treat an additional 30 million acres on non-Forest Service lands. So that includes federal, state, tribal, and private lands. Just for some reference, in Region 6 here in the Pacific Northwest, we typically treat around 265,000 acres annually. That was just from 2021. In order to kind of align with that 20 million additional acres, we need to increase to around 750,000 acres a year. So that's more than doubling the number of acres. So that's more than doubling the amount of planting areas. It's more than doubling the amount of work that's happening on the ground. So the Forest Service, we recognize that we can't do this alone. We already have significant partner relationships formed with our partners, like you all, like with the Oregon Department of Forestry, that are going to help us, really move out on this in a positive way here in the next few years. So we've partnered with the National Forest Foundation to set up a host National Forest Foundation is going to host internal virtual roundtables across the country, included here in Region 6, and that's happening this week, actually. So we're going to be looking for input from our partners to actually help us determine what's the best path forward for activating on our strategy moving forward. The work is going to take 10 years, so it's going to take everything we can to work together to move out on this. How we're going to pay for it as well, there's been a lot of attention to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, bipartisan infrastructure law or bill that provides nearly $3 billion to reduce hazardous fuels, mostly in the West. We have not received that funding yet, but as I said, we're preparing to activate on that funding when it comes through this strategy. So how can we work together? And I'm just going to close with that. I want to be sensitive to the time. We can work together. We need to recognize this is a crisis that we all face, and that we need to work through together through our partnerships that are between the state and federal government, but also between all the other partnerships that the federal government has to work with, including with the Forest Service. It's going to ask this approach. We're thinking about it in terms of how do we rethink and reconsider our approach to doing work on the ground. Everything from planning through implementation. What are ways that we can increase our efficiency? And then finally, really the big thing that we need to do is continue to build off of those relationships that we have already formed at the local level, at the district and forest level, through tools such as the Good Neighbor Authority. The Region 6 has been really a national leader in the use of GNA alone. Our regional forester, Glenn Casamassa, has really challenged and actually created the expectation that our forest leadership work side by side with local state leadership to develop plans in unison with an understanding of shared priorities, so that we're not working in silos at the local level. So moving forward, there's a huge opportunity to leverage those relationships that already exist. And I can tell you that myself personally, as I work with all the units across the region, I see that happening all the time. There's an abundance of relationships being formed at the staff level and leadership level. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over, I guess, to Kevin next, unless that's not the flow of show. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the flow of show. So Kevin, you got the floor.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me and the opportunity to talk about BLM forest management here in front of the board. My name is Kevin Ford. I am the acting branch chief for biological resources at the Oregon-Washington State Office of the Bureau of Land Management. And the BLM, we manage about 2.5 million acres of forest land in Oregon, with the vast majority of that arranged in a checkerboard pattern in Western Oregon. And these forests contain highly productive timberlands, a key habitat for many terrestrial and aquatic species, and a wide range of recreational opportunities. And we manage these lands under our Western Oregon Resource Management Plans, which were established in 2016 and establishes our strategic vision for these lands. And the purposes of these plans are to provide a sustained yield of timber, contribute to the conservation and recovery of threatened and endangered species, provide clean water, restore fire-adapted ecosystems, provide recreation opportunities, and to coordinate management with tribes. So we developed these plans with input from other agencies and the public, and we considered and harmonized our obligations under multiple laws. These obligations include sustained yield timber production under the O&C Act, species conservation under the Endangered Species Act, and water quality protection under the Clean Water Act, and a whole lot of other laws in addition to those. And one of the primary ways that the plans harmonize these different obligations is to divide the land into different land use allocations, each with its own set of objectives. So about 20% of the land is in the harvest land base land use allocation, which has sustained yield timber production as its primary objective, though there are other objectives along with that, such as developing complex early cereal ecosystems. The rest of the lands, the other 80%, are in land use allocations known as the reserves, with objectives for late successional habitat, clean water, and other resources. However, I want to note that we do active management across all these land use allocations to achieve their various objectives, and timber harvest is an important tool in all of these land use allocations. As an example, we use variable density thinning of younger homogeneous stands and late successional reserves to accelerate the development of structurally complex late successional habitat and to increase the stand's fire resilience. So across all these lands in Western Oregon, the BLM expects to offer 278 million board feet of timber for sale each year, with about 3/4 of that coming from the harvest land basin and the other quarter coming from the reserves. And though our forestry operations in Eastern Oregon are smaller in scale, they play an important role in achieving BLM's multiple use objectives there. These include restoring fire resilient forests, improving habitat quality and connectivity, and providing a sustainable source of timber and other forest products. So in terms of challenges, like many of the forest land managers we've heard from today, the 2020 Labor Day fires created some very significant challenges for us. 128,000 acres of Western Oregon BLM lands were in the perimeters of these fires. And after the fires, we undertook a variety of efforts for post-fire recovery. So these range from emergency stabilization and rehabilitation to hazard tree removal, salvage timber sales, reforestation, and infrastructure repair. So we made some very large adjustments to our timber sale program to deal with the large amounts of hazard tree removal and salvage. In 2021, a full 60% of the timber that we offered for sale was salvage, and we ended up offering a total of 299 million board feet, which is the most that we've offered in Western Oregon since the early 1990s. And we are continuing to offer hazard tree and salvage sales into 2022 as well. Similar to other organizations, the fires create a large need for reforestation on BLM managed lands. This effort we're expecting to take a decade or more, from initial planting to any replanting and maintenance activities. And we are striving to plant roughly 20 million seedlings over 60,000 acres that experience stand replacing fires and have a reforestation need. Now, partnerships are key to the BLM meeting these challenges and achieving our goals. In recent years, we've expanded the use of the Good Neighbor Authority, the same authority that Mike referenced. So this facilitates federal agencies to work with state, county, and tribal governments to implement land management treatments and monitoring across ownership boundaries. And since 2018, we have established 28 new GNA agreements in Oregon. We are also working with the state of Oregon, Oregon Department of Forestry, Natural Resource Conservation Service, and Forest Service, and other agencies as part of the shared stewardship initiative to create more fire resilient landscapes in Oregon. Similar to the Forest Service, we are also receiving funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and that is being allocated out to the field. Right now, decisions are being made on that, and so we're developing projects and plans for how to implement that funding and implement treatments on the ground, and have the goal to increase the pace and scale of restoration on BLM managed lands, and do that in a coordinated fashion. So, these partnerships are really key for BLM to meet both our unique goals and to also play our role in maintaining healthy forests across Oregon. So very happy to be here and have the opportunity to discuss these issues with you all. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you both. So once again, we have about 10 minutes available for questions and discussion. Carla.
Thank you guys for being here today. Between your two entities, you own about 60% of the forested acres in Oregon. And when you look at the acres that need treated, are you assuming that virtually 100% of your acres need treated? If that's not the number, I'd like to know kind of what percent you feel does need to be treated. What kind of cost per acre are you looking at? And while the funding isn't here, to the tune that you talked about, Mike, what funding is available today for some of these partnerships, that we're looking at? And then what's your mindset over the next 10 to 20 years on how is your active management, your harvest rates, really downsizing these burnable fuels loads? I think we all recognize we've been building this burnable fuels loads for about 40 years. What's your mindset the next 10 and 20 years on different management practices to really downsize these loads going forward?
Yeah, so I think the question was, we want to make sure that we track all those questions directed to both Kevin and I. Kevin, maybe I'll take a first crack at the scale of management that, at least from the Forest Service perspective, we would be looking at. We don't think it's, we're not looking at 100% treatment. What we look at is what's the investment needed at a scale that's going to basically change outcomes on the ground in terms of what happens when a wildfire does occur. And generally speaking, the science is leading us to think about it in terms of within a watershed, 30 to 40% of that area. If we treat 30 to 40% of that area, then that is going to make an impact. And of course, that's where, we really need to have the experts in the room that are looking at that landscape to determine what is the most effective level of treatment to change conditions on the ground. And our land managers are looking at it all the time. But even at that 30 to 40% level, you multiply that times the number of acres that I just described, multiply that by the cost per acre, which you were asking about, and service contracts can be very high for non-commercial treatments. We like to use tools such as prescribed burning that can be much more cost effective, but it's even at that 30 to 40% level, it's beyond anything that our regular routine budget could ever finance. The bill is really going to allow us to work at that scale in some focal areas, in some key areas, in over a period of several years. So that's my response on the scale that we look at. And Kevin, I'm not sure where you are on that, if you wanted to chime in on the scale of investment in terms of acres treated.
Yeah, it's not going to be, obviously can't treat 100% of the acres right away. And so we do try to prioritize our work as well as we can, looking at what acres are at the most risk and can respond most beneficially to treatment, and trying to coordinate those treatments as much as possible. In terms of cost per acres, it can vary widely based on the tools we use. Whether we are doing those treatments through a service contract, or we doing treatments as part of a timber sale, where we are designing that land management treatment, that timber sale, to achieve multiple objectives. It can depend on our land use allocation under a resource management plan, but you could have objectives for timber production, for habitat quality improvement, both terrestrial and aquatic, and fuels reduction as well. And when you do all those treatments in using a timber sale contract as your mechanism, that can reduce your costs. And also have lots of external economic benefits as well. And in kind of to further that goal and that process, we do have some specific targets in our resource management plans for the drier forests in southwestern Oregon, where we have a target in each decade to treat 21,500 acres of these late successional reserve, dry late successional reserves with commercial thinning treatments to increase that fire resilience and improve habitat and all those land management goals that we have.
And then the other thing, I guess I want to make sure we cover all the questions, was about, what funding is available now. And really, that's a great question, because, we have used our regular appropriations to work with partners, in particular through things like GNA. I believe it's correct for me to state that at least every unit within Region 6 has an existing GNA agreement with the state, where you're using the value of those products of the timber to help pay for work. And that's a great place to be. Half of our volume that's sold is done under using a stewardship authority. And so we're able, again, to use the value of that timber to pay for other restoration work, or to make more investments in preparation for more fuels treatments into the future. But I will say that, like what Kevin said, we've got a variety of tools. And when we look at a landscape, what we're trying to do is come up with the most effective and efficient means of doing that, because we know our dollars are scarce. Even though we have a certain amount of funding, but it's just not enough to cover at the scale. When you look at the, it's decades of accumulation, which gets me to the other question, which is, what are we looking at 10, 20 years from now? This has been a challenge that's been created through the accumulation of fuels over decades, and so we really need to look at that 10 to 20 year time frame. In my mind, within the Forest Service in the region, some of our forests in Washington, I'll pick on the Colville National Forest. They've taken that longer view of a 20-year plan. And my supervisor, the Director of Natural Resources, Dan Shively, and I, we've been talking about, we really need to set ourselves up for success for that longer term plan in order to truly identify the needs and plan accordingly, and leverage everything we can in terms of funding opportunities to make sure that we're activating on this as much as we can. Kevin, you want to back over to you, and I want to make sure we covered all those questions that were asked.
Yeah, kind of in a similar vein, historically we've planned, have a 5-year timber sale plan as maybe some of the longer term planning, but we are extending that planning horizon. Some of our groups are getting up to 10 years, and we're striving for that, and wanting to get it into that longer planning horizon. And looking at how the landscapes are going to evolve over the coming decades. And at the far end of that, in our strategic planning that goes into our resource management plans, we model forest dynamics over 200 years. Obviously, knowing that you're getting to some pretty serious uncertainty when you get out that far, but just to give us a sense of how we expect the forest to evolve over time, given the best information we have at the moment. And there has been a real effort to use the outputs of those models to inform project planning and make sure we are implementing short-term projects with our strategic goals in mind.
Great, thank you. So we got kind of a backlog of questions, and we're getting near the end of our time. We'll extend this a little bit. Governor Kitzhaber, you have a question.
I'll be real quick. So a lot of the conversation around dealing with the wildfire crisis is about funding, getting the adequate resources to actually do the treatments. If you had all the funding you needed, I mean, we have a Congress that can get $1 billion out of the door in a week for Stinger missiles in Ukraine. I don't think money's the problem. We just need to get it to you. If you had all the money and you had the workforce, what would be the major obstacles to keep you from getting in and doing the forest treatment that needs to be happening across the landscape?
I can take a run at it first, Kevin.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I would say that in order to do any work on the ground, we have to go through the environmental analysis process. So, and as you are probably aware, Governor, there's we have a lot of interest from our publics in how that work gets done. It's we do it in a collaborative way. So there is energy that we need to do to get that work done. There's the consultation with the services, that, for example, with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, where they also need to do their part to help us be able to meet the requirements of our analysis. And I know within the bill there are some good things happening there. I believe to add some capacity to other agencies that are actually key to our delivery. And the same would hold true with cultural resources, ensuring that those other agencies have capacity. But I think one of the things that I think we're recognizing is our agency has really been, our staff have really grown into this place where we know we have a certain staffing level. We know we have a certain amount of funding for contracts, and folks have become really creative of how do we expand that to its furthest extent to do the most work that we can. And this new place where we're actually looking at adding capacity, adding funding, is some folks have never experienced that in their career. And so it's a little bit of I think we're over the next few months, as things become real and we start seeing this funding, that our organizations are going to have to, like, in a good way, see that reality. And then I think a lot of those barriers that maybe are, not evident now will become more evident. But those are and that's the reason. And the other thing I'll just say is that the reason we're having these roundtables is to identify those barriers that going at a scale that we haven't done throughout my career. So that's the best I can offer right now, Governor. Sorry if we're running out of time. Kevin, anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of that applies to the BLM as well. It takes me a little a minute to wrap my head around the idea of funding and workforce not being a limitation. But yeah, we are seeing these big pots of money from Congress that are directed to go towards this type of forest restoration work, fire risk reduction work. There I think going to be a lag in terms of if there's an increase in funding, then expanding the workforce, both in terms of getting people hired and getting them trained up. I think in a world where all that is in place, the biggest challenge that comes to my mind is just developing plans, developing treatments in the face of all the uncertainty we have with climate change, and implementing treatments that don't only address today's problems, but will work and address problems going into the future when we don't know what that future is going to be. We know the climate's going to change. We're going to get it's going to be warmer temperatures. It's going to be drier in a lot of places, but we don't know how much. We don't know what those interactions are going to be. And so just coming up with these robust solutions that kind of will do good work under a variety of conditions, I think is a real scientific challenge that we would have to address, to even if we have all those resources.
I don't want to get too far behind. Jim, your hand was up. Liz, your hand was up. Are we?
So my question is around the criteria that you're that you've looked at and you're prioritizing as we've got the bipartisan infrastructure bill and how we're going to roll that out. And there's been different groups talking about, what WUI is, and it's been sizes and population and distances. But you mentioned that you're looking at, thinking larger on a long-term strategy. So I don't know if this is a fair question, but we have our criteria now. We want to go long-term and adaptive. Are there criteria that lean more in to adaptive long-term management, that in your dreams, it's like Governor Kitzhaber, if you had everything in your dreams, what would some of those priority and criteria look like for a more adaptive and possibly what we talked about this morning, risk tolerant criteria? I don't know if that made sense to you.
Yeah. Good. Kevin, I've got one thought.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I am wanting to make sure I understand the question, and I think I'm understanding that. Is there a place where we would still need some ability to be adaptive so that we could really, treat at scale, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah. And, I think we didn't mention smoke management. Really, I have this dream of, because we just can't go in and burn, use prescribed fire in some of these areas that haven't been burned in decades. We need to do those, those pre-treatments, those manual treatments, mechanical or timber treatments ahead of that. But even if we want to burn, there are some limitations on what we can do and where, just because of the smoke that's out there. So, I think maybe there could be some opportunities for us to, is there some adaptive approaches in our decision documents that would allow us some flexibility in the out years related to smoke management. Kevin, I don't know if you have anything to add, and I know we're running short. I don't know if that's getting at it, your question, and I can't tell who was the one that asked that, sorry.
Yeah, smoke management, I think, is key for us. I mean, we have, especially in Southwestern Oregon, a lot of the land we manage is in the WUI. And, just make sure we're able to do all the treatments there that we can. And I think also some flexibility in terms of silviculture prescriptions. I think we've been moving in that direction with the 2016 resource management plans, and granting some more flexibility with the idea of restoring fire adapted ecosystems. Just as one example, in Southwestern Oregon, in the dry forests, distinguishing between fire resistant species like ponderosa pine, sugar pine, Douglas fir, and less fire resistant species like true firs, and allowing larger diameter individuals of those less fire resistant species to be harvested, and creating a more stand conditions that are more resilient to fire. So I think those kinds of silviculture flexibilities can help as well in being flexible in our adaptation to increase fire risk.
Thank you.
Great, thank you both. Appreciate your time and participation this afternoon, and we'll roll on to the next panel here.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
You guys got some tough questions there. All right, so we are running a little bit behind schedule, but I think we'll be able to stay on track here. So we're coming into the final panel of the day, which is focused on the private ownership. And we've got three members of this panel: Ben Hayes with Springboard Forestry, Chris Johnson with Shonda Asset Management, and Chad Washington with Nuveen Natural Capital. And it's looking like everybody is here. So we'll just keep rolling right along, take it in the order as listed. Ben, you've got the floor.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. And thanks to the board for the opportunity to speak with you today, and to the ODF staff for helping to put this together. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to join for the morning, so I've enjoyed hearing the last few panels, but may cover some things that were already covered. And as a little bit of background, I'm going to be wearing sort of two hats today. That our family has been in forestry since the mid 1800s, and in forestry in Oregon since the late 1800s. They moved west, sort of following manifest destiny across the country, and basically cutting themselves through upstate New York, Wisconsin, and ended up in Northwest Oregon and Southwest Washington. Right at the turn of the century. And we still own a little bit over 1,000 acres in Northwest Oregon. That's our family business, Hyla Woods, owned in 3 different parcels. And then the other hat I'm wearing is that I work professionally as a forester, and I have a business called Springboard Forestry. We provide management to a whole range of different landowners, but for the most part, it's private, non-industrial investors, municipalities, and then conservation organizations. So those are kind of the two hats I'm going to be wearing. And the family's been in this for 6 generations. And I think somebody in one of the previous panels mentioned sort of the 7-generation way of thinking about land stewardship and stewarding the world. And so I come back to thinking, well, we're almost at 7th generation. My kids will be the 7th generation. And so the decisions that were made a long time ago have had significant implications for each subsequent generation. And some of those have been really positive and some have been really negative. And so thinking clearly and kind of authentically about that is kind of one of our goals. There's an Aldo Leopold quote. So it's kind of thinking through what are the goals of our family business and how does that relate to ODF and where are those relationships and tensions. And there's an Aldo Leopold quote that we often come back to that I'm kind of summarize, but when land does well by its owner and the owner does well by his land, when both end up better by reason of their partnership, then we have conservation. When one or the other grows poor, we do not. And so that's been sort of a steering piece of our business for a long time. And I think an important piece is sort of how do you do that? And for us, it's a big experiment. It's not that dissimilar on a mini scale from what the past 2 panelists talked about, that you need data to come up with a plan for what you're going to do, and you need to design treatments that work through that. Sometimes our treatments will look different than if we were operating kind of with a different set of goals. We need partners to be able to do that, and ODF is a clear partner there, both in terms of setting a regulatory floor for what behavior is reasonable, and then also helping landowners to execute and kind of do the right thing. We need markets, and for us, historically, for almost everything, the market that we've relied upon is the commodity log market. And yet these lands provide a whole range of other community benefits, so water, carbon sequestration, jobs. And yet those are not things that we currently have truly functional markets for. We're headed there in some cases. Water quality has markets. Carbon, of course, has markets. We've talked about that earlier. But those are ones that we think about consistently. How do we monitor whether we're successful? And then how do we adapt our management going forward? And so that's kind of framing sort of how do we as a tiny business experiment navigate this? And then how does that then relate to Oregon Department of Forestry and kind of what are our concerns? So in the questions that came through with this invitation was one of my favorite ones of sort of what keeps you up at night. And so what are we worried about? And I basically split that into 2 categories. I'm going to walk through those 2 and then kind of end with a series of questions. And given the lateness of the day and that this is the last panel, I'll try to keep it fairly quick. So what keeps us up? I think that the leading concern and what I believe should be the leading concern for Oregon Department of Forestry and for anyone involved in forestry in Oregon is climate. And there are 2 kind of sides of that ledger book. There's adaptation and resilience, and there's mitigation. And forests clearly play critical roles in both of those. For our forests and for the forests I manage, We don't know what those future extremes look like. Other panelists have mentioned this already, but it's not a if or when, it's like how much more are we going to see? Because we're in it already. Last summer's events and events spoken about by other panelists have made that clear. And we're just seeing the beginning of the potential extremes that are to come. And so how do we manage towards a more resilient condition where these forests are still able to provide not only financial returns to the landowner, but also the whole suite of community benefits that we all are reliant upon. On the mitigation side, a question we've continued to ask is, what role do our forests play in creating meaningful carbon sequestration and a long-term stable carbon stock? And so far, our management, a baseline is that we generally grow more than we harvest on any parcel that we own or manage. In addition, though, we've consistently looked at the carbon markets and not found circumstances that would lead us to shift our behavior. That we think that unless a carbon price reaches somewhere around $35 to $60 a ton in Northwest Oregon, it really doesn't make sense to shift your management unless you have a set of constraints already on you, either through your investors or other ownership circumstances, such as being a public landowner. And so for forests to play a meaningful mitigation role, we need to think through, is it a market that's driving it? Are there other places where ODF relates to the private landowner that could have a meaningful impact there? And then the other one that kind of keeps us up, or me up at night, is thinking through what is the kind of basic function of a democratic process and how does that relate to the decisions that are made that affect everyday management. And so I think we've seen a consistent eroding of kind of democratic process, particularly over the last maybe 10 years, and a significant input of money into politics. And so that consistently has steered decisions at all levels of government. And ODF is just one level of government, but a concern that I think I have is that going forward, how do we make sure that ODF maintains kind of a level of trust and stays outside of that fray and is focused on kind of putting people together to come up with solutions that work for all Oregonians and all of Oregon's forests. So I'm going to end with kind of 3 questions that also came out of the questions that were sent to the panelists, sort of, what are you thinking about going forward? And so the 3 that I'm thinking about as they relate to ODF is how does ODF gain and maintain the trust of all Oregonians, that the relationship between any state agency or government and the people, and particularly here, based on this panel, folks whose direct management decisions are impacted by ODF, is a trusting relationship where we're all sort of paddling the boat in the same direction. How does ODF maintain independence from kind of the political fray that the impacts of ODF decisions have kind of day-to-day realities? And so making sure that that's kind of outside the fray, particularly of the role that financial contributions are playing in Oregon politics. And then how do we create a shared vision for all Oregonians that ODF is not just party to, but really a driving component of, that's both maintaining healthy forests, but also thinking through what are the job implications on the east side fire, on the west side, particularly mitigation, adaptation to climate. And so kind of how is this whole suite a shared vision for all Oregonians that ODF can play a leading role in? So I'm going to wrap it up there and hand it off to the next panelist. And thank you again for your time.
Great, thank you, Ben. So Chris, you have the floor.
Great, thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we've got you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for having me this afternoon. I'll try to keep my comments brief. I think I'll probably do that by default. I'm not very accustomed to speaking, especially to a high-level panel as this. I'm much more comfortable on the tailgate of a truck. So I'll keep it brief, and I hope that you have questions for me near the end that can make better use of your time than me just blabbing on. As I said before, my name's Chris Johnson. I am a forester here in Central Oregon. I've been at the game for almost 32 years. I've been blessed to be able to work in the same area for that time. I've gone through 5 different landowners during that time, so I've seen a lot of different visions and management styles throughout that period. And I just wanted to touch briefly on what our vision for our tree farm and our future is. I manage 197,000 acres here in Central Oregon. Our property stretches from just northwest of Bend, south to Lapine, Gilchrist, and then just north of Chiloquin. So we cover a lot of different forest types, a lot of different neighbors, a lot of different demographics. We try to be excellent stewards of our timberlands through creative and innovative management. I learned early on as a forester, watching different logging contractors, and those that were the most successful were those that were the most adaptable. And those that couldn't change or wouldn't change fell by the wayside. So we try very hard to be as innovative as we possibly can and deal with the resource base in the most intelligent way we can for the long term. Some of the long-term benefits that we provide in the area are resilient timber stands. We have a safe and efficient transportation system. We try to enhance wildlife habitat where that's feasible. We have a number of agreements with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for winter range closures and road management regimes to help make them more compatible for wildlife to thrive. We provide, our lands are open to the public, which is good and not so good. And lastly, we support a lot of local forestry contractors and local mill, which supports good economic opportunities in rural areas where a lot of opportunities are lacking. The other 3 areas I was just going to touch on were some climate issues, social issues, and other issues. Just like Ben had mentioned, some of the things that keep me up at night primarily would be drought concerns and its influence on fire seasons. I'm sure this has been talked a lot about in the discussion thus far, but that is something that, of course, keeps me up at night. And rather than getting better, it tends to seem to always be getting worse. I worry about wildfire impacts we typically get as our property is surrounded by federal lands. That's usually where the fires start, not always, but usually, and then get onto our land and cause lots of problems as far as getting that timber harvested and then trying to get it planted later on. Coupled with that is the increasing cost of fire protection that these types of seasons produce. As the cost per acre goes up, our revenue either stays pretty much flat or declines due to the markets that we face here in Central and Eastern Oregon. Social issues, I put down what we face here in Central Oregon. As sure you know, the population of Bend is exploding and is continuing to explode. And that explosion is, of course, creating shock waves all the way south to Lapine. Definitely hasn't hit Gilchrist or Chemult yet, but I'm sure it's on its way. And that presents a lot of challenges in just trying to conduct basic forestry operations, harvesting, and especially burning. We've noticed, as you can imagine, an increasing use/abuse of our lands from the public. That's always a big concern. Another social concern is the lack of logging and mill infrastructure we have in this region. We currently have, essentially for our operations, 1 active sawmill that we supply saw logs to in Gilchrist. There's very little competition. Prices for our products are low, therefore, And it's just the nature of the beast, but that's what we contend with. On other issues, I brought up the aspects or the problems with salvage harvesting. Typically, most of our fires tend to occur in mid-elevation or lower elevation ground that is a really tough environment to get seedlings to grow. And yet we've got a lot of material to harvest. We need to recoup what we can from that. And with just a very limited sawlog market, typically the log buyers hit the gouge button, offer us rock bottom prices, but we have to take what we can get. Leaves us very little money to invest in planting. And we have a very difficult time, as you can imagine, getting seedlings. We typically don't do much planting. We manage our stands on a uneven age management system where we let nature do the work for us and provide the seedlings for the future. So we're in a tough situation there. And the last other issue I was just going to bring up is that given that it's tough to make a buck over here, we explore a lot of non-timber avenues. Some of those are compatible with forestry and others aren't. Some that aren't are solar farms. We're looking at a few projects with solar farms. These are large projects that be converting quite a bit of timberland into a farm. We can do much better producing electricity than we can producing fiber. It's just the reality of the situation, but we'll see where that goes. And my last little bullet point here was, as far as a mission for the Board of Forestry / Oregon Department of Forestry goes, please help us keep working forests working. That's the end of my talk.
Great, thank you very much, Chad. So do we have, I'm sorry, Chris, do we have Chad on the meeting here?
Yes, hi. I'm gonna
the floor is yours if you're ready.
Great. I'm gonna try to share my screen here. Is that coming up?
Yes, we've got it.
Do you have the presentation view or the view with the notes on the side?
You managed to get the presentation view through.
Oh, first shot. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, first I'd like to thank Chair Kelly and the board for giving me this opportunity, and for anybody that's been watching all day for sticking around till the end. This is a really encouraging conversation. So I'll just start with a little background on me, at least the parts that I think are relevant. I have a bachelor's degree from Oregon State University in Forest Operations Management. During my time there, I helped list a 600,000 acre carbon project in Southern Oregon, which was the largest at the time in the registry. So my role there was modeling the carbon and then preparing the listing documents. After that, I went and got a Master's of Science in Natural Resources at the University of Idaho, where I focused on developing a tool to help the state of Idaho guide public assistance funding in forestry projects. In my current role, I work for Lewis and Clark Timberlands, managed by Nuveen Natural Capital. I'm the Stewardship and Community Engagement Coordinator. A little bit about this property is it's 180,000 acres in Northwest Oregon and Southwest Washington, the majority of which is located in Clatsop County, where we are the largest landowner. We grow a mix of species with a focus on a hemlock, spruce, cedar combination, with some Doug fir on kind of the eastern side of the property, where it's not at risk to Swiss needlecast and some of the other pathogens that we deal with. We are certified under the Sustainable Forestry Initiative third-party certification system, and we were signatories in the Private Forest Accord. So when I was asked to describe my idealized vision or objectives, this is it. It's vibrant rural communities where there's opportunities for the rural youth to live and work in the areas they were born and really see a future and not think that they have to leave their hometown in order to experience a successful career. I want them to have opportunities to work safe family wage jobs. And I think that this will help create induced and indirect economic effects that benefit the community as a whole. This healthy economy is a cornerstone of healthy communities, which not only will provide wood products, but also hope. When you have hope, then you have less need to escape from your life with drugs or substance abuse problems. So these are things that I think are important to a vibrant rural community. I'd also like to touch back to what Oriana from Verde had mentioned and make sure that these communities are also provided the opportunity for their voices to be heard and also considered. I would like to see, if we have conversations like this in the future, maybe the Association of Oregon Loggers, the people that will be most affected by forest policy, given a space at the table. Another thing that I'd like to touch on is technological advancement. Increased efficiencies in our milling and harvesting operations lead to a higher recovery of the fiber that we're harvesting. That allows us to be better able to meet the demand that is ever growing with the same amount of harvest. Technological advancement also leads to higher paying, more attractive jobs, especially with the youth. If your job feels like a video game or a very computer-centric work, it's probably more attractive than rigging chokers and being out in the dirt. Another important note on technological advancement, especially on the harvesting side, is that creates a higher degree of worker safety. Someone in a processor or a harvester is much safer if a tree falls the wrong way than someone hand felling. Another piece that I'd like to touch on is advanced renewable building products. That technology will lead to the ability to create new engineered wood products. Something I think is kind of cool from this picture is that half the weight of that panel was atmospheric carbon probably 40 to 45 years ago. So the stuff that was emitted in the 80s. Their IPCC report states that we should be using more wood products. That's the International Panel on Climate Change. And according to economist Ken Skog, who's a supervisory research forester and leader of the Economics, Statistics, and Life Cycle Analysis Research Group at the Forest Products Lab from the Forest Service, he states that the report confirms findings that efforts to expand use of wood in long-lived applications, such as multi-story buildings, are a key means to hold down greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate climate change. It's not quite as simple as that. There's a lot more intricacies to it. Part of that is that those wood products need to be harvested on sustainably managed grounds. So that's where forest certification comes in. And SFI is the certification program that we choose. And they say that advancing sustainable forestry and responsible purchasing globally through certification standards and certified products. So at the base level, sustainability could be characterized as just harvesting less than you grow over time. We here at Nuveen Natural Capital believe that sustainability should be looked at much more holistically, and that it should include economic sustainability, social and environmental sustainability. That's the reason that we have gone with SFI as our certification body, because their board is made up of 3 chambers that represent those same 3 aspects of sustainability. So under the economic chamber, you can see there's Brent Kiefer, who represents a US company, and Kevin Edgson from a Canadian company. Under the social chamber, there's representatives from the Black Family Land Trust, tribal council members, state foresters. Under the environmental side, there's the chief executive of the Arbor Day Foundation, Nature Conservancy of Canada. So it's a very diverse board that really helps capture sustainability in a more holistic way. And this is just a 7-person subset of an 18-person panel. SFI is actually just for 2022 updated their standards to include objectives around climate smart forestry and fire resilience and awareness. As part of that climate smart forestry objective, our company has looked at things like assisted species migration. Does it make sense? Where would it make sense? And also trying to quantify our carbon emissions well for our part of the supply chain. The next thing I want to touch on is creating an attractive investment opportunities in Oregon. And so all the things I've talked about today with vibrant rural communities, advanced renewable wood products, and sustainably managed forests, they all require both public and private investments, which traditionally have been an attractive investment as a hedge against inflation and a portfolio diversification because of low correlation to other asset classes. And I would really like to see this environment where money is flowing into Oregon's forests and wood product sectors, because when we invest in Oregon's forests and wood products, we're investing in Oregon. The way that we get this done is by creating more regulatory certainty, and the Private Forest Accord was a great step towards that. Now, this is a story of collaboration where we were able to identify shared goals and objectives. And I guess my ask for the Board of Forestry would be to focus on implementation of this Private Forest Accord. I think that it's key to allow this agreement the time and space and resources to be as successful as possible. I'd like to see a monitoring program set up to determine the efficacy of the policies laid forth. And the whole process reminded me of an exercise I went through in my undergraduate program around these ugly oranges, where there was a limited number of oranges that two groups had to negotiate who was going to get the oranges. Well, it turns out one needed the rinds and one needed the juice. And if they focused more on their shared goals and objectives, there was enough oranges for everyone. But the default is kind of to go to how do you disadvantage the other group instead of finding those common goals. So I guess that's another thing I'd like to see. Number 9, some partnerships. These are just pictures of the staff that I work with in the upper left. My friend and Tribal Council Chair, Tony Johnson, on the upper right from the Chinook Indian Nation. An ODFW fish release on our property down in the lower left. And some botanists with National Park Service and others doing some rare plant surveys. As the climate is changing, we want to see how these plant communities are adapting. And then in conclusion, my idealized vision is vibrant rural economies that provide safe, high-paying jobs, growing, harvesting, and manufacturing climate-friendly wood products that urban centers are able to use in new and creative ways to address both climate change and the housing crisis. I imagine those wood products being grown on a land base certified as sustainable that provide valuable ecosystem services and recreational opportunities. This requires significant investment in Oregon's forests and wood product sectors, which is all made possible by regulatory certainty provided by the thoughtful implementation of the Private Forest Accord. This vision lays the foundation for a bridge between the urban-rural divide, and that bridge I would like to imagine being built out of engineered wood products like CLT. That's all I got. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Chad. So we are kind of moving back on track here. We've got about 20 minutes left in this panel session before we take a break. Jim.
Sure. Chad, thank you for being here. I appreciated the fact that you reached out before. I think we really need to hear from thought leaders from industry. As I've mentioned before publicly, that we do tend to hear more from the conservation community than we do from industry. So thank you. Boy, we've heard a lot about what keeps everyone awake at night. So I'm thinking, before we leave today, we need to talk about what helps us sleep at night. So we'll hold off until the very end for that, I think. And Ben, you're the second person. Bettina did it before and talked about the need for better trust with the Board of Forestry. And so I'm going to kind of go back to you. Any specific ideas? You both have identified that it's an issue for us. Then any ideas on how we can work on that issue and what you'd like to see us be doing to establish better trust?
Thanks. And I'm sorry that I wasn't around for the earlier conversation, because I think that would have probably helped here. That's certainly a big topic, and I don't have an answer to it per se in terms of developing trust in any relationship. I think is something that is kind of a mutual process, and it's a little hard to prescribe. The places, though, that I think one place to start might be saying, well, what reasons would people have to not trust Oregon Department of Forestry or the Board of Forestry? I think the ones that stand out to me is that, and actually Chad mentioned this, the regulatory certainty that has been a long-term issue in Oregon, and largely due to policies in a Forest Practices Act that didn't change. And I think Chris had mentioned that when he first came into forestry, he was seeing kind of folks who were willing to change and adapt and move forward were the ones who were being successful in the woods. And so I think in the same way, seeing a Department of Forestry that is adapting and kind of, and there are big steps towards that have taken place, but historically, I think that has been something that undermined trust. And that would probably be the leading one. And then transparency, I think, is the other one, of making sure that, and large steps have been taken towards this, of a kind of transparent and fair process that brings the necessary stakeholders into the room. But I think that's probably a larger conversation, and one that many of you on the board and other panelists have much more expertise than I do. I'm much more comfortable kind of in, as Chris mentioned, in the woods than in a board meeting.
Anyone else want to offer some thoughts there on the panel? Let's put you on the spot.
I'll just take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the things that do keep me up at night. I tried to keep the presentation positive because I think we should all be focusing on those shared goals and a more positive future. But some of the things that do concern me is misinformation. How do we ensure that the board has access to the best science? And another issue that I see is an aging workforce. How do we ensure that the youth are interested and able to get into forestry? And then another really big one is the unintended consequences of policymaking. I think most policy is made with the best of intentions, but on occasion we have unintended consequences that we never saw coming.
Thank you. Joe?
Thanks, guys, for your presentations. And Chad, I appreciated your information about SFI, because I think that's something, we haven't talked much about that, but certification is a very big deal for private landowners, and it's a significant lift to be part of that program, and so I appreciate that, and that was great. I have to ask Chris a question, because Chris, this is Joe Justice, Chris. It's rare to see an East Side Forester. We're kind of a rare commodity. But Chris, at the beginning of the meeting, I talked about urgency, and I talked about and you talked about what keeps you up at night and so on. Can you give just a perspective of, I know you deliver to one primary mill customer in where you are in Oregon. Where is, if you were to lose that particular customer, what kind of distance to market are you?
Well, we would basically be going from about a 50-mile average haul to 150+ mile average haul.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew that, but that's great. I mean, just, I think it's good that that's I talked about earlier today, how fragile the infrastructure is in Eastern Oregon. And, he's dependent upon one customer that I assume most of your logs are going into, Chris.
Correct. Yes. Yep, it is. It's very fragile. And like I said before, we are certainly a price taker, not a price maker by any stretch. But as I said earlier too, that's the nature of the beast. Of course, I would love to see more management occurring, especially on our federal lands. That would spur more investment in utilization of other wood products, which would create a better and a more vibrant and diversified wood products market in the region. Could be a lot of great things come of it, but time will tell.
Ben, you had a question?
Yeah, this is Ben Doimling. Thank you for sharing your perspective here. This is a great way to wrap up a really, really interesting day. And this is sort of a bigger question that I hope we'll wrestle with in the next session, but I really want to get your take on it. And we have a lot of different values we've talked about today. And by and large, timber is the one value that's remunerated. It's there's a dollar value attached to it. And when we think about the forests in the state of Oregon, and from the perspective of a policymaker, the values of these forest lands are much more than just the timber. And I guess I have a question to you three as private landowners. How do you balance those business values to make money with the greater values of these forests are part of the commonwealth of the state of Oregon? And because that's sort of at the heart of all of what we're talking about today. And I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about how you navigate that sort of inherent tension.
I guess I'll just jump in, Ben, and I will say that inherent tension, in my perspective, is more of a perceived tension, and they don't necessarily have to be at conflict. We provide free recreational access for over 7,000 permittees annually. We provide clean drinking water to 9 municipalities. We try to make sure that we foster a property where people can go and commune with nature, whether that be hiking or hunting. And none of that comes in conflict with our operations. So I don't think we need to have a this versus that discussion. And I think we should be focused on how do we do this and that. I guess that's my perspective.
I would echo what Chad just had to say. I don't really necessarily see an inherent conflict between business values and other values. I've always maintained that logging and aesthetics are not mutually exclusive. Harvesting can create a lot of values from anywhere from wildlife habitat enhancement to wildfire mitigation. We can't have our cake and eat it. It is a win-win situation. We produce a very valuable product, as has been mentioned earlier, carbon benefits, et cetera, that make it a very attractive resource for a lot of reasons. So I really don't see there being a lot of inherent tension, just from my perspective. Thanks.
I'll jump in here then. That I don't think that there's an inherent tension, but I think that's partially reflective of who the panelists on this panel are, and not necessarily of all private forest land in Oregon. That there are a lot of things that we get paid for, and as you identify, logs are the one that we've talked about the most and get paid for the most. But a lot of particularly large institutional landowners are getting paid a lot for development, and they're selling large portions of their what were tree farms into either single family home development or rural residential development. Increasingly access, anyone who's spent time in Northwest Oregon knows that access on the largest private ownership in the region has changed dramatically in the last 5 years, and very large private lease signs make that clear whenever you try to access those lands. Hunting is also starting to be paid for in the same way that it is in the southeastern United States. And I anticipate as institutional investors who own assets elsewhere expand their sort of awareness, that we will see much more paid access to private land. And it's very unique, I think, at this point that all three representatives on this panel do provide free public access. And I'm guessing if you look in 5 years, the institutional investors who own these assets will look and say, hey, there's a way to get more money out of this. And that is the primary optimization at the end of the day. Carbon, people are getting paid for carbon. Chad talked about that on the 600,000 acre, I think he said, property that he helped to list. A number of my clients have done carbon projects. The current price, though, doesn't support a shift in behavior. We need a much higher carbon price, and we need more of that dollar going back to the landowner in order to actually shift behavior. And it's not, I think that's one that's very particular, is that it is not a tension necessarily with timber production. It can actually help to extend rotations and increase fiber production, because the short rotations are an artifact of an optimized cash flow and discounted cash flow, not of trying to grow as much wood as possible. And then I think the final one, and Chad mentioned this in particular, is water. In some places, water is a value that can be in tension with traditional industrial timber management. And so increasingly there are efforts statewide to purchase those lands by local municipalities or other groups. And I think increasingly large institutional investors are seeing those assets as liabilities, where their management is going to be constrained by public interests in a certain type of management. And so whether that's fully scientific or whether it's a local effort is sort of besides the points, because there is a tension there, I think. So I think it's a good question. I think it's one that on private land is increasingly going to become a little fraught. And I agree with, I think it was Chris who said, kind of, how do you keep working lands as working lands? At the end of the day is the driving question for me of how do you stack those particular cash flow opportunities or ways to monetize things in a way that makes this viable 7 generations down the line.
If I may interject, I just have to push back a little bit on 5 years from now, large institutional investors charging for access. It's much more the exception than the rule that happens. There's really just one company that's doing it of all the companies here in Oregon. And at least from our perspective, that aligns with our SFI certification, which has an objective to provide recreation. And, you know, at the end of the day, that's an investment in your social license to operate, which is important. So Ben, I understand what you're saying. I'm just not sure that I agree with that.
Thanks, Ryan. And thank you all for your presentations. Great. We had a discussion earlier regarding risk, and with climate change growing in as an issue that constrains which trees will grow, how long they will grow, whether or not we can harvest them, or whether or not they will burn up, including a variety of other things. Managing for products that might best be grown on longer rotations comes with risk. And so I'm wondering how you approach that challenge on your lands or with your clients.
I can jump in there that most of our clients and our own personal family lands, we do grow on longer rotations, and there is an inherent risk to that. And part of it is we do discount future cash flows. So we do run optimizations to say what makes the most sense here. I think a difference is so the institutional investment community has traditionally used a higher discount rate than the non-institutional. So vertically integrated companies and family owners tend to use a significantly lower discount rate than any institutional investor would. And so that does lead our optimization just in a purely financial sense to focus on a longer rotation. And we do receive intermediate cash flow from thinning. And so we actually thin quite aggressively and are able to model that and I think kind of see the benefits of that, and then also see the benefits of those intermediate treatments in terms of increasing forest resilience. So increasing the ability of that forest to adapt to climate change, to weather summers like last summer's really extreme heat on the North Coast. It's definitely not a solution everywhere. There are places like right on the coast that it really doesn't work. So it's kind of having the right tool for every place. And then I think the other one is thinking through what are the other components that could help bridge the kind of cash flow needs of the landowner. New Zealand has a really interesting carbon market that was directly focused on extending rotations and effectively paying the opportunity cost of deferred harvest to help landowners mitigate the risk and to help with the cash flow optimization. And so models like that, I think, could be adapted here to help create financial incentives to get to a longer rotation. And then the final one is mill capacity. And we've increasingly seen mills, particularly on the west side, really tooling for very small logs. And that's driven by the available logs on the market. But I think that making sure that there's continued robust infrastructure, because the kind of shaky infrastructure, I don't think is isolated to Eastern Oregon, that Western Oregon has some infrastructure issues, has an aging workforce, and it has fewer and fewer mills willing or able to buy and cut really large logs. And the export market, where those traditionally go at this point, is a little bit more volatile. So those are kind of my thoughts.
I was just going to say some of our climate change strategies, if lack of a better term, would consist primarily, from my perspective, of working in areas that are populated. We've done a lot of work around subdivisions, for example, more so to protect us from them than the other way around. But we focus a lot of efforts on that, and our harvesting regime is different very much than Western Oregon. We do a lot of thinning work, and the line between thinning and logging is really not a line where we're taking material out that needs to be taken out. Defective, short-lived species, thin bark species such as lodgepole pine, keeping as much ponderosa pine that's more fire resistant, standing, going to wider spacing, those sorts of regimes that will help hopefully in the long run. And by nature of our growth, we have very long rotations. That's just how it is here. But that's what we're doing as far as our management strategy in face of a changing climate goes.
I'd say addressing the changing climate and the ability to continue to grow these wood products, we run models that are species specific under different climate change scenarios that have a combination of temperature and precipitation to determine whether or not that species will be successful under those different climate scenarios. And Ben mentioned discount rate. That is how large institutional investors and anyone that's conducting a thorough analysis addresses risk. It's through the discount rate. The greater the risk, the higher the discount rate, meaning you're less certain that you're going to recover that value at the end of your rotation. So you don't place as much current value on that future income. So although it is true that there may be lower discount rates in small family properties or non-governmental organizations acquiring land, as we see climate change adding to that risk, I think you're going to see an increase in their discount rates. That's my own personal opinion on that.
Thank you all. That was great. Time for a quick follow-up or not? It's okay. So just a quick follow-up, Chad. If you go to higher discount rates, then that, if I'm understanding correctly, that'll lead to shorter rotations. So you're capturing the value before it's gone, right? But shorter rotations are not capturing as much carbon unless that is put into very long-lived products. So it seems like there's a real challenge here to try to sequester and store carbon which is driven by climate change in order to address climate change.
It is a problem. That is a problem. That's not one that I get paid to solve. That's a much larger problem on a global scale, but I understand what you're getting at. And I think maybe that's where the role of these voluntary carbon markets come into play to help give us the tool to get some income now, so we don't have to be as reliant on that future income. And that will allow us to reduce that discount rate, thus extending rotations in certain scenarios. You know, all of these are very specific to the property and maybe even subsections of the property. But I think the carbon markets are a tool that we can use to adjust that discount rate, because we're getting paid prior to the end of the rotation. So we don't have to be quite as certain to recover all that future value.
All right, that brings us to the break, and we are almost on schedule here. I really appreciate the time with this panel and hope you'll be able to rejoin us after the break, along with many of the other panel members, for some final wrap-up discussion. And we'll try to get back together here again right around 3:50 or so. So thank you.
I on camera or let me see. Oh no, here we go. Oh,
We got Brian.
oh,
back.
Ryan's.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. That 10-minute break goes by quickly. We are down to just about the final 50 minutes or so of the day. We've had a number of really great panels with some good discussion along the way. And this last bit of time is reserved to kind of wrap all of that together and see if there's any other additional conversation that you'd all like to have with each other. So I'd like to begin by inviting Governor Kitzhaber and Matt Donegan to once again offer some thoughts on those last three panels. And I see that Matt is writing, so I'll see if Governor Kitzhaber would like to lead off. Can you turn your mic on for us?
Yeah. Hopefully this will be, somewhat cogent, and maybe I'll kind of throw this into kind of three buckets. One would be just for the afternoon session, because we did a little synthesis at lunch. For the afternoon session, just a few of the impactful moments that kind of really, were kind of a learning, for me. So that'd be just kind of one, will be just a little scattershot. Second one, we'll be starting to move into more of a synthesis and kind of some
Matt, do
takeaways.
you have your speaker on?
I do. Okay. So I guess one would be just a little bit of a data dump, some of the more impactful moments from the afternoon. Second one would be to start moving into a little bit kind of a takeaways. And I'll start by kind of reiterating my own takeaways from this morning that I want to make sure I punctuate. And then finally, kind of perhaps a synthesis of some of the main themes from the day. So I'll start with some of the kind of impactful moments from this afternoon. I guess starting with tribal community, I guess one thing was clearly just that, how important wildfire is to the tribes. And so it's not, if anything, they seem to be more kind of outspoken about that and unapologetic about that. And you heard about the impacts even to the Warm Springs carbon project. And so I think, and whether it was, salvage logging, impact to sustainable harvest levels in the future and so forth, just how prominent that theme was. Second one is just how unapologetic they were about promoting active management and how that is part of the tribal tradition. It's been that way for a very long time. The question that if we were engaging like in a long-term conversation that I would have had, if we had more time, was more about their ceded lands and some of the, the rights that they have on those ceded lands. This might be a question, conversation sometime, Cal. I just wonder, they do have rights on these broader lands that extend beyond, and to what degree do those rights extend to, the wildfire mitigation or something along those lines? To the extent that, unnatural wildfire to these fuel accumulation and so forth is, hampering their tribal traditions and so forth. I just don't know. That was the main takeaway, was just how important it was. Takeaway from the federal, there's a lot of takeaways from the federal portion of the day. One of them is, I just don't know how the new policy, and I've read it several times now, and I don't know how this relates to the former policies that were the quantitative risk assessment, the QRA, that was really kind of the backbone the Wildfire Council's plan. You know, is this a departure, and to what degree is it a departure? If so, the QRA, I think, looked, you know, beyond the WUI, and it was really looking at values, you know, including in the, you know, in the front country and so forth. What I see with this new Forest Service policy is a very WUI focused. And I was trying to follow along with just the questions around 16 million acres of Forest Service ground in the state. How much of that is viewed as high fire risk? And then what percentage of that is getting treated? I think it's 35 to 40% of that, but I just couldn't get the numbers going. And then what's the final budget on that? I think the numbers that are typically thrown around is like $1,000 an acre. So anyway, I think there was just kind of some questions that I had around, you know, just what the goals are, and I think that's easy enough to reconcile. And I'm going to guess that's kind of some homework to be done. But a second one that was kind of a main takeaway was Governor Kitzhaber's question around, okay, if resources weren't the bottleneck, you know, what would be? And a lot of it just came down to process, you know, whether it was, you know, getting interagency approvals, public engagement, stuff like that. And so, you know, and also just a realization that they've never been in this environment before. And so, you know, I know that these targets that are set are quite aggressive, like a 4x, you know, increase to pace and scale. And so I think there's going to be a lot of learning on the job here. And again, a need for risk tolerance and a need really for ODF to step in as a major partner on that front, whether it's, you know, whether it's through Good Neighbor Authority or this fourth program or so forth. I mean, I see a wide opening need for ODF to step in there. And I don't hear anything from the Forest Service that would suggest that they don't want you as a partner. Everything I've seen with shared stewardship is very much looking for that. I guess another big question I had, and it was kind of a comment around, you know, there's an emphasis on prescribed burns and an emphasis on prioritizing the WUI. How do those reconcile? Because the WUI's the hardest place to do prescribed burn, you know, for smoke management reasons. And so I think, and I heard, you know, I didn't hear, hey, we've got that all figured out. You know, I heard that that's kind of something that needs to get addressed. So a lot to like and very encouraging about the Forest Service strategy and so forth, but a lot of work left to get, you know, worked out. On private landowners, I don't know that there are any aha moments other than, you know, what Ben did say, which is right now carbon pricing is not sufficient to alter management behavior. That's another way of saying there is no additionality, which works against the whole goal of carbon policy. So that's what I was trying to say this morning. The economics are hugely important because if the price is not sufficient, then you're not altering management behavior, then you're not getting any additionality. And so what's the purpose, you know? So that's actually a very significant kind of takeaway. There were some other things that just did not agree with my experience. You know, these national companies have been here in the Northwest forever, and they've been the same companies that are charging hunting leases in the South for 30, 40 years, have been out here that entire time. And I've seen for 30 to 40 years attempts to introduce hunting lease programs on a large scale, and they've almost all failed. So, and it's just because of the amount of public property that's out here. Why would hunters go and pay somebody unless there's some true trophy experience? There's just too much free competition. So that just disagrees with my experience. And also in my experience, the REITs and TIMOs have the lowest cost of capital. They're often criticized for that because they have these tax advantages that lower their cost of capital. That's why they've been a political target, is that they're tax advantaged. And so anyway, there were some points there, but I'm sure that there's some exceptions. So that's kind of just some playback on the afternoon. In the just in terms of just re-advertising, some of the points that I wanted to make this morning. The first one is just to say it emphatically again. These carbon credits are a license to pollute, and that should never be lost. That really, it should be kind of the central factor. Any time that you're selling credits, that's giving somebody else, a break to pollute or to, to credit against their carbon accounting. And so that really, I think, should be the ultimate standard. And then the other thing that I just wanted to make sure that I didn't lose is that I really do think this fourth program area is probably going to be hugely important. It just seems like there's so much need for pace and scale and partnering with, feds that I think that's going to be a continuing point of friction. I guess the last thing I would just say is, so many of the things that we talked about today across the course of the day, one was shared vision. I mean, that was like Governor Kitzhaber tried to rally us around a shared vision, which I thought was fantastic. And whether there's tweaks to that shared vision or not, the need for a shared vision, I think, is really the point. And the Governor Kitzhaber went further and said, backed by a long-term budgeting process that really does speak to, how you're going to allocate resources and so forth. And I think that's right. And I would just say that there might be a real opportunity here, and it is that 20-year strategic financial plan that Nate is charged with, because if done well, that will force a lot of the issues that we talked about here today. Forcing, and it's on wildfire, but perhaps that's a template for broader application. And it's on the issue that I think is most kind of pressing, which is wildfire in the state. It'll force the common vision. It'll force, the long-term budget and resource allocations. It'll force this kind of revenue model. How do you kind of monetize timber versus non-timber? It'll force a lot of the discussions around what are you doing inside the WUI, beyond the WUI, the front country, those sorts of things. So a lot of the kind of curiosities that I heard in the Q&A today and the debate, it'll force that. And I think, Brenda, to your point about adaptive management, if it's developed as a process instead of a project, you could, develop the systems that can kind of, be updated as you get new information and so forth. So I see that might be a real opportunity. It could borrow from a lot of the lessons from the Private Forest Accord, which is what I heard. One of the things was it was a fantastic experience, but maybe should be done more proactively as opposed to, down the barrel of a gun, which, these competing ballot initiatives, and that the board, and ODF could be that kind of convening group. And so, that could be, you could be, again, building off of the momentum there. And again, perhaps as a template for some of the broader concepts that I heard from Governor Kitzhaber around really building kind of inter-ownership, an inter-ownership vision for the state. So that's a lot, but I think it's also somewhat actionable, which is nice.
Well, Matt, as usual, is both substantive and eloquent, so I'm not going to repeat what he said, but that was a really good summary, I think, of the day. I'll just make a few quick comments. One is, I'll come back to the tribes, but I do think that the tribal governments are sovereign. Basically sovereign governmental entities have a completely different relationship with the federal government, and to the extent that the federal government has got to be one of the key players, I do think our sovereign tribal nations need to be brought in a very meaningful way, not just because of the importance of their voice, which isn't often at the table, and I think you heard that from our panel, but big players that have leverage that we don't have, and so I think that's an important thing to recognize. The question that I asked to the federal representatives about if they didn't have workforce and money problems was because I don't think we think beyond that. We tend to cast wildfire as a financing problem. How do we get the money to pay for it? But if you had all the money in the world and you had the workforce, the process of actually getting it done is enormous. And I want you to hear me very carefully. NEPA is one of those issues. I'm not suggesting that we change NEPA. But we have to acknowledge that if we want to solve this problem, we've got to put on the table all the things that slow down the process of making it happen, right? And then have a conversation about how we work through that, right? So this isn't a lose-lose. There are win-wins here, but we can't be naive about sort of the process end of this thing. It's not just a financial problem. It is a process problem or challenge as well. And maybe we choose to let the forest burn down. We can do that. I just think it's important to choose to do something and not simply have something happen because you haven't stepped up and made those explicit decisions. We were talking at the break about, I'll get this quote wrong, but it was Teddy Roosevelt, that in moments of crisis, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing. So maybe that's where we are. The thing that struck me most about the afternoon panel, particularly the tribal conversation, was the gifts from the Creator. The millennial agreement on values, right? They don't have to, they know what the values are. They're very clear about those values. And I think the statement that really stuck with me is if you value it, you manage for it. You explicitly manage for it. You know, budgets, I always believe that state budgets, public budgets should be value statements. They should reflect what we value, but they don't. We spend more on prisons and education. I mean, it's flipped around. And in this context, I think, you know, I think that our values don't appear to be aligned as much as the tribal values, right? But I actually think that we share the values. I think that we tend to view them in silos, right? And that's where the shared vision comes in, that was brought up in several of these panels. Having the shared vision gives you a place to park the values. It gives you a context for the values. And then that changes the debate, going back to my very first statement, from where we're going to how we get there. We want a future that reflects these values. And we've framed the future as though all those values are in conflict. But if we start from the assumption, I guess, that we all want the same outcome at the end, then the question is how you get there. And that lets you then talk about what are the key steps we have to make. And most importantly, here are the trade-offs involved with getting there, because ultimately it is an issue of trade-offs, right? And I think the Board of Forestry could be sort of the holder of the vision, could be the place that those values can come and have a safe hearing. And starting from the premise that we all want to these values reflected in our future, and how do we get there? And what's the central role that forest policy could play in knitting these things together? And I think that more than anything else would elevate the trust of the organization. Because as I mentioned in my paper and with very good input from Matt, you know, and I've gone through the process of appointing members of the board before, and it really does come down to, is this person going to be an environmental vote, or is this person going to be a timber vote? Which sort of makes a mockery of the whole notion of a board of folks who are supposed to be above that fray. So I hope that as you go forward, you will think a bit about sort of being the keeper of the vision, and a place where people can come and work out those differences as a matter of moving to a shared future together and working out the trade-offs that need to be made along the way. And I'll just close by thanking you very much for the chance to participate. Always good to be with Matt and Jim, and been a great day from my standpoint.
Great. Thank you both for your participation and time today, and for all the words of. I like the idea of this keeper of the vision, particularly in the context of thinking about the FPFO. Also, was just picking up on a lot of the discussion around the 20-year strategy. Nathan Beckman, I think, yep, he's still here. He's been with us in the audience all day today, so no pressure, Nathan, to make that a good and durable product. So we are at about 4:15 right now. I did want to mention that Cal is going to have to take off around 4:30 for another meeting. So if he gets up, that's the reason. Jim, did you want to continue the conversation?
Well, we probably should give Cal a little time here, and then during the next 15 minutes. Then, Ryan, since you're the keeper of the clock, if you could be sure that each of the board members have a chance, 5 minutes or whatever, if they want it, that's, I think, important to make sure that that opportunity is there. I had a couple of things I wanted to comment on myself. One was Ben Hayes talked about suggesting that we stay above politics, and that didn't hit me quite right, because I think about the fact that why is there a board here? Because we have this agency, it's got its culture, but there's supposedly going to be a connection to the people of Oregon, and that happens through the election of a governor and the confirmation of all of us by the state Senate. We are inherently, essentially political, and I see us as people who are here to represent Oregonians. We spend a whole lot of time with these issues, so we develop, if we didn't have it already, a bunch of expertise in this area, and I think we do have a political role. I think we do have a role to go back to legislators and help them through some of these issues and all of that. And I think that is part of our responsibility. And I think to deny that that essentially that we're a political body is, I think we can, I think there's that concern, especially with all the turnover in the legislature, that you got a lot of legislators who are not going to understand these issues. And I think we can provide a body and people who can help with that and bring within our terms, some ongoing knowledge and a two-way street with our elected officials. But I don't think seeing ourselves as above politics is the right way to look at it. The other thing I just wanted to mention, I heard, a couple just references today to best science. And of course, we as a board are supposed to, by statute, base decisions on the best science. And as has been talked about before, we often are faced with, with two sides, both which are picking the science that they like the best and presenting that to us. Sometimes they're hiring the science. And one of the things I heard of something that could come out of the private forest accord is that those stakeholders work together, perhaps in agreeing, like, okay, so what on this issue is going to be our definition of the sideboards of what appropriate science could be, even hiring the science together. I think I think it's a really broken system to just be always faced with this apples and orange science. And so I hope that is something that does actually come out as a model, that the way science comes to us is in a way that makes more sense and is more digestible. How that's done exactly, I don't know. With that, Cal.
Well, okay, thank you, Chair. Well, this has been quite a day. There's been a lot of subjects picked up, and the things that stood out to me, one, I really enjoyed the discussion from the environmental justice standpoint, and that's something we need to keep open. If we have a forest plan for Oregon, I want to see that we seek those voices from underserved communities. I think that's one thing that we're working with Forest Service and the BLM and NCRS right now on this infrastructure dollars and getting the tribes to the table, opening it up to underserved communities. I think not only put new information in our solvency, and create that vision, but also, I think that there's really practical reasons to do that, because they might be the source for contractors in the future and so on. And when we talk about specific problems there, we also have the problems of having, I heard this to a certain extent, but this is not small, and these are just technical issues. But how do we get businesses to invest in the things that we're going to need for the next 20 years to get this job done? But that's just and I think that the underserved communities can be a part of that solution, and also we could benefit them. As we look forward to developing that shared vision, and I think that might be the biggest, I agree with you that having a shared vision or creating that vision, and it doesn't, and whether or not we stay away from politics, we are who we are, right? We're the board. I mean, the Board of Forestry is the Board of Forestry. You're picked to put beyond the Board of Forestry for your expertise, your knowledge, your relationships, and your understanding of the issues. And as a board, I think that, I don't even think we should say we're going to be above politics. I think we need to say, this is what we see after listening to all the stakeholders, what we think would be a plausible vision and it has to include climate change. It has to include DEI. It has to include a path, a vision of the future. One of the things I was really impressed with, and one of them was with Chad Washington, talking about when he gave his presentation, he gave a vision for his property. And I was sitting there thinking, wow, that's something maybe, I'm not saying that's our vision. What I'm saying is it was cool. It was great that he was able to say, hey, we have people, he showed a landing where they had, and I have to say, I think his debarker must be a little rough, right? Looking at the logs, but no, he talked about jobs. He talked about the environment. He talked about the three chambers, the three stools of sustainability. And I thought that was wonderful. And I was hoping that maybe we could develop something like that for the state of Oregon. And that would be something we can achieve. We're going to have to take a really strong role going forward. And right now, I've been involved with collaboration groups in my background. I was the chair of the Metolius collaboration group for 8 years. And that was back a while back. And, I was just telling Brenda at lunchtime, I used to get real frustrated because everything that we did, we had to kind of have a traditional, and I'm an MBA, so I shouldn't be complaining about this, but kind of a traditional look, an income statement like look on things, and all these other benefits that we're talking about we couldn't bring them into the equation to justify projects. But now we're at a time when, if we could have managed on the margin, we might not have these problems right now, but we didn't. We didn't make those little incremental movements forward. And now we have to make some big movements, but we have a lot of money coming in. And so ODF is going to have to take a big role. And we are with the work that Nathan Beckman's doing, the work that Doug Graff's doing at the governor's level. We're meeting with the feds, and I think they're going to look for us to help them through good neighbor authority, through shared stewardship, to help lead the path forward. We have the chance to do this, and I think we need to grab hold of that and move forward. One of the things that comes forward, and I don't like the polarization, but I think this was from, I forget, Voltaire, I think. He has a much more elegant way of saying this, but when I was the collaboration chair on the Metolius, one of the Forest Service employees, Maret Pajuti, said, I always heard you saying, the enemy of good is perfect. And when I was working with the group, I was always going, oh God, the enemy of good is perfect. The enemy of good is perfect. But I say that, and everybody responds to me when I say that with a football analogy. If we try hard, we'll go out there and win, and we could be perfect. We could have that solid 10 wins or something, but that's not the way life is. We all have our vision of perfect. And so, you have to look for solutions, and you have to look and good is quite often it's good. I mean, you're moving forward, you're working on that margin, you're making progress. And that's what I think the platform, the Board of Forestry can give us, is that platform, that vision, so that we move continuously towards good. So that's my thoughts for today. I really appreciated being involved with this. And thank you, Governor. Thank you, Matt, for coming. I think that gave a good start to this whole, and I appreciate every panelist that came up, because they had a unique view, and there was some commonalities too. And you can start seeing a theme, but that's what we need, is an input. And one of the other aspects, and I'll finish with this. Okay, I'll finish with this. I'm not going to say anything more. One of the other aspects I liked about today was that we did seek the voices we don't normally hear. And again, that's what we need to do. We need to seek all those voices while we go through this process, and we need to listen to them, because I think that we might find that the world is bigger than what we normally deal with. So thank you.
Thank you, Cal. One was magically delivered to me while you were talking. So thank you, Cal, for those comments, and just want to open it up. So Joe, first hand up.
Second hand up. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I first, Governor Kissover and Matt, thank you for being here. It was great. Really learned a great deal today. I agree with Cal. The people that we heard from was great. I was surprised today by some of the things that I heard. And I do want to say, though, Jim said at the beginning of the meeting that you can't bring everybody to these meetings, and this was, but how we continue this dialogue and who might be the next set of folks that we may think about. And I think we need to broaden that thought a little bit. I have one, we have a lot of people that work in the woods that, live this every day, and they're hard sometimes to bring and talk and express their concern. But the people that live in these communities and work in this industry and whether they may, I guess I would say, they may surprise you as to what they may say or what they may, the information. So I'll just throw that out. We talk about life cycles of carbon. I thought that was really an interesting theme today that I think we had some good conversations regarding that. I thought that was great. And also I just, Brenda pointed out in our pre-board, what's the deliverable? I might steal your thunder here, Brenda, but it was just a great thing. She, in our pre-board, she, talked about what's kind of the deliverable here, right? What are we doing? And I can appreciate that, because that's kind of where my mind always goes to. And we talked about, Ryan and capturing these themes and so on. So I guess I would just ask you, Ryan, and your team, what's going to come back to the board from this meeting, and where do we go from here with this, from everything that we've heard? What are your thoughts on that? I mean, we talked a little bit about that, on the pre-board that I was on, but I guess, what are you thinking about that right now? Or maybe you don't know yet, but I'm just very curious.
Yeah, I think the day's conversation has certainly it's surpassed my expectations. And so I think probably we'll get together and give a little bit more thought to that, certainly. I think there's been a lot of good elements here, particularly thinking about shared values. And that's an important part, again, putting this back in the framework of the FPFO, that's an important part of that strategic planning effort and that document. And so I still come back to the idea of looking through the notes that I think 3 or 4 of us have taken here today, and probably doing a little social science and pulling some key themes out of those, and bringing some of those themes back to the board for discussion and reflection, I think is going to be really valuable. And the other piece is just also trying to catch some of those topics that maybe we didn't get to explore very deeply. I think we were talking a little bit at lunch. There are some questions that I think were asked explicitly, but there were some other questions that are certainly there kind of lurking beneath the surface. And if we could tease some of those out and use that as a way to kind of tee up another opportunity like this, maybe not for 8 hours, maybe for 3 hours or 4 hours, but another opportunity in this format. So those are my thoughts at this point. So thank you.
So my granddaughter watches this little cartoon called Bluey, and it's about these Australian dogs that have this Australian accent. And the star of this little cartoon, when she comes up to something new that she didn't expect, she goes, "What?" So these are my what moments, and there's just a couple. Listening to Chris. And we've been talking a lot about this, the Front Range, the WUI, which are important. But the what from Chris was, we're doing WUI to protect them, to protect us from them. And I just thought, really, is that why? So that is like looking at things as both ways. And I thought that was really great. The Oriana, I have to go back to Oriana again. About connection and communication and way to connect. And words can connect and they can distance. And one of the words that I've heard in the last couple of months is like the word extraction. And it almost feels like fingernails on a board to me. And I think that we need to be thoughtful in the way we choose words, because it not only may not feel good, but it also limits our thinking. Because when I think of the opportunities that the industry has, they really are the forefront, like the sawmills and such, in the way we treat the land as a restoration. So this whole idea, it just changes up our vocabulary, but it also opens up our thinking and the dialogue. So that's what I take away from Oriana and the communication outreach. And then the third thing was Bobby Bruno. And I have no idea what this means, but it's when you hear it, you think, oh, this is going to be important. But when asked about how you manage and why you manage, and it was the tribe manages the resources that make the tribe the tribe. I have no idea what that means, but it's important somehow. It's important culturally, it's important to their identity, it's important to how they live their lives, which I think is a lesson no matter where you sit on the continuum, of the environment and biomass and biodiversity and carbon and climate change. It's like, so what is it that makes us who we are, or makes the tribe, or makes industry the industry? And why is it important? Because it is going to be important. So that's all I've got. Those are my what?
Thanks, Ryan. So I'll preface what I'm going to say by saying that a shared vision is absolutely where we need to be. But then it got me thinking, shared among who? Who has to be a part of that shared vision? Clearly, the Board of Forestry does, but Cal does. All of the ODF staff do. All of our constituents do. I mean, how do you get your arms around that? And so it got me thinking again, and since we have Governor Kitsaber and Matt as kind of a captive audience here, given the success of the Private Forest Accord, and given some of the legislation that we've seen come through, is the Board of Forestry an effective governance body for ODF? Or is there a better structure?
Governance body for what?
Is this board an effective and efficient governance body to oversee ODF? In other words, the Private Forest Accord was very effective. The Board of Forestry had almost no involvement in that whatsoever. So it got me thinking, are we being effective? Is this a good structure to have? Or is there a better structure? And if so, what would that look like?
Well, that's a big question. Or a 30. If you'd ask it at 3, I'd have a quick answer for you. But I'm really tired. I think that's a really fair question. And I think what happened, the private, I think the Private Forest Accord, as we've discussed, grew out of a conflict model, right? I mean, it wouldn't have happened if there hadn't been the dueling ballot measures, which we've seen before. So it's that conflict model hasn't gone away. And the Private Forest Accords are incredibly important, but they take a piece of the landscape and one issue on the larger landscape and focused in on that. And that was really the frame of that was the result of the players who had put the ballot measures on. I think the role of the Board of Forestry is to take that larger look, right? And try to create a framework in which you can point out the very positive aspects of that, but also talk about the fact that you can't deal with aquatic habitat out of context with what's going on the rest of the forested landscape across the country. So I don't think governance is the right word, but I think there has to be someone above the fray, someone who's taking that larger look. Yeah, I'll just stop there. I don't think the Board of Forestry is in any way irrelevant. I do think you really need to redefine your role, and then sort of, as Matt said, form follows function. What is your role, and figure out what do you have to do in terms of your organizational structure to actually fulfill that goal.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I would say it is a symptom of the fact that that the board has not been fulfilling its potential. And I would say as a second symptom, when Danny and John first approached me about participating here, I jumped on it. It wasn't for today's meeting. It was for the fact that ODF is, and the board is updating the long-term strategic plan. And the comment I made was that I am very frequently asked, what is the long-term strategic plan for the forests of Oregon? And I don't really have an answer. And so, and I've often thought it should reside right here. And so when I heard that, the update for the plan, updating the plan, I was very eager to participate because I think it's very much needed. So I think that's a second symptom of the fact that the board can have fulfill its potential here. And I would add, in addition to being the keeper of the vision, which I just love that. I think that's like the vision of the board might be to be the keeper of the vision. But I would add to that a dimension, and this gets to the point that Jim was talking about before, which is not just the keeper of the vision, but also kind of the leader of the conversation in the state. And I think that's part of that, being the keeper of the vision, is being not just the ambassador, but the folks that are really fostering the communication and fostering the conversation on a long-term basis. And that's the long answer. The shorter answer is, if you're not going to do it, I don't know who is.
Great, thank you.
So some things that jumped out at me today, and we started with some of your numbers of 38% of the acres provide 86% of the timber. That just speaks such volumes to me, because we put such pressure on the minority percentage of the acres, and it's out of balance. And we got out of balance about 40 years ago. And I think we can't lose sight that, the reverse is 60% of the acres only produce 14% of the timber. That's really not a very impressive number when you think about it. And yet we continue, we talked about a lot about active forest management today. But really, if you study all these different buckets, we're pulling more and more and more acreage out of active forest management. And I think we have to have a discussion about that. I heard loud and clear from the industry, the number one thing they need to remain a viable industry and invest in Oregon is they need a reliable, dependable log supply in the Pacific Northwest. That came across loud and clear. I think our county partners, I heard it today, and we've certainly heard it over and over. We need a reliable, steady revenue stream. Our counties depend on that. The private forest accord, we heard they need certainty. They need regulatory certainty and reliability. So those jumped out at me. I thought the social vision of the tribe was so well stated today. The tribe supports active management on all lands that includes multiple values. And I think any sustainability audit or sustainability model, that's what we do daily. We include multiple values, but we actively manage all land. And I thought that was very well said by one of the tribes. We're trying to look ahead 20 plus years. If we look back 40 plus years, I would say our public forest policy has been very regressive on rural communities. There has not, and this comes to the urban-rural divide. How have these policies impacted our rural communities versus our urban communities? And in my judgment, it's been substantially regressive on rural communities. I also think the environmental justice piece, and this was through the Wildfire Council, certainly has impacted all communities, but it's very regressive on the poor and also on rural communities. So I think as we put our lens on the next 10 to 20 years, how do we look at that differently? One thing, and it was a pleasure to have Matt and the governor here today and watching Matt's leadership on the Wildfire Council, but there was this real commitment that timber wars have to end in Oregon. And I heard that, just throughout that Wildfire Council. And I think we saw that in the Wildfire Council. We had all those voices around the room. The Private Forest Accord, I am really proud of those people for coming together and pulling that document together. And in my mind, it's our job to make sure that intent in rulemaking and those agreements long-term are really carried out. But just kudos to the Private Forest Accord and the leadership that was there today. Today we had diverse voices at the table, and we need to continue that. Jim, I thought you brought up a great question, trust and, building trust as a board. That regulatory certainty and transparency, I think, is always a starting place for a regulator. Holding the intent of that private forest accord through the rulemaking process, revenue certainty, and really asking some tough questions on what is it going to take to rebuild that trust with our county partners, and really at some point dealing with that lawsuit. Fire protection and wildfire protection and keeping public investments and public safety, first and foremost. I think there's a number of things in the trust column that this board, really has to think about to maintain trust, but also rebuild trust. With the U.S. Forest Service and the BLM, and I told Cal, I think there's a role here. Those shared stewardship agreements, we have what is in place to really take a very active leadership role in helping on restoration on U.S. Forest Service and BLM. And I think that's going to be essential. Paul Hesberg, the scientist for U.S. Forest Service, told the Wildfire Council we need to expect 3 to 4 times the wildfire activity on these public lands over the next 30 and 40 years. It's a really big number. And I think it would be good to get an update from Paul, because I didn't see the capacity or the labor hiring, the mindset to really take that on by those federal players. And yet it's hard to be neighbors. That's 60% of the land mass in Oregon. And I think we really have to take that seriously. And we have the capacity, and we know how to bring that private sector capacity to that problem. So I thought it was a great day. Really thank you, Governor and Matt, for spending the day with us.
So we have about 20 minutes left here on the agenda, Ben, and then Chandra. And did you want to step in real quick, Cal? I know you're on the way out.
Yeah,
Go for it.
Okay, the reason I'm dashing out is I have to go meet with the co-chairs of the Ways and Means, and you understand how that is. So, but I wanted to say one thing, and really quick about tribes. Okay, they have shared values in the tribes, and don't consider me an expert, because I've worked with tribes for a long time, and I've worked on different reservations. But even with shared values, it's hard work. You have to spend a lot of time within the community getting the social license to operate, or the common. And one thing I always loved about tribes, the ones I've worked with, is that they do allow people to speak. You'll have these, of course, sometimes they go into 2 o'clock in the morning, but everybody gets a chance to speak and say what they want to say. And then they make it, they kind of go forward. Sometimes it's not obvious, the decision, but they seem to all kind of get consensus and move forward. But let me say, even with shared values, it's not easy. That's all I got to say. Okay, I got to run.
I've got a lot of thoughts, and it will take me a while to sort of process everything that I heard today. But first, thanks to you three for putting on a phenomenal presentation, putting together a really great group. One of the words that resonates with me a lot that I didn't really hear much today was the term resilience. And I think it was alluded to a lot of times. But when I think about our forests, I'm thinking about how we make these forests resilient and keep them productive far into the future with the changing climate. And I appreciated, Matt Donegan, I appreciated your sort of overview of sort of where we are, where we're going, just where the industry is, where the forests are locally, globally. And this sort of, there's a continued shift towards intensive forestry. And that has a lot of advantages and it has a lot of disadvantages. And one of the disadvantages that I see is that it's inherently fragile. A resilient forest is going to be complex. And there's all these different values. And I sort of, one of the questions I asked of the private owners was sort of, how do you take these financial values that, speaking for myself as a forest owner, you got to pay the bills. You got to cut down trees to pay the bills. How do you square those with the larger values that we as a state want? And there is a lot of overlap. And I think different forest owners can find more or less overlap. And I think it's what I try to do on our forest, the panelists were trying to do on their forests. And I think what every forest owner really is trying to do is how do you find as much overlap as possible between being able to pay the bills and being able to provide all of Oregon as many of those benefits these forests have to offer. But I do think there is a tension. Even though we can sort of find a lot of those things, there's always a tension between money and these rich forests and resilience and complexity in going into the future. So, and I appreciate also you're sort of pointing out the externalities. That's what gets lost is when we're managing for revenue and hoping to get all those other things to come along, we start to lose little bits here and there. And from this board, our job really is to figure out how do we bring those externalities back in? How do we put those back? How do we get as much back into that forest as possible? And so those are some of the thoughts that I've been sort of wrestling with today. And I guess one other point that Matt's point about, carbon credits really are license to pollute. That was a new one for me and a really good one. And it's given me a lot to chew on. And it's very apropos. The IPCC report that came out this week, it very clearly says we can't use forest carbon credits to offset what's happening in other places. It's an all hands on deck approach at this point. We gotta have a maximum effort at all levels. So carbon credits really aren't a tool to allow us to continue to pollute anymore. And I think we really have a lot of work to do there to get our carbon credits, to get that additionality in these forests to make them mean something and make them really count going forward. And the one last thought that I've been wrestling with today is been a lot of talk about restoration, in the face of fire risk, and huge amount of work there. But that restoration talk is really focused on the public lands, and we're 60%. It's the elephant in the room. It's the big chunk. But we refer to the front country, and that front country is primarily private lands. And I think we need to not lose sight of the fact that how do we make our private lands more fire resilient as well? Because to be honest, young conifer plantations are really explosive. We saw that in the Labor Day fires. They burn hot and they burn fast. And that fire might not have started there, but it rips through there. And how do we create forest landscapes that are, again, resilient to these threats? And I don't know that I got a lot of answers today, but I got a lot to chew on. And there was a lot of commonality today. I think we're all playing on the same team here in a large extent. So this is great. Thank you.
So one of the consequences of going last is that you're all going to have to hear a lot of repeat, I'm afraid. But I also would like to thank everyone who put this together today. This has been fantastic. And also to Governor Kitzhaber and Matt Donegan, this has been, your perspectives have been fantastic to hear. So I immediately go to what product are we trying to produce here? And then what's the process we're going to use to get there? And so a lot of my thinking is in those buckets. And I'll just start with a couple of the thoughts that resonated with me in terms of going forward. I love the idea of being bold and thinking big, of course, and articulating the vision of shared values and applying those values to all different forest types. Making the process and the product that we're producing accessible and also inclusive. And I think we've heard a lot of feedback on our current FPFO, which is a great document, but most folks don't know how to use it. I don't know that it's been used very much. We're hoping to remedy that. I'm thinking about implementation and that to get to these desired outcomes, you need to make the solution space bigger, as Governor Kitzhaber said, right? We need to include new partners in that. That means we need to include new issues. And that also means that we need to think about non-traditional science and information partnerships and sources, because if we have a bigger table with more solutions and issues, we need more information. We've been focused very heavily on a couple things, and it's fantastic, but we need to expand that. And then we need broad, enhanced partnerships, and we need to include folks in our conversations, and we need to include the tribes in their capacity as sovereigns as well. And of course, there's a million great points made about what would probably end up in this plan and what would be necessary for resiliency of communities, of the economy and of forests. And so I won't go into those, but I think we have a lot of great things that we'll be able to tee up and have conversations about. So some of the things I'm chewing on relate to kind of this, it's not attention, it's just something to think about, right? Is the vision, the shared values, the vision versus the certainty of implementation and providing a roadmap, right? Where folks are looking to us for like, what are we gonna do here versus kind of, as you said, Governor, right? What's the end product? What are we, here's our vision. Well, how do we get there? And part of the challenge with that is that we're not responsible for all the pieces, like independently, right? And also part of the challenge is this is long-term, what we're talking about doing. And getting folks invested in another planning exercise is hard, right? There's planning fatigue. I mean, how many plans do we have sitting on shelves right now, right? And people are like, okay, I don't know that I want to go on. The existing plans are underutilized. There's of course a polarization that people mentioned. And frankly, I think our biggest challenge right now is that there's a loss of faith, right? That the institutions that we have right now are capable of solving big problems. And we talked about a lot of big problems today. I mean, we have climate change, we have homelessness, we have housing, we have substance abuse. These are, and we have decades of evidence showing that we're trending in the wrong direction, right? So we need to also have a faith restoring happening here. And this is a lot to be talking about. So I'm a little bit overwhelmed, I'll say that, but I mean, this is great. But I think this is all very important, right? Because the stakeholders have to not only see themselves in the solutions that we're talking about, they have to see the pathway to get there to that solution. And they have to have faith that we're going to do that. And then they have to have faith, as Oriana put it, right, that there's going to be equal distribution of those benefits and burdens at the end of the day, right? So that means making progress on all the different points at kind of a similar pace and scale to keep people invested along the way. So I guess I'll just end with saying I think what we're going to have to produce is a nice balance, right, of this visioning, this long-term plan, but kind of the concrete implementation that we can do now with the existing tools that we have. So that is, it's the PFA, it's the HCP, it's the shared stewardship, it's the GNA. What are the levers that we have? What do we have completely in our control? What do we have to influence, right? Where do we need other partners? How do we get that moving? And then we have to restore faith in what's possible, right? Like that visioning piece, restoring trust in us and restoring the public's faith that we mean what we say. And I think the biggest way you do that is by getting these successes, right? We have successes together, we build upon the successes. So where can we get those now? And then finally, I love the idea of how do we keep stakeholders invested and energized? And I think it might've been you too, Governor, that said this, but we need to make connections to stakeholders, right? For why they should care, right? The ones that haven't been at the table, why should you care? Why should you be here? And then for the ones that have been here, that gets back to kind of the concrete commitments and the certainty that people talked about earlier. So sorry for that brain dump there. It's certainly, I will noodle on it as well and hopefully get this in a more organized format at some point for our notes. But I really appreciate the dialogue. And I think there's a lot of good things that we can do here that I'm looking forward to being part of the group for, as usual. Thank you.
I'll just quickly say thank you all for the opportunity. Really appreciated to be part of this conversation. And I want to thank John and Danny for all the effort that they put into making it possible and the time that you've all given here today. So I will turn it back over to Jim to close us out.
Well, the first thing I was going to do was thank the three of you, Ryan, Danny, John. One thing that I noticed, because one of them complained to me, you did have to work hard to get new voices here, and those old voices wanted to be here, and that's great. So I appreciate that. Just a couple other quick thoughts. One, following up on your, the beginning of a strategic planning process, because I'm sitting there weighing, do I want to be involved in a new strategic planning process or a dagger in the heart? Which would be worse, I'm not sure anyhow. But another thing I just wanted to mention today, I did hear something, along the sensitivities issue. That our sovereign neighbors want to be described as sovereign neighbors or sovereign nations. They don't want to be described as stakeholders. We regularly describe them as stakeholders. And so that's an easy one to fix. Let's fix that today, Let's see. I guess, the last thing that I'll leave us with is I listened to Governor Kitzhaber. It does leave me thinking that in our vision that we develop, maybe in a goal, but maybe our vision, I think we've got to have start with it uniting Oregonians. That's kind of this piece that I got today, that we are in a place where we have an opportunity to do that, and maybe a duty to do that. And so I hope we end up in that place. So with that, I'll just I'm going to, in terms of being able to sleep tonight, I will have a glass of bourbon. Thank you all for being here.